and we should be good to go. What is a PP goal? So over on Twitch, by default, people on Twitch get a 50-50 split with Twitch. The PP goal, or the Partner Plus program, is a program where if you have 300 individual subscriber points each month for 3 months in a row, you get a 70-30 split from Twitch. That's absolutely huge, because that means that the streamer is getting 40% more income, which is wild when you think about, like, Twitch takes 50% of every sub, everything by default. Absolutely mad that Twitch does that. Kick takes 5%. But that's part of the conversation about Kick versus Twitch that we've been having on this channel recently after Twitch's weird moderation choices. So that's what the PP program is. So for every tier 3 tier 3 individual subscriber, I'm painting that subscriber a Warhammer miniature. So for example, I'll be painting a couple of Thousand Suns, a couple of Salamanders ones, a couple of purple and pink ones that people have asked for. There's some cool models. I picked up a couple of paints as a result. I've got this lovely this contrast here is called Dreadful Visage, and it's kind of very purpley blue. I've got this one here, which is called Doomfire Magenta, which is quite pinkish, although it's coming across quite red on the blue of the light from the ring light. And then we've got things like, is this Magma Orange? Oh no, Magma Droth Flame, which is hella orange. So we've got some cool colors that I haven't used before that I'm going to get to try out. And a couple of technical paints. How many tier 3s do you need to hit 300? I think we need like 1.5 individual tier 3s. Remember that gift subs don't count towards this goal. Which is why we're saving gift subs for my birthday subathon on the 20th of March. Which is all part of many things going on. Okay, so what have we got to do today? We didn't scan the deep desert, so we could do that. It would be useful to do over the weekend. We need our health kit. I'll do. We probably need to grab some more water if we're scanning the deep desert. So let me grab my Shaddam's bladder. Blammo Sound, thank you very much for that resub. 8 months at tier 1, total of 10 months. Absolute legend. I don't know how you can do resubscribe for 8 months at tier 1 when you've done 10 months, because I've only been able to do it for 10 months. And if you've got 10 months, you should have 10 months in a row. So why does it say that? Giant Spain, thank you very much for the resub at 3 months at tier 1. I didn't see that on my other overlay, which is really confusing about how it does it. We need 1 tier 3 and 1 tier 2 sub. Hello, Clue. How are you? It's lovely to see you. The subathon will be really interesting. I'll be setting up for that this weekend. So as you know, I don't stream Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That's because this weekend I'm using that to set up for the subathon. So I've got a few interesting goals in there. A few things that I'm excited to try. I don't know how long that stream will be. I do have DreamHack at the end of the month, so I won't be able to stream every single day until the end of the month. According to Twitch, you're currently not watching the stream and should join to save your stream. Nellis, you should join the stream to save your stream streak. Yes. I think if you miss a few months, it counts them collectively and also the individual streak. Yeah, the problem is, Mazaroth, that he has 10 months and I've only been streaming for 10 months. So, like, he can't have missed a few months and have 10 months. Maths doesn't work. That math ain't mathin'. That's Twitch having a stronk and needing a bondulance. Okay, so we've got a bunch of probes. I thought I had more of those, but apparently not. We will take my pin cushion armor because God knows we need it. We need the soft step boots. Got that. How much repair stuff have we got? Wait, that's fine. Okay, because I'm going to go to the deep desert while I'm getting started today, I'm going to go into my still suit. Ooh. I need Luther to make me a bunch more suspensor belts. I just need like a servitor of Luther, please. What's a bondulant? There's a very, very old, I say very, very old, it's one of those old, like, if you've ever seen the My Brand meme, look with your special eyes. My brand. It's that kind of age of meme, like the You're a Wizard Harry age of meme. And it's basically like the name's James. Bond James. It slowly disintegrates until the name's was it the name's Nond, Bames Nond, and then someone's like call a Bondulance. I can't remember off the top of my head, but it's very if you've seen it, you'll know it. How has Dune been? You haven't played since September. Ramanosaurus, Dune has made a massive load of changes in September. I'm going to be honest with you. The game is in a much better state. First of all, they've added this, which is the specialization tree. This is like an end game way of choosing your character better and specializing into what you want your character to do and be. So, for example, if I go down the exploration tree, I can get an increase to backpack volume. I can get an increase to the climbing stamina. I can, get all of these bonuses like vehicle speed. If I want to go down the combat tree, well, it's a flat increase in damage and 0.5% in mitigation per level. Crafting, you just get a flat increase of the durability of each item you make goes up by 10%, like 1% per level. Gathering, the yield of mining goes up by a percentage of level. Might be 0.5% actually. 0.5%. So you can specialize your character a lot more. They've changed the lands rad entirely so that rather than what you had before of just handing in resources, you now have these quest missions. I do have some criticisms of these. First of all, if you want to focus combat, you only have 3 available at a time, and you cycle through a total of I think it's about 5. They do get a little bit boring when you've got 35 to do because you get 35 a week. So we've got 5 of these to do today. So I've got a Blushing Caverns here. I've got another Blushing Caverns here for exploration and a Blushing Caverns here for combat. So I can do 3 quite quickly. We'll do those because I need to spend those 5. At the reset today, we are getting 35 of them restored to us. So I want to make sure I log in and use up all of mine. It's that simple. So these do get a little bit repetitive when you've got a lot of them to do, but you can do 5 a day, saving up a total of 35 a week, where you'll get progression on your specializations. And over time, yes, you can absolutely unlock all of them. Yes, Drogba. Good morning, PC Tech. How are you? Hello, Bleached. They've also done a bunch of balancing, disability improvements. You've now got server transfers. You can now store your base in a tool so you don't lose your stuff when you go away from the game. You've now got the vehicle carrying container. The cargo capacity of Assault Ornithops has been doubled since you last played. There's quite a few changes, Ramanosaurus. Yeah. So you've got these new overworld areas where those missions are, but you also have a new selection of overworld dungeons, which are scalable in difficulty. Sorry, Glorious Blood, I didn't see that. I was busy yapping. Thank you very much for the T1 sub. 4 months of Tier 1. Amazing. Taking us to a total PP of 293. Let me update the amount. We are very, very close. Thank you very much, buddy. 293. It does sometimes take a while for it to update. Thank you, Glorious. You're an absolute legend. Good morning, Slithery. Nizelia, thank you very much for the Tier 1 sub. It's so kind of you. Thank you for supporting me, the channel, and as we go, getting us much closer to our PP goal. Very nearly missed my objective. Let's not do that because I'll fall off of the cliff. 3 months, absolutely amazing of you, Nizelia. Thank you so much. It's amazing to see you. How are you doing? Exactly, it is indeed D'Souza. 293 is a large PP. It's very nearly the size where Twitch will be like, Oh, there's a mine there. I should probably not sit on the mine. They do take a while to go off now because I've got some points in the sabotage tree. So the way I do this area is you can take 3 missions at a time. And there are 3 missions in this area. If you are doing the exploration and the combat tree, you can take 3 missions here and do all 3 of them in one go, which is really nice and efficient. Hello, Blade Punner. How are you doing? For next time, you'll have the automated PP counter up and running. Thank you, Nellis. I appreciate you. Quartermaster Flynn, thank you very much for the resub for 1 month at Tier 3. Absolutely awesome. Quartermaster Flynn, what color would you like your Warhammer miniature to be? You absolute badass. That, I think, is 299 once that applies. I don't know. It's being weird. We'll see, Cosmasman. Thank you very much for that support. The glorious Thursday, you managed to do laundry. Hey, good job. I know personally how difficult it can be sometimes with everything going on in life. Just to stay ahead enough to do laundry. Like, trust. I know how that is. 2, 3. I hate this camp. The frame rate is awful. Delchant, thank you very much for the T3 sub, buddy. You are amazing. It's lovely to see you, Delchant. It's been a little while. How are you? Well, I need your body, so please come back here. 300, 303. You guys are absolute legends. Let me go and update that goal. You are incredible. Thank you so much. And Riddens, thank you very much for the Prime sub. You guys are legends. Thank you for the follow as well. Let me get an accurate read on the goal. You guys are incredible. Thank you so much. It makes such a difference in terms of peace of mind. If I can do that 3 months in a row. You want white? Okay, perfect, Quartermaster Flynn. I will list that down now. Delchan as well. Do you have an idea what you would like your Warhammer miniature to be? You need to decide on a paint style. And I will continue doing this every T3 for the rest of the day. You can still get in if you wish to have a miniature painted in your style. We have done 1 so far, and I will... somebody had the good idea of writing on the bottom of them who it was, so I can do it because I have got a silver metallic marker that I can try writing on the bottom of it. The goal is jumping for you. Twitch is a platform. Mango as well. Thank you very much. 10 months of tier 1. You're an absolute legend. Paint models. Thank you, Mango. Thank you, Temperius. I will update the PP goal. Let me say. Color preference. I don't know if that's going to be too large to read. Is that still legible, chat? Character limits, no such thing. Too weak. I now understand why people love to DoorDash. Cleaning kitchen every freaking time is so energy consuming. That's the thing. Is there alternative to T3s mini? Yes. I guess if you want to do a donation, that's fine. If you want to donate, I was going to do this. I was going to do something like that for the subathon. So, what's the equivalent of a tier? What's 70% of 25? Having a strong 2.5 times 7 is 17.5. If you donate 17.50, that's the same. I think that's about the same. That means I can actually pay for the Warhammer, the paint, and also the future emotes and stuff. That's so. If you want to do maths wise, that does work. Is that where you're cutting out Twitch? Yeah, there. Yeah, I after E except after Y. That's how it says, right? In which currency? Dollars? Oh, that's a very good question. What's that in pounds? Because that's what my tipping is in. Oh, okay. Now I need to incentivize it as well. So 17.5. If you do it for £13 or more, you can have a mini painted in your style. How about that? I spelled color with all of the correct ones. Which models are you painting? At the moment, Mango, I've been painting infiltrators. I've got these next. And then I also have, so these are Space Marine Intercessors. So I've got 10 of those, normal units. Those are base troops. By the time I've done some of my backlog test models and those 10, I should be comfortable doing slightly more advanced models. So for that, at that stage, I've gotten assault intercessors, which are those basic troops with jump packs, because who doesn't want jump packs on their models? They look badass. And then by that point, I might even be slightly competent and I won't embarrass Womp Rat. So I'm going to switch to my favorite boys, Terminators. Because the worst case scenario, if I mess up on the painting, I can just strip the paint off and redo. But the thing I want to do is I want to line up every model that I've made one after the other for this, and so I can do like, so if I'll have like 1, 2, but I'll have like 30 of these eventually, and I'll want to see the improvements in style, or like my hands being steady, or the colors over time. I think doing 30 of them like over time on stream will actually really help me to stay consistent with it and to do kind of one every couple of days to keep working through it. Hello, Delchan. How are you, buddy? We have missed you, dude. You hear I've been memed. I've been turned into a number of GIFs now on Discord, which is helpful. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the leader of the space latrine is stuck in Terminator armor for life. The leader of the ultra latrines is Rowboat Girly Man, and he's in big armor. Have I seen the Thin Your Paints video? Which one, Mango? How have you been, Del? I should request that you paint my favorite faction in my colors, Du Bois. Since my colors are green, that was, and the color is purple. Okay, so you would like orc colors / purple. Well, I couldn't paint it purple because it would be here. See, this is the purple painted Du Bois. The one with all the models screaming, yes, I've seen the Thin the Paint one with the model screaming, yes. If I run out of your own plastic pile of shame, feel free to paint some of yours. Looks amazing. Thank you, Nephanor. Thank you, I appreciate you. So the other day, I was going through my pile of shame. I found a Blood Angels upgrade screw, which is odd since you don't collect Blood Angels or even space. That is certainly confusing, finding an upgrade sprue for a faction you don't collect and never have. I'm just going to walk around the corner. Do this. Have you only painted 2 so far? Yes. Unfortunately, this week has been awful. Why is everything so busy? So as an example, on... What day is it? Today's Thursday. On Tuesday... No, I can't even remember. I think on Tuesday I was fixing an issue with PayPal, and then some tax stuff, and then my grandma got on well, and the stream, so I had to end early and go and head down and see her. Oh, this is respawned. That's interesting. I didn't know they did that. Then yesterday was just trying to deal with the backlog, trying to get some more hospital stuff set up. Podcasts, some work stuff to deal with, a couple of meetings. And then this morning, I wake up, Spare Human's very, very unwell, has a fever, so I make her food, and then I get a call at the doorbell, and it's the police. My reaction to the police showing up at my door is always concern, because naturally I'm suspicious. Turns out that my neighbor's van got broken into last night, and luckily they didn't have anything in it, but the police wanted basically a copy of my CCTV. So I had to pull all the data from my cameras and send it over to them, which is a whole thing. And then I got a message from Funcom saying, "Hey, we would like to put some of your content up on Steam, but in order to do that, we need it in 2-hour segments, and we kind of need it quite soon. Could you send that across today?" And I was like, "Yes, that would be cool, but also last minute." So I did that as the stream was starting. And I was also painting what? Spare human, yes. My partner slash Bailey the cat's spare human. That's just how Bailey sees her. Nope, there's no one here. Always need a spare human around in case you need parts. That's why you have multiple children, right? You have heir and a spare. The spare is so that you can keep the heir alive with their body parts. If I understand, if I remember Crusader Kings, that's definitely how it works. Okay, we've still got one more mission to do down here. There's definitely a heavy gunner around. Here he is. Kill all these enemies. You've actually played 40k beyond video games, but you love the lore. I've been a fan of 40k since I was, I think, something like 10 years old, and I got into it. I think a mate's brother was playing it, and it was in school because we had there was like a Warhammer club that met at lunchtime, and I just remembered watching it one day while it was rainy outside, and I was like, oh wait, this is actually like quite cool. And yeah, wait for this to replan. Hello, Luther. How are you doing, bud? Good to see you. I am indeed preparing for today's reset of 35. You love a 40k TV series? The good news is there's one coming. It's Amazon, but it's also Henry Cavill. So, meeting hell. Well, I hope that after your meeting hell, you'll be able to have some time hanging out, bud. It'd be good to see you. You've got multiple hours until the reset. My first 40k game you did not know was Space Hulk. Okay, a very, very good game. Most of the Space Hulk ones. Do this. Actually, cancel that. Let's grab Masano the Burned, Grave of the Fireflies, and Rift Recon Run, my favorite mission. Grave of the Fireflies we can do on the way back, and the combat mission, and then we can do the exploration one on the way. Never interact with 40k till you went to university? Nice. Yeah, Henry Cavill is working very close. I think he's an executive producer on the Warhammer 40k series with Amazon, so hopefully he will keep them honest and reasonable with it. I also, if I recall, they've got the guy who did Astartes on it, so that could be quite cool. I will be right back, chat. The ads are about to start. Make sure you get a drink. Make sure you stretch your legs. I'm going to go and grab some more hydration, and when we are back, we will start doing this testing station. So we will be back shortly. 1 second. Yeet. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Sorry, it took me a longer than second longer than expected. I got waylaid by a small screaming feline. Nellis, which one was the last caretaker? I forget. You might have to resend it to me. Okay, we'll just quickly run this mission. I'm not in any armor, so let me put my rad suit on for this. I might have got this one down to quite a good time. I think I can do this one in 3.5 minutes if things go right. Resident Evil 9 isn't really my game. I've never really been that big into the Resident Evil games, or even really, I don't even know if I played any of the ones in recent years. Judge Freak, thank you very much for the resub. 10 months, absolutely amazing of you. Also, big thank you to Thralland as well for the Prime sub. So, I got distracted and this guy's being a butt. There we go. Absolute legend. Thank you very much, Judge Freak. Thank you very much, Thralland. You guys are much appreciated. Whoop, whoop. Have you ever tried to make a build with Litany against Fear? With the new armor levels, it's super good. I have imagined at the moment we're currently testing out the ranged weapon buff. If I'm using a higher tier PC tech, thank you very much to 500 bits. What a legend. Absolutely great of you. Thank you so much for the 500, dude. Very kind of you. I'm absolutely grateful for all of the support. Now, you're appreciated, dude. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate that. Lance was walking. No, I haven't actually used Litany against Fear for a very long time. I find that, I'll be honest with you, if I was probably doing a more kind of competitive PvE build, trying to level through the missions, then I probably would. As it stands at the moment, the build I've got works what I do, but you've got a Discord scammer bot in your DMs. They're always fun like that. That one. Dab. Like I said, I've gotten this dungeon down to quite a quick time, although I did mess up on one of those waves. Yeah, like Nana says, if it is from our server that we've got the Discord scammer bot, please do let us know. Let's do this. Come on. Oh, slightly too slow. There's still some weird inconsistency about when hits are applying on Masano, but I'm not too worried. Another one. You don't normally give me 2 enemies at difficulty 1. 4 minutes 4, despite a couple of little turnarounds. Can you check it's probably not from yours? Hey, it's part of Discord now. If you have Discord, you get Discord DM scammers. It's kind of, you know, it's the same as any platform. You get the random ads, the people who just kind of show up and, you know, trying to scam. It's like emails, you know, it's hi, I'm a Nigerian prince and I have $100 million in your name in a bank account. Please, could you help me get it? And, you know, for a small fee in advance, I'll be able to help you get all of the money you ever needed. It's not how that works. View mission reports, grab that, and then we'll head back and do the Rift Recon run, which is one of my favorite new missions that they've done. Really, really big fan of that, to be honest, Rift Recon run. I was shot point blank from my friend's 4k damage, perforated my shield off, and took him 3 shots to actually kill me. Wow. The problem with tank builds is the downtime. Because you've got the cooldown, you have no passives that let you do it long term, so it's very situational that you can tank, and there's also no way of necessarily holding aggro. So again, it's not the easiest. Ooh. Womprat, I have a question for you if you're here. If Womprat is around, I have a question. Hello, Worst Weasel, how are you? Womprat, if I put something like a very, very light amount of Doomfire Magenta contrast over this Bloodletter, the lighter Bloodletter, will that bring up some of that red, or will that make the recesses lighter? I feel like as it's a contrast paint, it'll make the recesses lighter, and I'd be better off dry brushing it slightly, like very, very lightly, with a slightly lighter red to bring up some of the detail. Which of my instincts is correct? Contrast or dry brush? This is the part where neither of my instincts is right, and we have a good laugh chat. Yes, it will, but you will also want to then do a wash with the flesh shade to make them a little darker again. So that's what I did this morning with the Nuln Oil on the Blood Angels, and it worked really well. So maybe I'll have a think about that one. It's something that we can do during the downtime. We've got a Dune break in a few hours' time as they do the downtime for the new weekend, the bonus weekend. So during that downtime, there's a fun music game that I've been playing. So I might set up a couple of loops inside of that and then just do some Warhammer painting while we play Mixed Universe. It's kind of fun. I've always loved music, but I've never really learned how to do it. So I spent some time yesterday during my downtime. I managed to put the opening couple of lines of MGMT Kids into the game, which is quite fun. And working out how notes work and transposing it between different interfaces. Because of course, you know, you get the notes for the piano part, you know, the piano version of MGMT Kids. It's going to sound very different to what it originally sounds like because it's all synthesized sound. And it's just interesting playing around with different sounds, pitches, notes, etc., which is never something I've ever really done. So during the downtime today, like when we've got the Dune patches and we're waiting for the patch notes, I might do that if people are interested while I paint, because it's just kind of fun. It's just kind of a good bit of laugh. I was actually having a little chat with the dev in their Discord yesterday, so I'll probably ping out to him when we go live with it, because it's one guy and it's literally his passion project. It's what he's been doing for like 2 years. It's just an indie game that he's got a free demo up of it. I'm really interested in playing more. Actually, I'd like to support that kind of thing because it's really nice to see somebody working on something just because it's fun and it's kind of educational. It kind of lets you learn a little bit about music if you've never played it before. I'm just finding it quite neat. It's not hugely technical. I'm sure music purists would have issues with it, but actually, like for me, it's just kind of a fun way of gamifying a small amount of learning about something I actually, I can't function when music isn't playing. Well, you love indies and Devolver? Yeah, I love the guys at Devolver. I've worked with them quite a lot. Devolver, are good people. Hello, Chorus. How are you? Lovely to see you. My other option, if I wasn't playing that, is I've got a real hankering to play Warhammer Battle. Apparently, I'm going through a Warhammer arc and I just have a calling to do and paint and play Warhammer. So if you haven't heard of, let me get this game up on Steam. Right, where was this? Battle Sector. You haven't seen Battle Sector. It's actually a really, really good turn-based game from Warhammer. So let me show this. This should work. Sweet. Let's see if there's an actual gameplay trailer. No, give me a gameplay trailer. Gameplay, here we go. So it looks like this. You actually have you can actually control your entire army in a turn-based form. This is, if you want to learn a little bit about Warhammer and kind of play a couple of stories, play a couple of the factions in a turn-based game, Battle Sector is a great one. You can choose your armies for the missions. You can show the technically for a cool tool. Yes, you can, Alpha. Yeah, sure. You can play as the Tyranids, you can play as the Space Marines, you can so at some point I might play this on stream because this is being updated all the time. When was the last update? Black Legion was on the 24th of February, so we can go back and play this at some point. This is one of my subathon games. Because I can talk about the lore of each faction while we're playing it. And they've got a bunch of cool dev diaries up on here on Steam, which is great. It's quite positively received. It's a Slytherin game, so, you know, you'll know a bunch of kind of good games in here from a Warhammer if you played them before. Starship Troopers Terran Command, that was very good fun. Enjoyed that. What else have we got from these guys? Gladius, that was fun. I don't own that on here. I own that on GOG. Empires Apart, good game. So yeah, Slytherin Games are quite a big publisher. They did a very good job, I think, with Battle Sector. It was I would honestly say that Battle Sector was the start of us getting good Warhammer games back again. Because some of you might not know if you're reasonably new to Warhammer, but we had a long, basically, spree of quite bad Warhammer games for a while. Like, they were solidly okay. And then you got things like Mechanicus came out. That started kind of turning the tides a bit. For a while, there were a couple of real poor Warhammer games that just didn't land right. But your brother loves Total War Warhammer games. Yeah, the Total War Warhammer games were very, very good. They did a very good job with those. Although I think they lost their way with the third one a little bit. I think that they were riding their coattails a little bit, having delivered 1 and 2 quite well and to quite, you know, good support. I think, if I'm going to be honest with you, they kind of walked that last one in. They could have done a lot better with Total War Warhammer 3, in my opinion. It just didn't. It was solidly okay, but it felt more like it was you know how when you've got like a project you're really interested in, you care about, and you'll work on it a lot more than you probably otherwise would. And then you have those other projects where like you just kind of do the barest minimum. To me, Warhammer Total War 3 felt like the barest minimum for them to release it to move on to something else that was cool. I don't know if that's just my feeling on it, but it just didn't, to me, it didn't feel the same. Warhammer 3. There was a tool someone showed me that they were recording inputs on a recorder, being able to share the cool tricks in games like Rocket League, but it uses sounds differentiate the inputs so you can learn the patterning on more advanced players. Oh, okay. No ferret cam today. Oh, has the ferret stream gone offline? Yeah, there's a power outage to the weather. Yeah, it is pinned. I wasn't sure if the pinned message is gone. Let me repin it. Where's your love? There it is. I will repin the message because it appears to have disappeared for some people. Let me make sure Discord is working. Yep, there we go. It is working. Thank you for letting me know. I've repinned that message so everyone knows. You thought that a generator... The problem with the generator is, Killer Squirrel, that keeps the power on, but it can't support all of the local, like, wireless infrastructure. So fiber optic obviously requires light. That requires power. But the local internet infrastructure is also down. And unfortunately, it's Washington State. Even if it wasn't Washington State, the power is out because of a massive storm. So even then, you wouldn't be able to use something like Starlink. So yes, Thor has a generator, which means that they can keep things like the air conditioning going when the weather's too bad for the heat wise, but it can't keep the fiber internet going, unfortunately. Yeah, that's why. So unfortunately, it's not as simple as, oh yeah, generator means that we can go back up. And if he, like I said, if he lives somewhere like Texas, you know, with clear sky, etc., he might be able to run something like Skylink. Skylink? I keep on calling it Elon's Skynet, and that's not what it's actually called. Is it called Starlink? That's the one, Starlink, not Elon Skynet. I should stop memeing so much because I'm getting stuck in my own memes. Hilarious. It's not Skynet yet. Yes, it is. You know it is. You know it's Skynet already. Have you seen the network of infrastructure around the planet? That the absolute mesh of satellites that Elon has up? It is insane. That's why I keep on calling it Elon Skynet. No, Skynut is Twitter. That's different. That's Elon Skynut, supported by Skynet. They're linked but separate. It ruins the night sky. It's certainly changed the way that the night sky is enjoyed in a number of places, yes. That is the convenient part of coax internet. You do have that stability, but you also, like, Thor couldn't do the current stream the way he does it. I couldn't do my stream on coax internet because the upload speed would be too low. Have I heard of Kepler syndrome? Possibly, but it doesn't ring any bells. Does the boost use ornithopter fuel? Yes, it does. It uses a small amount of fuel. Weren't the ferrets on cellular before the fiber was installed? Back when Thor had to commute to his old house to stream games? They were, and it was awful, Candy Panda. If you recall, the stream would break about 3 or 4 times every couple of hours. It would end up being all pixelated until it was fully reset. It basically required Shay and Thor to be online managing it 24/7. Which is, it just wasn't workable. It was really, that time when Thor was commuting to and from the old house is probably one of the hardest ways of working I've done ever, because functionally about 2 hours of work a day was done with Thor sitting in the car talking to me on a call while we were trying to sort out various bits of business stuff, and it's not workable. Like, that's exhausting. It's also not exactly safe because you can't get, you can't really do detailed thinking and decision making with nuance and doing research while you're behind the wheel of a car. So, I'm glad that he's no longer at the old house. But mostly selfish reasons, fine. But yeah. Your Twitch Android app keeps crashing? That's probably just Twitch. That just sounds like Twitch. Yeah, that sounds like Twitch. We had self-driving cars, you could. I'm not sure how I feel about self-driving. On one hand, I love the idea and convenience of a self-driving car. On the other hand, I feel like other people reacting to a self-driving car is the problem. And also, you do see a lot of the, like kind of Black Mirror style dystopian stories about, self-driving cars that are taken over remotely and all kinds of things. Like, if I was going to get assassinated, the best way of doing it would probably be in a car. Like, it would make Boeing execs very happy, I'm sure. What's that? There's been an unfortunate accident again with another whistleblower. Their car locked and drove them into a river and they drowned. What a surprise. So strange that's happened again. That's the kind of thing I expect to happen as a meme because of self-driving cars. And I can't really get that out of my head. Yeah. If everyone had a self-driving car, then yes, I think it would be fine, as long as they were all on the same network and all working together. But that's not very likely. There's a weekend from last weekend of there's a video from last weekend of self-driving car driving to a car show. It got stuck and always hit multiple people in classic cars. That's the problem. Like, you just can't. Machines still aren't that smart yet in the public space. So many satellites in orbit that makes getting to orbit impossible. So there's a limit to how we can use that space without being able to deorbit things safely. That sounds about right. Yeah, deorbiting things is very, very dangerous. If everyone had self-driving cars, we'd have self-driving buses instead. Probably, yeah. I think that half the problem with self-driving cars is just the lack of trust in technology and the over-investment in current car infrastructure. You're realistically going to need to have all cars on electric before you get to self-driving cars being everywhere, I think, because the idea of self-driving cars that have huge explosives, like tanks of gasoline and stuff in them, blows my mind. Except for long-distance trucking, because there's no way that I think long-distance trucking works efficiently with electrical vehicles, if I recall correctly. As far as I understand it, the amount of space one would need to run a long-distance truck, like a huge HGV hauler, the kinds that drive all over America, you'd need a battery the size of the truck towed behind it. So as far as I understand it, that doesn't work for long distance trucking, but for shorter distance vehicles, I think it definitely would. Long distance electric trucking is called train. Yeah, again, something else in the US that they're not that good with and don't like that much. Electric trains are being worked on? Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, theoretically, there are a lot of electric trains already because lots of trains run purely on electric lines, and that electric is generated, you know, from renewable sources, etc. I know Japan, I think Japan have a hugely electrified train network, haven't they? I'm fairly sure all of Japan's rail network is electric and potentially renewable, if I recall correctly. You have a ton of train lines within certain reason. You have lots of trunk lines in the US, but you don't have. If I'm talking about the US train system, I'm comparing it to the UK and the EU train system, where you can get a train pretty much everywhere. Not always on time and not always comfortably, but there are the interconnectivity of rail connection is insane in Europe. Standard diesel locomotives are actually electric locomotives with onboard diesel generators and no batteries. Yeah, I think what I'm referring to is the like fully electrified trains where they run off of the track electricity, which I think is just the norm in a lot of places now. Like, but fully electrified trains are they're just a thing. I'm fairly sure most of the world over, apart from probably Africa, South America. Even South America has electric trains, if I recall. I'm fairly sure I remember reading something about it might have been Chile or Peru utilizing them for mining. Monorail. The problem is, I grew up online in a time where I can't take monorail seriously as a concept, because the only mental image that I see when you say the word monorail is monorail cat. That it's just there. It's rent-free in my head as an intrusive thought. I can't help it. You say the word monorail, my head sees monorail cat. I can't help it. Does this horn see me out? You haven't seen Monorail Cat or don't remember it. I'm sorry for you. Monorail Cat. Monorail. This is whenever you say this word, that's the only thing I can think about. Monorail Cat. Nah, okay, I'm okay without that. That was I can't help it. That's why. No, I'm Simpsons fan. I've never really been a big watcher of The Simpsons. It was not something that I watched when I was younger, and I've never really like picked it up as an adult or as a teenager. Hello, Hades Gamma. Checking in while you relearn how to move with one leg. What are my Landsrad specialization levels? Do you think we're able to max one out with this week's progress boost? No. I think we worked it out that it's 71 days for each skill tree. So if I had been purely into one of the two trees, maybe Luther might be able to max crafting. I think he's like 60 something, maybe 70. He might be able to max crafting, but I'm only at 55 exploration and 54 exploration and 52 combat. So probably not. What I might do, and this might seem a bit weird, I think I might be putting my points between combat and sabotage. Sabotage has a bonus to staggered targets. You can see it here. Damage to staggered targets. That's going to be anything that I've got staggered as part of combat, like my melee combat, is staggered. So if I can get this up to about level 20, that's an extra 10% damage whenever I'm doing a heavy blade attack, which could be the difference between a kill and not a kill. Don't get me wrong. I like The Simpsons. I've never been a big watcher of The Simpsons. It's not something I've actively done a lot of. Like, I've never taken the time to watch it all the way through or to watch it live, or I just don't have the time to what. It would be like, in order to do that, it would have to be the only show that I watch regularly, pretty much. And I don't have that in me. Like, I like to binge a series. Alpha, if you don't have a car, I've seen the film Forrest Gump. You can run across the United States and back. That's how I know how small the US is. It's because Forrest Gump can run all the way across it and back. Double points on. Double points start after the downtime at 3 p.m. UTC, which I think is quite soon. I think it's about an hour away. Maybe 2 hours. I can't. Daylight savings time has messed me up. Only 105 UTC. Okay, so 2 hours. The problem. See, I've adapted to the fact that Thor is currently on daylight savings and I'm not. So my understanding of what's going on when is all over. All of us, Sutton, thank you very much for the 9 months of tier 2 sub, buddy. You're an absolute legend. It's always a pleasure to see you, dude. So yeah, it'll be about 2.5 hours until the double XP. If you've got missions to use up, these will be fully reset in a few hours' time. So you'll have 35 of these. So if you have any left, you can log on, use them all up now, and then you'll get a full amount for the reset, which is coming. Efficient. You wish that we could abolish daylight savings? Same. It messes me up every year, especially because the US insists on having different daylight savings to Europe, which is just confusing. Like, you've got 5 points left, but you're working. 5 points isn't a huge amount of loss, is it? Let's be real. Like, as long as you're not losing like 35, because I very nearly would have lost 35 if I hadn't played yesterday. You have analog clocks you set to a time and never change them. That's what I do with my car clock. My car clock is what I call Chronos time, and it's whatever I just have it, whatever I feel like. This year, daylight savings is a week earlier. This year, daylight savings is the 29th of March, isn't it? It's the weekend of. It's while I'm at DreamHack. So I'm just going to lose an hour on the Sunday morning. The difference in changing by half an hour, done. Just don't bother. Have one time zone across the entire world and just get used to the fact that in your area, it might be dark at 2 a.m. It might be light at 2 a.m. That's what people have to deal with in the Arctic Circle. One universal time zone, universal time clock. We could call it Great Mega Time and start it where the current timeline starts. See, Nels, I got people agreeing with me, and then I snuck in the British stuff. I'm not really sure what people expected, but that was worth it. Well, Zulu is the military term for, isn't it, zero time? Because it's GMT plus 0 is why it gets called Zulu. The New Zealand's? New Zealand, I'm not sure we're going to rename Britain New Zealand. We are a naval country, but it's not, I don't think we should call ourselves Sealand. We've already got a name, thank you. Hello, blank space. I actually had a very, very good night's sleep, thank you. B didn't wake me up until 5 to 8 this morning. What a lie-in. It wasn't daylight, it was 5 to 8. Although he was very cuddly last night. I'm going to be honest with you, like, I went to bed as normal, and he was like, okay, well, I'll sit on my normal spot in the bed. I have a blanket that I've got folded over into a quarter for him, and he basically gets about half of my bed, the bottom up, so about a quarter of the bed in total. But he decided within about 5 minutes of me getting into bed that wasn't good enough for him, and he wants to be right up next to my chest. So he was like, okay, I'm sleeping directly next to you. And I was like, oh, okay, fine. Apparently that's what you're doing tonight. Fine. One second. Yeah, you don't want to be bragging about the US railways. You definitely don't want to be bragging about US railways, Killer Squirrel. The percentage of the total electrified of US railways, 0.87%. You might have the longest total length, but in terms of the size of your country and the length of your railways in relation to the size of that, you are woefully behind on railway industrialization. That's the operational railway length, just to be clear. I have the numbers here if you want them. See this. So in the US, you have 220,044 kilometers of operational rail line. In the United States, that is, you have a total of 9.83 million square kilometers, a very large area. In the UK, you've got 16,179 kilometers of operational railway, so not even 10%. However, the total size of the UK is 244,000 square kilometers. So this is what I'm comparing. I'm talking about density of railway. Do I have any idea how much it will cost? I do. I very much know it's financially feasible, but this is what I'm saying. When I'm comparing EU railways, I'm saying about EU railways, they are very different from US railways. That's what this argument is about. It's that the EU has done much more railway investment, and always has done, by the virtue of being a smaller space than the US has. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just answering the challenge in chat that the US has as much electrified railway as the EU, because it just doesn't. It doesn't even have as much railway per area. And that's fine, because again, the size of the US means it's not feasible to do that. Railway is not efficient in the US. I'm not saying that you guys should. I'm just saying that when I'm talking about railways, more often I'm talking about EU rail network, because it's not the primary form of transportation in the US, whereas it is in Europe. American other cars, the main form of transportation in the US is, as far as I understand it, air, because it's the only thing that works. The US is colossal. 9.83 million square kilometers. That's huge. But it's not that big, because, Forrest Gump ran across it twice. Exactly, Speech. Yeah, you know what's up. Also, some American cars are great. I'm not gonna lie. If there's any country that knows how to make kind of quite cool, America makes some very cool, very classic cars. You can't deny it. Germany also has historically made very good cars, but the US makes some very great cars. Canada has trains from ocean to ocean. Yeah, that makes sense. Because again, Canada, the operational parts of Canada is actually like, you don't need to go into the full depths of Canada in the same way, because it's not like Canada is occupied in a large rectangle north to south border. As you go further north in Canada, you get less and less and less densely populated, as I understand it, because that's the Arctic and it's fucking cold. This is the issue. Like, I think the US is just so large that I don't know how you operationalize making that efficient. I don't think you do. There's not enough money to do it, and government work is always the most expensive. So unless your railway network is privatized significantly and people who are in private companies have a reason to do it and fairly, which is never going to happen because the US doesn't seem to like regulation in the same way, I just don't see it ever happening. You'll never see it. We used to make cool cars. I mean, I'm talking about, you know, classic car period. I still love Camaros, man. This is the picture of the railway system Europe versus the US. Have a look. I'm not sure that's as reflective because the US does have more trains than that. Let's see. Yeah, the reason that I don't like that one that you just sent across is because this is what somebody sent across into chat, for those of you who can't see. So this is what someone just sent across. And it's fine. Like, you know, you can theoretically compare the US to Europe like this, but this isn't actually really that reflective of the US. This is actually all of the railway lines, I think, in the US, as far as I recall, or at least it was. That and that look very, very different. Very different. What is PP? PP over on Twitch is the Partner Plus program. It's one of our Twitch goals to get a 70-30 split over there on Twitch. Because by default, Twitch takes 50-50, not Human Deo, whereas YouTube are far fairer on their split. So I don't have a requirement to do something like that on YouTube. That's for the Twitch people. So this is passenger versus cargo. I mean, yeah, at that point we're getting into such a level of nuance that it's not really worth arguing about. The US does do rail better than I think we meme about, but it's just not at the same way that Europe does it because of the virtue of how the US is laid out. It just doesn't make sense for the US to do the same kind of rail infrastructure as we have. I very much appreciate the lurk, not Human Deo. Thank you very much. We've got 308. Absolutely amazing. Var, I've actually, your model has been painted. Your model was actually the first one we did. Your name is on the bottom. Var was one of our tier 3 subs. As a reminder, for the rest of this week, any tier 3 individual sub, I will be painting a Warhammer miniature in your honor with your choice of color. If you choose streamer's choice, I'll use it as a practice one. So here's another one of them. This was Lukewarm's, slightly lighter that you can see. You can see on the bottom, I've marked it. That way up. So yeah, and I will mark them. I've managed to make it work. The silver pen I've got works very well. No, thank you, Var. Thank you for the tier 3 sub. You know, I'm trying to make good the promise to deliver one per viewer before we get to the end of the month is going to be a challenge. So, you know, I'm glad I've gotten 2 done in 3 days, but that's not enough. I need to get 2 done in 1 day. Did I go build some Marines fast to do a full unit speed painting? Do whatever. I mean, have you done your Nord? One Pratt. Your father was an engineer, so you heard a lot of stories about the railways? No. Remember 2010, scientists managed to model Tokyo stations on a mycelial network? Yep, it's yeah, they managed to find the most efficient subway system with mycelium. I'm starting to run out of models to paint though that I've got base coated, so we might actually have to move on to assembling some as well. Saving that for the stream after you make the diorama? Ah, okay. I mean, yeah, that's exactly it, Killer Squirrel. The distance is just too much. Like, the US is just that large across coast to coast that, like, it's not efficient to do rail in the same way. It's that simple. My only comment is when I'm talking about rail, more often I'm talking about Europe rail than I am US rail, because Europe rail is the one that I'm used to and makes sense to me. At some point, I want to go travel across Europe again on rail. How long until the maintenance? 100 minutes exactly, according to my clock. Oh, chat, the ads are here. Get yourself some water and descrungle your spines. I'll be right back. Welcome back off the ads, everyone. How are you doing? Motion City soundtrack. I haven't listened to this song in a long time. It's running out of time. Do that. Is anyone in chat an expert in AI and Kubernetes? I'm gonna go with I'm clearly, if you ask my CV, an expert prompt engineer, proficient with all forms of co-pilots and other AI assistants used for business efficiency. If you're ever asking my CV or my resume, that's what it will say. Because of course, when HR wants to know that you can use the machines that stop you from thinking as an employee, so they're looking for those kind of fun flags. Hope you're having a good day. You're late because the internet went down, so you took a nap. Well, I hope that you had a lovely nap, Freya, and I'm really, really pleased that you're here to see you. Job, I don't have an exclamation mark jobs command because I don't really want to dox myself. I can talk about some of the companies I've worked for, but some of them I can't talk about because they're under NDA. We know that you provide the prompts that keep Thor running, and not saying somebody's health beetle has a problem with my AI. Exactly. Yep. My job is being professionally British. Yes, correct. Man, that's a great job, actually. You know what? I'm fine with this. I am professionally British. I do say, bonjour, chat. It's funny because we should own France. Yes. If I sound like this, it's hundreds of years of breeding. It lets you know that you can trust me, even though I sound a bit like a wanker. It's a bit strange that I sound a little bit like the king, but it lets you know what kind of social class I'm talking about. That's a bit more like, there's a little bit of Philip in there from back in the day. Are there plans for an April Fool's of possibly having a Thor VTuber model? I don't want to impersonate Thor as a VTuber model yet. It might, that is the Thor VTuber model. Come and see the stream on the 20th of March, and we'll see if we can work towards a Thor VTuber model. My job is streamer wrangler. That is actually one of my jobs, yes. Can we please get a Bailey model? I hadn't considered. What, you mean like a burnt peanut, but it's Bailey? It was a perfect Lando Norris impression. Worst people to have to impersonate. Prompt engineer sounds like an awfully fancy way of saying sloperator. Prompt engineer was what people were putting on their resumes like a couple of years ago, because it basically meant I can use ChatGPT, and it's like, okay, prompt engineer. I feel like if I ever go back to a corporate environment, my favorite activity is going to become taking a screenshot of the Google AI summary of something and just sending it to a senior manager, being like, here you go, I've answered your question. You wanted us to use AI? Done. Next question. Do I plan to play Pokemon Pokopia? I don't really know if while Pokemon games are my thing, Animal Crossing and other similar games like it have never been one I've enjoyed that much. So I don't know if there is something that I'm missing about Pokopia that I might enjoy, but from a surface level look, I'm not sure that I will. Red Falcon? Most NDAs are unenforceable because they write them too broad. The real threat of an NDA is not necessarily losing in a fight about whether that NDA is enforceable. It's about making it worthwhile to break that NDA half the time, because it is still a contract that still stands to a certain point. A lot of them will have, say like sentences in them that basically say that if a certain clause is found void or unenforceable, it still stands. It's more the threat of a lawsuit and having something having some documents where you can rely on it. But like an NDA is just a signature is just a saying you're going to do something. Like, are all the Nitrado servers still up and available? All of our Nitrado servers are, yes, but I wouldn't suggest joining the Mushroom servers because at some point I want to merge those across. It's one of my goals. A reminder that I have legal experience. It's just practical legal understanding and application. I think it's thinking about how the law says it works, but then how it actually plays out in real life can sometimes be very different. And NDAs, non-competes, a lot of those were purely around the threat of a lawsuit more than anything else. And once you've had a lawsuit being, HMRC versus Kronos, it would be, that's in the public domain for a lot of that stuff. So that person's not necessarily going to get a job. It'll show up on job screening for certain roles that are sensitive. So an NDA is never going to make you perfectly safe. And I would always caution people against believing, oh yeah, I've got an NDA, I'm safe. Because it's really about the people you're signing an NDA with, the people you actually trust with information. My end messages don't give information to people that you don't trust with that information. Which is why I'm always tentative about Discord, Discord, what's the word? Verification. It's why I just won't verify on Discord. Don't need to. I don't engage with over 18 content using Discord. I use it for the stream and for community management. I don't have a not safe for work channel in it. I don't need that. So I'm just not going to give Discord my information because I don't trust them. They've got my payment information. That should be enough. If I'm old enough to have a credit card to pay for Nitro at some point in my past, they should be able to verify that I am who I say I am. So why can't they? Because if I can borrow someone's card to pay that, why can't I borrow someone's ID to scan it? How does that work? What's the logic there? Did I see Thor's reaction to finding about the Marvel Mutant soft serve? No, I didn't. Wait. The portal to the ice cream dimension? Yes, I have seen that. That makes more sense. I didn't know that it was a Marvel Mutant that I couldn't remember. Steam does that. They assume age because of payment information. Exactly. Yes, Sabu. And because I'm fairly sure that Steam told the UK government to go and do one on the whole age verification thing, didn't they? You get a Visa, MasterCard in your own name in Germany as a child, but I'm not sure. Are those not normally different accounts that don't work the same way that a credit card works? Agawa, that's what I mean. I said credit card. The way you are given credit. I didn't know you could give credit to under 18s in Germany. That seems wild. I feel like I'm missing some nuance here because that doesn't seem right. The Germans are normally pretty good about regulation, and giving under 18-year-olds access to free credit of any kind doesn't seem right. Works the same as long as a parent co-signs. So it's the parent has a credit card, not the kid. It's a credit card that the parent has given to their child. Yeah, so it's the same as the US system. It's not like they have their own credit. Okay, yeah, that's slightly different, yeah. I was going to say, because assigning credit to a child seems wild, but the payment will match the name? Yeah, the parents co-sign it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, fine. It's not their own credit in their name. Familial. Which is also abused a lot as well, I know, in the US. I know that family credit is very weirdly mismanaged in some families in some parts of the US, or was for a while. I don't know if that's still the case. Most only give prepaid to them? Yeah, see, it's... When you've got a credit card that's in your own name, I think that should be suitable verification. Because as far as I understand it, in the jurisdiction, especially the jurisdiction from which this law originates, the UK, the Online Safety Act was the UK being fuckers, I would say that should be enough. You should be able to rely on a bank's verification better than you can rely on Discord or, a very small website. The bank has more resources. The bank is already doing it for financial reporting and money laundering regulations. So a bank already has to verify your identity in pretty much every single one of the Western markets because of the money laundering directives. You have Bank ID. What's Bank ID? Is that a specific initiative inside a country? Yeah, the anti-money laundering directive. Yeah, I think it's the 5th one that we're on now. At least it was last time I was working in money laundering. Yep. Good old AML. I don't miss FCA regulation, I have to say. I was working as part of the financial crime team inside of a bank at one point in my career, working the anti-money laundering team, working with people like Scottish police. So for the company I was doing this with was a car finance company, so we did consumer car finance. Obviously, a slightly controversial topic in the UK at the moment around something called PCP, but that's a huge amount of legal detail that no one really cares about outside of the UK. Thank you very much, Kairuke. It's very kind of you. And indeed, Unlear yeah. Why would you wash your money? Well, washing money, for those of you who don't know what money laundering is, I know that you're memeing, but money laundering is basically the principle around money that is obtained illegally and therefore has no reliable or reputable origin point that you can say, I earned it from this. Money laundering is about taking that money and making it look legitimate. So a good example of this is shown in Breaking Bad. Talks a lot about money laundering. If you watch Breaking Bad, you'll understand that things like, buying things like a car wash, buying cash in hand businesses are a very common way that money laundering takes place, because you can basically just make it up. You can say, oh yes, this $10,000 I received was actually from 1,000 customers of $10, rather than, oh yeah, it was £10,000 that we stole from somebody at knife point. Anyone who deals with any kind of financial information, money handling in a corporate environment needs to be aware of AML. I would argue that any job helps you if you have an understanding of anti-money laundering and identity requirements from that, because it teaches you a little bit about critical thinking inside of the workplace. And generally, people who have worked in financial services and are aware of things like AML are slightly less likely to fall for things like spear phishing attacks, because they understand the seriousness of what they do and are slightly more aware, because banks have to be really, really rigorous about it. Unfortunately, people are always idiots. There'll always be one, but there's less common than, say, your average medical, kind of secretary, etc., which are also big targets. PCP is a type of loan financing in the UK, not the drug PCP. PCP basically works like hire purchase, where you buy your car over a series of months, except at the end of the term, you don't actually own the vehicle outright. You've basically been paying off the depreciation of that vehicle over time, so that the lender hasn't lost money and has made a slight amount of interest. You can then, at the end of that agreement, pay either a lump sum and keep the vehicle, or you can return that vehicle, have no remaining debt from it once the vehicle has been sold on, provided it hasn't depreciated more than the estimated value of the car. And then you choose to get another deal. And they're both different ways of managing car finance in the UK. Or you've got lease, which is just you rent the car for 2 months, like 2 years, for example. Welcome to Car Finance with Kronos. Not financial advice, it's just information. You can go and look this all up on the internet. We've got a lot of financial regulations in the UK. Basically, in 2008, bankers were a little bit silly, and our government was like, maybe we won't let you do that again. And the net result was a large amount of quite good financial regulation, which means that it keeps people like me in a job if I really need it. Bankers the world over. It wasn't just America. Oh, no. Is it true that you cannot build in deep desert with granite? It doesn't survive? Katianka, it won't last the full week. No. So the deep desert has pretty much an hourly sandstorm that rolls through. They are worse than the Haga Basin sandstorms. And each week, you'll be hit, depends on where your base is as well, but you'll be hit by quite a few of these storms. If after I've scanned this last location, I go to our base, I'll show you what a plastone base takes damage-wise. And basically, you'll see that a granite base that's fully exposed in the deep desert will degrade too quickly. If this is the one that I already found, I'll be surprised. But like, when we scanned out here on Tuesday, there were no fallen ships, and now we've found a couple of them. It's kind of weird. I like my car financial agreements like I like my student loans. Cripplingly predatory. Well, you'd love the UK right now. A lot of discussions about the student loans in the UK. Or at least there was until funny orange-faced man decided to go fire missiles into the Middle East. Now everyone's shouting about the government in the UK about something else. So, you know, it's business as usual. But we were talking a lot about student loans because student loans in the UK used to be significantly lower. So until 2011, I want to say, student loans in the UK were capped at £3,000 or so, adjusted for inflation at the time. And then one of the governments was like, you know what, we're going to raise these to 9,000. 9,000 a year is significantly more than 3,000 a year, especially when you apply an interest rate which was 3% plus base of inflation, which was unnecessary. And then the government went and sold all of those loans to a private company. So UK student loans has made some people upset recently. Right, let me look at this base and I will show you why we use plastone in the deep desert. If I go into repair, these outer walls have taken not too much damage. See, it's, you know, it's been sustainable. The foundation's not too much. Like, that's fine. But if you get hit by a lot of storms in the deep desert, then you'll especially if you've got a granite base, it will likely be destroyed by the storms. Did the government do that? Oh yeah, the UK government sold the student loan company debt. Yeah, debt sale is very normal though. Whenever you take a loan from a bank, whenever you take, you take out an insurance you pay a year in advance, likely you are having your debt sold and you don't even know. The shields not do anything. The shields go down during a sandstorm. You'll get an alert. Let me see if I can see it on this. A large sandstorm disabled the shield on your base advanced sub-thief console. This is the deep desert base. So you can see that at 28 minutes past the hour, a sandstorm disabled it. Again at 33 minutes past the next hour. Again at, 30 minutes past the hour after that. So you can see every few hours we're actually getting hit by sandstorms. That's a 4-hour gap in there overnight. Indeed it was, Chris. You guessed it all in once. Yes. So, student loans are a weird one. That's currently a nice area of discussion inside the UK, but so's everything, because everyone in the UK loves a good argument. So, it's real popular right now. Kind of, which like each of the countries to kind of leave each other to it, like we were doing a few years ago. That was quite nice. We were all doing really well until about 2008 when the bankers fucked up, and then everyone just can go back to minding their own business. That would be real neat. The UK, oh yeah, British people love a good debate. Yeah. Do a pastime, you do it in the queue. Bank ID is like electronic identification here in Sweden. You can get from the bank to verify yourself online, so you can on government sites as a login. Britain has the government gateway, but it's not used in quite the same way. No, there's no centralized ID verification in the same way. You just have your standard ID documents. And there are companies that will do it, but it's mostly privately owned. There's no government run thing. But you'll have things like, having a certified copy of your ID and stuff means something. It's just lots of stuff like that, really. ID verification is always a weird one because who likes being asked for ID is an inherent challenge to your identity. As a human, I don't think anyone's going to like being asked for ID because it's basically saying, hey, prove you are who you say you are. It's basically, it's basically being called on something as a principle, and a lot of people won't like that. It won't feel right to a lot of people. You even got an electric kettle. Good job. You make tea correctly. This is quite a low grid square. Good day, Matt. How are you doing, buddy? Good to see you. How are things in the deepest, darkest north? Matt doesn't actually live in the deepest, darkest north. I just like to make fun of it because he's slightly further north than me. Means he's in the north. You're north of the M25 in the UK, you count as the north. Yeah. No, there's no such thing as the Midlands. The Midlands are just cope from the north. Slash, no one wanting to accept the fault for Birmingham. Yes, Sindri, good job. Proud of you. How do I switch building material to plastone? Okay, Cutty Hunker. So in the building where's my building tool? There it is. Inside the building tool, you've got a couple of these sets. Some of these sets require plastone. For example, the tradie set. The Chome Shelter uses granite. So you'll need to use a different set. So Harkonnen set, plastone, you know. Some of these, I think there are some Chome that do use plastone. The other option that you can do is you can just make it out of granite and then just make sure that halfway through the week you go to your Thief console and you repair all of your item. You repair all of your base. You think only the house sets use plastone? I think it is, yeah. We have a discussion on one of my Discords with some British dudes, so curious your opinion too. Do you leave the tea bag in the tea while drinking, or do you take it out? You take it out. That's disgusting. There's a great comedy video from a guy called Doc Brown about how to make a proper cup of tea, and I might genuinely have to show you guys that at some point, because it's from like 2010 or something, from Russell Howard's Good News, I think is when I saw it. Can we have it as a command too? Not that Doc Brown. Different guy, comedian. Let me grab it now. Your south is quite funny when region options ask if we're southeast or southwest, because you're pretty much in the middle and don't bloody know. So that's, yeah, and without wanting to dox you, I know exactly which part of the UK that is. It's kind of like if you're in Portsmouth or the Isle of Wight and someone says, are you in the southeast or southwest? And you're like, yes, I'm in the southeast or the southwest. I'm in the exact south of the UK. Right, the ads aren't coming for a little while, so what I can do here is I'm going to show you this video. It's very important that you see it. So if I do this, let's see if this gives you sound. Window capture. Rage. That's quite loud. Let's turn that down slightly. This is a comedian called Doc Brown. Very, very funny guy. Talks a lot about kind of like race, language, and kind of culture in the UK. Really funny comedian. Absolutely recommend it. But this is how you make a proper cup of tea.
Is key to rap. You gotta understand that, right? Rage is vital. You have that fire in your belly. You know, I think of all my mates who rap. You could give them a topic like police, race, politics, you know, anything will get them fired up. It'll inspire
loud enough, too loud?
I mean, I couldn't get angry and start rapping about politics. Do you know what I mean? I'm too much of a fence sitter. Too wishy-washy. I'm apathetic. You know me? I'll be like, fuck Nick Clegg, he's a wannabe. However, I do agree with some of his policies. But it does make me.
You'll
wonder,
find out. Milk first. I'll ask you.
anything-
This will cover it. Trust
there
me.
any one
This is the
topic
correct way to make tea.
that could get me fired up enough to come back?
All good.
And
Perfect.
take the rap game by storm. You know? And then I realized, right? There is one thing. There's only one thing that could make me near homicidal. Yeah, this is called my property. Right? I don't know what the fuck I was thinking. I bring you to my house as a friend in my kitchen. You offered to make the tea. Naturally, I say yes, you're my guest, so I take the offer gratefully. But then what I see made my heart burst. You only gone and put the fucking milk in first. No, you must be out of your mind. Looks like you went and poured about half a pint. Now even with the boiling water, my tea's already lukewarm. Man, where the fuck were you born? Now you destroyed a thing that was sacred. Pour it down the sink, let me show you how to make it. Tea bag in first, pour the water on top. Sharp, man, I'll tell you when to stop. Then you'll know exactly how much milk is required, making assumptions on how I like it.
Correct.
Whoa, 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 what are you doing? Don't let the tea bag sit there brewing.
No.
You gotta stir straight away, don't stop. Otherwise you get that weird scum on the top. Where's that stuff, man? And now you put my sugar in. What'd you leave it for? Didn't even stir it in. You're unbelievable. What do you think it would disintegrate itself? Bruv, you need to go and see a shrink and get some help. You chose the wrong brother's cuppa to mess with. Now go get me your mother digestive. Stay the hell away from my cup, bitch. Don't even meddle with my kettle. Don't touch it. Man, go sit down. Go watch telly. And give me back my teaspoon, bruv. You're not ready.
And that is how you make a cup of tea. If anyone ever asks you, that is how you make a cup of tea, chat. That's the way that's done. No notes, no other information. That's what we're going with. That's how a cup of tea is made correctly. The only way you make a cup of tea. Any other way is wrong. And thank you for making the command, Nellis. Now we can correct anybody who is a heretic. You don't go and buy tea in spray cans. No, no. You gotta send that educational video to all your friends. Go do it, yeah. Is shooting your friend afterwards required? It depends on how you feel about them. Tea plus gun, American Revolution, fine. Cool. That is how you make a proper cup of tea. When you put the hot water in, you stir it straight away. You can let it brew for like a second or so, but don't leave it too long to brew. You should stir it while it's brewing. You want to make sure that you're stirring the leaves inside of the tea bag. English breakfast tea, milk and a squeeze of lemon juice. What? No. No, you never put milk and lemon in it. Oh. No, lemon is only for Earl Grey, really. Like that's, well, not only for Earl Grey, but the only common tea I think you'd have, the most common tea I think you would probably be exposed to will be Earl Grey. Earl Grey you can have with milk or with lemon. Lemon is the traditional way of doing it. But you don't have a builder's breakfast tea. Like, just your classic, like, proper tea. With milk and... How did I miss... Right. So about that, how did I manage this? I don't have any answers for you. There are no answers here for that one. I don't know how I managed that. Arnold Palmer is the pinnacle of tea. And Arnold Palmer is pretty good. A builder's tea, 10 sugars or 12. If it's in the first thing in the morning on a cold morning, there should be enough sugar that the spoon falls slowly to one side. The reason you put so much sugar in it is you need to make sure the builders have no sugar left, because they might put it in the concrete. You don't want sugar in the concrete. It's really bad for concrete. Just so you know. If your country is ever invaded and you need to resist, resist occupation of any kind, sugar in concrete was one of the ways that spies inside of Germany basically undermined their industry from within. It's wild. It's wild how much damage that kind of contaminant can do to concrete. What's harder to you, reading lore or rules for a board game? See, reading rules for a board game to me comes very naturally. When I was a teenager, we had a family friend who, well, we had another family who were friends with, I think, my mum and my sister. And the mum of that, who we called Debs, or Deborah, was a cheater. And she was the worst kind of cheater at games. So what she would do is she would read the rules, and she would call you out whenever you did something that wasn't quite in line with the rules. But she would use that information to cheat in convincing ways. So from a very young age, I learned to read the rules in a board game just to catch out Deborah. Do I regret it? No. Fuck you, Debs. I will win those games. You're just bad. So, and the thing with reading lore is, most of the time, people writing laws don't know what the fuck they're doing. They know a little bit about a subject and think they know everything, and then they write it in a way which makes the least possible sense for everyone. Maybe that is why I am the way I am. It would make sense that that's what made me start taking lore. That's. I was always quite good at Monopoly as well. Because we could play Monopoly without it erupting in a family argument. Because I was very fair and fastidious about the rules. Because if no one followed the rules in Monopoly... If one person's cheating in Monopoly, everyone has to be cheating in Monopoly for it to be fun. Does Debs watch the stream? If she does, then fuck you, Debs. I was better at Settlers of Catan. Actually, I don't think it was Settlers of Catan that we were playing. Who knows? Where did Grandpa go? I got a full night's sleep, Satarix. So luckily, Grandpa Cronus has fled. We're safe from grey hair for a little while longer. See, yeah, but I did Monopoly without cheating, which is why I went into banks on the regulation side. Time to go make some coffee. Ah, yes, spicy bean juice. I know many people here in chat are big fans of their spicy bean juice. I have no hate for the spicy bean juice. Yeah, it's 2008 version of Monopoly. The banker gets bailed out if they go bankrupt. Yeah, exactly. All this talk makes you want tea. You should make some. Maybe you should. Maybe at the ad break in 7 minutes' time, there's going to be a whole host of chat members all going to go and make a cup of tea. Meep meep. That's the name of my ornithopter. Yeah, it's called meep meep. What else would I call my ornithopter? That's what it does. It just kind of flies around like my little kind of Dune taxi. I could have called it, the Arrakis taxi service, but meep meep just kind of works. Flappy boy would work? Yeah. I don't know. I feel like my ornithopter is more of a she/they than a flappy boy. Each of the mollusks inside is a flappy boy. That's fine. It's made up of flappy boys. Maybe I could call it the flappy bus. Because it's full of the flappy boy mollusks. Floaty McFloat face? It could be. You called yours the ankle biter? You called yours Samwise because while it can't destroy a ringmouth itself, it can carry you. That's quite funny. Sam can't carry the ring, but he can carry Mr. Frodo. Does that mean that your sandcrawler is called Mr. Frodo, Sindri? I'm really glad that the compression on my microphone means that if I whistle, none of you can hear it. So I can whistle along to songs, and it doesn't disturb you guys. It's also quite tiring to do for too long. It's disturbing. In that case, I'll do more of it. As you know, here, I pride myself on the more disturbed and slightly uneasy you are, the better I feel. It's not me whistling, it's the kettle. The tea is ready, chat. It does pick up my humming because it's got enough bass in it, I'm guessing. The whistle is too treble and it's outside of my compression range. So the whole point of the compression and the equalizer and stuff will just cut out some of that and cut down some of those excess noises that are meant to be heard, as well as the noise gate. And apparently it doesn't consider whistling to be my noise, whereas humming is my noise. Now that I've pointed it out, it's weird. Do I think that I'll stream with full desert camo to get lost between the dune sand? Maybe. Yeah, okay, maybe that's a... I don't have full desert camo. My plate carrier from Airsoft was just black. Well, it might have been dark forest camo. That's not my house. It was just directly in line with my ping. Confusing as fuck. I'm thinking about what my next Warhammers are going to be. My Warhammerinos, my next minis. Dry brush some of the gold. I don't really need that much gold on these. That's the point. I'd use the dry brushing of the gold to bring up the Sanguinary Guard after I've spray painted them Retributor armor. Oh yeah, Womprat, you were saying that they were getting rid of this. They apparently don't seem to be. So I asked in store and they were like, nope, no news on that. So I don't think Retributor armor is going. It might have been a different gold. Everyone needs a Crayola vomit-colored Legion? No. No, although I do very much like how... what do they go by? I'm not sure if I can Google it and I'll find it. There was somebody who painted like a rainbow, like rainbow marines. I just can't remember who it was because they used some like real like bright colors that popped. I just can't remember who it was. They've got a handle that I can't remember. It went for about 6 months. People kicked off about it going, okay. was going to say, getting rid of it would be awful. We have got the ads in about 50 seconds, chat. As a reminder, I pause for ads so that people don't miss out on what's going on. I can get up and do my stretches for physio so that my my physiotherapist doesn't hunt me down and cut my skin off and wear it like a cape. So I will be getting up and doing that. In the meantime, please do make sure that you guys are looking after yourselves, grabbing yourselves a drink, you know, making sure that you are looking after yourselves, because if I have to, so do you. That's only fair. It's not fair if I have to do all the self-care and you don't. So this is time. If you want to go and make a cup of tea, you definitely can. You know, it is definitely tea time. Work, you know, as it works. So go and take the opportunity to grab yourself some brew. You can use exclamation point tea if you need to remember how to make it. Why do I have a physio? Because I've got a dodgy spine, Red Falcon. I've had like 5 operations on it. So that's the whole thing. The ads will be starting any second now. And as a reminder, we're still going to be playing Dune until the downtime. Then we'll be doing some Warhammer painting, and I've got some other stuff to do. But the ads are here, so I will be right back. Whoop. Welcome back from those ads. Thank you very much for bearing with chat. I did do my exercises. Thank you very much for the sub from C-Tarix. Welcome on in. 1 month at tier 1, buddy. Thank you very much for being here and welcome to the community. Hope you enjoy the Bailey emotes. Thank you for that first sub. You're very, very welcome here, bud. And also a big shout out to Sinar. Thank you very much for the 10 months of tier 1. Thank you very much, Sinar. It's great to see you. Enjoy the lurk. Thank you very much, buddy. Right. We've got... It might be chat's favorite time. We might do a wing gamba. Yeah, it's been a long time since we've done a wing gamba. So those of you who don't know, a wing gamba is where I let you guys bet using Gamba, which is the Twitch prediction system, what the integrity of the wings are on my ornithopter. So I'm just going to quickly check what they are myself. Let me make sure OBS is correctly hiding the screen so you guys can't be too sneaky and see, because some of you have done that before. Ooh, a very spicy meatball. Okay, so let me go back to live. Okay, it's a pretty spicy one. So if I go back to Twitch and I do /prediction, how many people here haven't done a wing gamba before? Ooh, that was the generator. That was the wings. Can you set this up? Give me just a second, chat. I will get it up on screen for you so that you can see it, because I think that's probably fair. This is the integrity of the wings. If you can see that, that's not the right button. I wasn't even on the right screen. That is the integrity of the wings. And the prediction is live in chat. We've got a couple of minutes on that. You have 2 minutes to enter. I can see people are flooding in already with their channel points. This is just a fun bit of gambit that we do every now and then to basically bet on what the wing integrity is like. It's been a little while since you guys last checked these out, so we'll see who's out of practice and who isn't. We've historically had people who have won, you know, I remember one time Balthazar put in like 1,000 points, like one of the lowest kind of bets, but won, I think, 171,000 to 1. Or like 171,000 to 1,000. It was a very good goal. Unfortunately, if you are somebody like the Netherlands or certain Scandinavian countries, maybe your government says that this is gambling and therefore illegal. You put 10, did you bet? Oh, there you go, 10 to like 170,000. It was great. Best win I've seen on one of those for a long time. Because there's one, I think it was a 1,700 to 1 ratio, if I recall correctly. You've got about 20 seconds left on the wing gamba. I can see that the points are flooding in. It's going to be a very interesting one. Final few seconds. Go and manage those predictions. There we go. 0 seconds remaining, and we are out on the prediction. Let's get those results up. A pretty interesting split. We've got 4% think it's 23 to 24, 21% 25 to 26, 5% 27 to 28, 47 29 to 30, and 23 at 31 to 32. I can tell you that the wing integrity is 28%. 5% of you. 5% with the win. Complete prediction. Good job. How many was that? That was absolutely right. 144,422. Go to Ian the Woodchuck and 7 others. Congratulations on winning the wing gamba. You've been baited. Once again, you lost. You'll get there one day. One day you'll win the wing gamba. You won 202 on 10. Nice, a 20.2 to 1 ratio. Take that's pretty damn good. hydrate. I can do that. Are you redeeming hydrate with your winnings? Is that what's going on? You are off by 1% with your personal bet of 27%. You should end up in the winning bracket. Oh. You won 807. Congratulations. Oh, you can't gamble? Oh, well, in that case, you didn't lose 1,000, I guess. So there's that too. You got 1,210. Well, congratulations. We do like to do an occasional fun bit of wing gamba. It's nothing serious, and I don't have the channel points redeemed for anything that's hugely valuable, but I think it's just a good laugh. You said 27% before I set the choices? Well, good job to you then. You clearly knew. You clearly had a sense. It was just slightly off. Good instinct. You're down to your last 187k. Oh no, Balthazar. Balthazar has been bankrupted by all of this gambling, chat. You don't do wing gamba anymore, you lost loads, won once, quit while you were ahead. I feel like some of you might actually have a problem with wing gamba. Do I need to be concerned? Do I need to be concerned about you? Take it down the drain. You've got 444k left. I'll try and stream more so that you guys can make some more points. I'm sorry, some of you are, obviously feeling very hard done by in this economy of points. I'll try harder to make sure we're generating and printing more points for you. The point economy is very important to me. I understand your plight. Nella says never give up on wing gamba, you might win next time. They do say that, all gamblers quit before their big win. That is how that works. If you quit gambling, it's right before your big win. So I'm still not quite far forward, am I? You have 668,130 channel points. Okay, wow. I need to find some redeems for this stuff. I'm gonna have to think about some redeems. Next time you'll hit it. Exactly, Sinner. I'm glad you've got that attitude. 14 minutes till the servers go down. It should be an hour and 14 minutes, if my maths is right. But I'll be honest with you, I only did well at maths in school to spite my teacher, so... More inflation for the extra daily Bailey coming? There might be inflation. Baileyflation is very difficult to deal with, I know. Great Mega Time is messing with you? Yeah. Yep, that's a thing. And I'll take mine. We're not on daylight savings yet. 1 point reward should be on-demand Bailey pets. But that means I have to go and find him when I get pets. Or account for those pets. That would be... I'd spend my entire time just following him around. I already do that anyway. Did I get a chance to say that song real quick? No, that's my stream stuff and subathon stuff is my weekend job, Sindri. It's not a yesterday. It's been a week. I was very thrown off when I saw the police at the front door. That was confusing, but it makes sense they were asking for CCTV camera information or just the security camera info from the house. But yeah, it turned out Bailey really doesn't like people in high vis. As soon as he saw somebody in high vis, he hissed and just ran away. I was like, what? My neighbor's van was broken into last night. So they needed the cameras from the front of my house. The police wanted the footage. This week has been This week's been a thing, yeah. Lows and... Did the camera catch anything significant? There is footage of the people walking past and stuff, yeah. Obviously, I'm not going to share much more than that. He apparently really like high-vis jacket. That's interesting. But yeah, Bailey's not a fan. He just hissed and ran away. And I was like, okay. I mean, I understand Bailey doesn't like the police, you know, given his criminal past. But... I've deduced that Bailey has a deeply secretive criminal background. Yeah. That's my personal theory. I feel like I just made my coffee wrong. Sugar first. Why would you do that? Sugar first in your coffee. I can't believe you. Bailey has a history of breaking and entering. That is true, yeah. He also has a history of assault. And battery. When he baps my nose when I'm sleeping. This morning, it was very interesting. This morning I was woken up at, I think it's like 5 to 8, by him clawing my lower back. Because he managed to get underneath the duvet and was like, okay, here is your spine. You don't need that. I'm just gonna poke it. And I'm like, bleh. It's very jarring being poked by a cat in the spine while you're sleeping. He is, well, squatting's not a criminal offense, if I recall correctly. If I recall, squatting isn't criminal. It's the trespassing or breaking and entering, etc. that is. He's a well-known international nibbles thief. Makes sense. He's a well-known chicken bandit, that's for sure, yeah. Not a crime if not convicted. Bailey is innocent. I'm convicting him. I'm convicting him of chicken theft. I just wanna run. Alpha section. I mean, can I do it on top of this, or do I need to go up on the shield wall? I need to go up on the shield wall, don't I? There's a reason Bailey sought out Lloyd to have one per Tainer. Makes sense. Makes sense. He's obviously got good taste. No higher than that, please. I don't want to have to pay the fuel taxes of being high up. I don't think I have enough probes. That's 16. I've got 15 probes. Bugger. How many people found unsweetened cocoa powder in the pantry when they were kids and made the terrible mistake of trying to eat a spoonful? Thankfully, not me. That one sounds like an interesting learning experience. Nah, Spook, it's okay. I've got the widened range on my Discovery, so I can take some of the in-out routes. Like, if I take this square, for example, like, this one is pretty much already scanned. I'll fly over it. Same with this one. I just won't scan these two. I don't... Okay, how many of you remember the cinnamon challenge? I'm very aware the cinnamon challenge was dumb, but how many people recall the cinnamon challenge? The thing where you would eat a tablespoon full of cinnamon. I've never been able to have cinnamon the same ever since. I just can't. I just can't bring myself to do it. It's there's nothing more drying than having a full spoon of cinnamon in your mouth and then realizing that if you cough, you're just going to breathe in the cinnamon. So if there's anything that even has too much cinnamon in it, you didn't. Of course I did. What do you think I am, Mori Hunter? Of course I did. Of course I did. I didn't die, but everything smelled like cinnamon for like a week. Everything tasted like cinnamon for like a week as well. You're basically playing a game of chicken where you've got to try and not off. Also, try and clear, basically like you've eaten some carpet and like it's just like off the floor and it's just the driest possible thing that you've ever can conceivably eat. It's like all of the moisture. So it's like, it's what I imagine being interred in a death still feels like. It just sucks all of the moisture out of your mouth in one go, and you feel like you're having some kind of nervous breakdown. I would believe that the cheap kind is vaguely toxic. Yeah, having done that to myself, yeah, I would believe that, yes. I didn't say, I've repeatedly said that pre-25 Chronos and post-25 Chronos, very different people. My teenage years, horrifying mess. We won't talk about that. We don't need to. Bit of a tearaway. Like cocoa powder? Like cocoa powder, but red. The flavor is red. The flavor of a whole teaspoon of the only thing I can describe, it's just the flavor is just red. The flavor is red and don't cough. That's the two flavors. That's all you get as a combination. What about the salt challenge? Like cinnamon with just salt. I wouldn't do it, like, salt water is like not a bad thing. Like, you know, if you've had like a tooth taken out or something as part of, you know, like you had your wisdom teeth out, like washing your mouth out with like slightly warm salt water is kind of okay. You never tried to eat a teaspoon of cocoa powder? Oh god. Trying to make chocolate milk with it. Oh, I can imagine that wasn't nice. I can imagine that really wasn't nice, actually, yeah. You've done salt water for ulcers? Yeah, it's a thing. Cinnamon's hydrophobic. Trying to eat it is applying for waterproof coating to your insides. Yeah, everything just suddenly gets dry. It's awful. Don't do it. See, that was the Chronos where do it you won't would have worked. Now do it you won't work because of things like that. There's only so many times that you can headbutt a watermelon as a party trick before you're like, you know what, I'm gonna stop. What do you use when making chocolate milk? Normally milk. And sweetened chocolate rather than unsweetened cocoa powder. The internet calls them challenges, I call them moron bait. Yeah. The kind of thing that once your prefrontal cortex has hardened up and you hit like kind of like 25 mark, you're like, maybe I should not do this kind of thing anymore. Exactly. I could probably fly this one clear and not spend the probe either. Your sister the ice bucket challenge, only she was going to cheat and do warm water with a couple of ice cubes. Unfortunately for her, she had you deal with the water. And you used, well, I mean, ultimately it wouldn't have been the ice bucket challenge if it had been a warm water bucket. Because the ice cubes would just pretty much melt immediately. That's how ice works. Ice melts in the warm. I know that's an alarming thought for everyone. If I'm correct, we should be clearing out all of the fog of war. At least the ice bucket challenge was about raising money for charity. I'm fairly sure that the cinnamon challenge was just for being a moron. Like, I think that one was actually genuinely just moron bait. Yeah. think I need to go to here and then directly south. What is a cinnamon challenge? It was basically to eat a whole tablespoon of just cinnamon powder. Like, it was awful. Awful. It was many years ago. Don't do it. Moron bait. I would okay, I wouldn't rather have eaten a Tide Pod. Also, don't do that. But, like, it's the same level of idiocy. I can't believe there's an article about it, but I really can, Nellis. Tide Pods was just natural selection. You're not wrong, Azura. Now if I fly directly south, it will clear out all of this as well. I don't need to scan this section. Cinnamon Challenger was from around 2006. Stop. Please stop. Stop, Var. Please. Var, please stop. Please, please, please stop. Please, please, please. That's not, That was 20 years ago. 2006 was... Peak was 2012, which is not better. Oh, no. 2012 wasn't like nearly 15 years ago. Yeah, exactly, Vinewood. Yeah, I completely agree. That's the perfect emote, yeah. There were some that could be like, oh, I could eat another, I gotta be my... What do you mean there were some people who could be like, oh yeah, I've not had enough cinnamon, I'd like more? Some people went back for seconds on the... What, John, what is the glue challenge? Because I'm not going to eat a spoonful of glue. That would get me banned on Twitch. I'd have to do that off camera. Hot sauce challenge. Hot sauce you shouldn't fuck with. Genuinely, like... Hot sauce, like capsaicin and other things, is a really dangerous chemical to your body in large doses, and like the one chip challenge, for example, is actually really dangerous. I know people think it's a meme, and some cultures have a stronger like tolerance to it from like growing up with spicy like foods and stuff, but the one chip challenge, the spicy chip, the one that's like the Carolina Reaper chip, I think it is, the one that's really hot on the Scoville chart. Like, people get serious damage from it. Having burned a hole in my stomach from medication, I don't need to do that with food. That's nah. Having burned a hole in my stomach and I had it like internal free fluid and stuff as a result, I can tell you be really careful about what you add in your stomach. Like, chugging a bottle of hot sauce is just wild. Nah, don't do it. Don't do it. Didn't someone die from the chip thing? It would not surprise me. Because you can really badly fuck your stomach up. Do not the spicy foods for memes. Everyone has their limit. It's okay if you can only have mild food. Like, you can only have mild food. Don't push yourself to have something that's too spicy for you. Just because people make fun of you. That's not safe. Nah. What's my specialization? I'm split between combat and exploration, mostly. I like backpack volume, but I also like more damage. Speaking of spicy food, maybe a curry for lunch. I actually have already eaten today, which is a bit weird for me. But I made spare human food earlier because she's not very well, so needed to make sure she had some food in her. So. You like number go up? I also like number go up. She will. It's just a cold. You know, it's one of those things. The time of year, you know, going out, you know, people just tend to pick up illnesses. It's what happens. I'm sure there's many people in chat who have currently got a cold or flu or the sniffles. It's just the time of year for it, like I say. Yeah, just need to keep her fed, rested, you know, looking after herself, making sure she doesn't do too much. The main thing. Just getting over a cold, allergies as well. Yeah, I know that Matt is not a sheep. One of the regulars here was having issues with their allergies. There's a few trees that have started pollinating already, especially because it's been unseasonably warm and like sunny at times. We had very little frost this year in the UK. It was actually quite wild. What I know. The lens people go to in order to get attention from B. Sinuses, Blair. Yeah, people, better stay away from them. Yeah, you should stay away from sinuses, people. Yeah. You had snow yesterday in the Midwest? Nah. No, it didn't, I think it snowed once this year in the UK, and I don't think even think it settled down here in like kind of the south and in the west, even. Southwest. You would like to trade your sinuses in for new ones? Fine, yeah. You had an actual one chip and was too afraid to eat it, threw it out. Like, good, yeah, good for you. Genuinely, it's not a good thing to do to your stomach. When it's going to do is, I can do it from ground level. Altitude is a requirement, but parts of the deep desert are different altitudes. So, for example, if I'm here doing the Bravo line, so in order to scan it, you need to be above a certain altitude, above the average for the area. Look at how much of this Bravo 1 section is here up high, and how much of it is down there in the sand. The average height means that here in the Bravo section, I can do it up here at ground height. You don't have to do it on top of one of these outcroppings. A lot of these dunes are actually taller than these outcroppings in the area, so they take the average of an area. If you're going to fall off the edge, that would be not great. For the A-band, though, it's a very different story. So I'll show you the A-band. We will likely not be able to scan even at this level in the A-band. Maybe on this one on A1 if this is in the A-band, but often it isn't. So, for example, if I try doing it on top of this island here, it probably won't let me. Oh, actually, no, 620, 630 isn't too bad. Okay, that one will work. So basically in the A-band, you've got these as well. Like these very high cliffs here are actually normally your best route. I tend to just scan down this bottom layer because scanning the bottom layer, generally these cliffs you can get all the way up to like the 800s if you really needed to like land on them. You'll trade back pain? Okay, I don't want to trade for that. You don't get any snow in Cornwall? No, Cornwall's just been raining all winter. Because these bits here throw off the average significantly. So if I go down to 600 again here, go for this little ledge. See, it won't let me do it here at 630, even though that was, you know, way above where we were before, 616. So it's the average for the area, and the A-band is thrown off by the big wall that at the exit. You didn't realize it was an average? You thought A-band minimum 675? Nope. Average of a sector. Yeah, that's why we can do the A1. We can do A1 at 616. It's a pretty fair rule, but it's not really required. Out in Cali, you got a few. I hear the West Coast is getting pounded. It's why the Ferret Stream has a power outage right now, is because the West Coast is getting pounded by storms again. That's weird. I mean, it kind of makes sense. I'm fairly sure we were always introduced to it as an average. Northwest? Yeah. Yep. See, I don't survey it to see the resource density. I survey it so I can see the map. So these ones I won't actually go back and survey, even though it says area needs surveying, because I just don't actually need the survey data. I just need the map data. If we had another 50% boost to scan to fog of war clearing, I would never scan. I would just fly the deep desert in a grid pattern. You hope the meds do their thing for Mocha. Me too. Mocha had a scan, for those of you who don't know, and Mocha's a little bit poorly, so they're giving Mocha some meds. My boy, the big baby Mocha. We've got 50 minutes until the downtime. Yeah, we send our love to Mocha. That's all we can really do. You know, Shay's got it. Shay knows their stuff massively, so... You're having connection issues in Dune. What do you mean, programmer's port? Are you having it where it disconnects you semi-regularly? Is that what's going on? Mocha deserves the world. He went through enough with the dim. Yeah, that's very true. Stops. You're having issues too? Never had these before? I was having them yesterday. Not yesterday, the day before yesterday. It was giving me weird network issues. I'm gonna raise it with the Funcom guys. Do you get network query timed out? Is that the one that you get? In the woodchuck, you'll have to ask them. That's not really in my nature to talk about someone else's relationships on my stream. I wouldn't do it for someone like Vicky or anyone. I wouldn't do it for Thor and others. It's not my nature. Vicky and Suki are indeed in a relationship where Vicky picks Suki up and Suki basically bullies Vicky into giving her whatever she wants. That's my only comment to have. And I can say that because Suki is my goddaughter. I've decided. I actually have a couple of friends who have kids, and I've already said that I'm the fun uncle who will, when your kid is like 13 or 14, rather than them getting drunk in a field, as is the UK tradition, I'll give them a pint when we're at the pub and teach them to drink responsibly. That's what I've said I would be. Yeah, the funkle. Yeah. Yeah. That's my plan. Hello? Yeah, meow. Meow. 1 second, chat. I just want to give B his snack. Give me 1 moment. Hi. Hello. chicken provider has demanded attention. Getting blitzed in a field is a rite of passage. It is, but it shouldn't have to be. A lot of us got blitzed in a field as a rite of passage because we didn't have cool parents. I think it would be better. I think it would have been better for a lot of us had we learned in an environment that was a little bit safer, and from people who knew what they were doing. Because I know a lot of people who had experiences when they started drinking, which were not great. Like kids are going to do it. Like, you know, kids are always going to end up, you know, smoking, drinking. They're going to end up trying those things. Like that's part of being a kid, part of being a teenager. Fine, so be it. Like, don't villainize them for doing the things that we did when we were younger. That's the main thing that bothers me, is that like a lot of people seem to make kids out to be the villains for doing the stuff that we used to do. Dune server's going down in about 45 minutes. Indeed, yes, almost 45 minutes on the dot, in fact. Thank you. You're getting really bad disconnects right now. Same with the buddy. Has anyone put in a ticket for these things, or are you guys just dealing with them? Because this is kind of the first I've heard that I'm not the only person having these crashes, and I've shown them on stream. So if you guys haven't put in a ticket that you're having crashes across our servers, or having crashes across your servers, then there's very little I could have done. And I would ask that if you are having that, that's the kind of thing that you should let us know about. Delta 6, Foxtrot 7. Wait. Hotel 7, Charlie 7, Echo 7. Why are there so many loot caves in the E band? No, not the E band, the 7 band. That's kind of weird. You were going to put it in, but heard I was on? Yeah, definitely put it in as a ticket so I can forward messages. I need to see the screenshots of the... if it's on our server's programmer's port, then make a ticket on the Dune server Discord. Exclamation point Dune Discord. If it's not on our servers and it's on the Funcom servers, then make a ticket through their servers. They've got their own routes for them, because it might be something wrong with individual servers. I don't know if everyone having this issue is from the private servers. Because if it's just our servers, then something we might be able to fix more easily. If it's everyone, then I don't know what that will be. You're having those disconnects and you're not on our servers, please do tell me as well. You are on the private ones? Henry Morgan, constantly disconnecting and reconnecting? Demega Taco, are you on the Haga Basin map, or are you in the world map? Mine. Do one of two things. Oh, jeez, that's gonna suck. What an awful location for that one to drop, but fine. You just go to server timeout, P34, so it's P34s, and they're all on the private servers. Your buddy's in the desert? Okay, so the interesting part is if you're in the deep desert, then that's a connection to the world rather than to the server. So it's some kind of problem connecting to the world that seems to be happening. Hello, Salamandor. How are you doing? You just got one too? Okay, let me drop them a message then. Is it P34 errors you guys were saying? Oh, the ads are here as well. Okay. I will be right back. Do this while I work on this ticket. Welcome back after those ads, everybody. I have had it confirmed during the ads that that was a network interruption on Nitrado's end. Their teams are on it. This is one of the reasons why I really like working with Nitrado on these Dune servers, because I can ask them a question, just a random, 10 minutes to 3 on a random Thursday, and I will get a response from someone on their team within like 2 or 3 minutes every single time, without fail. They provide these servers to us for free out of the goodness of their hearts. They are an excellent company to work with. And while I've had some issues in the past with things like ARC servers, I'm going to be honest with you, no server provider can provide a good Arc server, because Arc just always ends up being buggy at end game because it can't deal with the number of dinos and things going on. Like, it's just the way Arc is. So I'm really happy with Nitrado for these servers. I think they've done a huge job, and they've been pushing the boundary like consistently on what we can do to deliver the best possible experience. Our server has become the test server, and likely without wait, have I already been here? I haven't been to Echo 7, so how is that looted? It's not quite as good at closing as the rapier used to be, but you can still close quite well with the sword on this. Ark's a buggy mess. Yeah, Ark Survival Evolved always starts to lag any machine I've ever put it on, even an incredibly powerful machine at end game. It's just the way that Ark is. Now, apparently I have looted this, but haven't looted this. That's fascinating. But I think at the time, Nitrado probably didn't have the customer support and service that they have now. And, you know, I'm very happy with the engagement we have with them. It's meant a huge amount. There was the previous Kronos clone. Which sword is that? I'm using the replica pulse sword, Freya, but I'm using a skin on it that I will show you in a second. If I go to U for uniform and I don't make myself crash into the ground, I'm using the Harkonnen sword, so the Harkonnen Enforcer sword variant. Because it just looks real brutal, and this tip is nice and visible, so I'm better at judging distance with this tip of the sword than I am with this one for some reason. It's just helped me a little bit. Where did that skin come from? That is for hitting one of the levels in your house tree. As you level up this, you'll unlock some of the new stuff from Chapter 3. It's the Harkonnen Enforcer sword. You have a couple of those. I like the sword. I'm going to be honest with you. I've gotten used to the replica pulse sword now, and I'm quite a big fan. The AoE parry is very nice. And with the new types of enemies and the new dungeons, I think it's nicer than the rapier. I like the sword. I am a sword convert. I would still choose old rapier over new sword if I had the option, but I don't have that option. So being realistic, we're taking the replica pulse sword in the old system. It's not necessarily, it's just because it's a when it animates, it has a white glow line to it rather than a kind of darker glow line, which the Atreides sword has. Delta 7, Charlie 7 is the next one. You miss old rapier, new rapier sucks. Agree. You have the knife version of the replica pulse, the replica knife. Yeah, it's a very good Dirk. It's the Dirk model and mechanics. I do miss old rapier. I will be honest with you. If we ever get the ability to like modify our servers, I might genuinely ask Funcom if we can have a new rapier versus old rapier toggle. Because they didn't need to change rapier, in my opinion. I think rapier was fine as it was. It could probably have done with a little bit more buffing or a little bit of a better way of, you know, kind of closing, but the new rapier would be fine if the parry window was like the old weapons. But it's now the parrying weapon, but its parry is worse than every other weapon. Which, to those of you who don't think that makes sense, you're right. That's my view on the current rapier. It doesn't feel good, and the NPCs that use them can actually use them in line with the way the server lets them use them. We don't have that option. I need to get rid of some stuff. Drop this, that, can drop that. Do that, that. Where are my health kits? Up there. Let's do Mark 4s. I think he'll be in there. Yep. I've gotten quite good at spotting those now. NPCs always cheat, that's the nature of things. I like the games, I really like 4X games where the NPCs don't cheat. They're just good. And you can do that. You can train the AI of a game on players. Like, that's a whole thing that you can do. Most people choose not to. But I love actual, like, smart, good AI that doesn't rely on cheats to be good. Nothing that bothers me more than the fact that the AI cheats in Total War. If Total War didn't have cheating AI, I would like it even more. I see what you did, You did what you did. You switch it on up to the Atreides variant, but the Harkonnen colors, they look better. For me, it just looks good. Like, it's just the nicest color blend. Like, even having a slight... I think that actually my thrusters have reset their colors. Maybe even my wings as well. I don't know. When they were making new rapier, they forgot the riposte part of parry and riposte. I was a bit confused with the new Landsrad mission quantity, 35 a week, and what recollections are. Recollections are the resource that you get 5 of per day. That's basically just to mean that you can't outpace, you can't just like absolutely blitz the game, get level 100 in combat, and just go around like owning noobs in the deep desert on the first week because you've got the most amount of free time, or because you're a streamer and your job is making content. I don't like dailies, I'm going to be honest with you, as a general mechanic. I find them a little bit more... They kind of work by FOMO. It's like a use it or lose it mechanic, and that does work as a motivation for a lot of people, but for me, it's not one that feels good. I'm not the biggest fan of it, particularly because of the lack of mission variation. I do think that when they add in the next area in 1.3.10, which is the upcoming update, when they add in another area, 5 new missions, and I'm working on a wider variety of missions, I think things will probably be a little bit better. But I think at the moment, I'm not the hugest fan of it. It does feel, especially when last night I found out that there was going to be a reset of the recollections today. So we were going to get 35 of them for free. I had 35 saved up to use on stream today, and I was like, fuck, well, I'm not going to have time to do a whole stream and use 35 of those, because typically that's taken me about 4 hours to do on stream, maybe more if I'm yapping. So I'm not the hugest fan, but it's... If I do the new mission variants and I don't just focus on doing the combat and the exploration tree, and I start mixing in ones from other trees as well, like I'm going to start mixing in the sabotage tree now. It doesn't feel that fun. Like, I know it's only a placeholder until what's the word? Until chapter 4 though, so I can live with it from that perspective. I do wish that you could turn off the landing gear so you could do really tight maneuvers. Because when you stick to the ground like that, it's really frustrating if you want to do a real tight pass. What do you think the chances are that we find out who we are made from in chapter 4? I don't know. It depends on what they want to do, really, because like they could do a huge amount with it. Whoop. If you can get the bottom of your ship to touch it in the right way, like that, you won't see, but that tried to do the landing gear there, and I cut, so now the ship is broken. Look, it thinks it's gliding, but it's not. So this is a really interesting, it thinks that it's in 2 modes at once. This is a fun bug with the landing gear. You see the way it's because it thinks it's boosting into vulture mode while also in a hover mode. And if I press shift to stop, it actually brings me back to a full hover. I'm Walter White in Breaking Beach. That's not quite Breaking Beach, but I know what you mean. I'm Harkonnen? Well, yeah, but only because at least the Harkonnens are open about how shitty they are. The Atreides pretend to be honorable. Research schematic. 39 spice plastinium dust. I'll take that. Nice looking base. Yeah, Luther makes very good bases. Luther does a very good job with the building. I trust Luther with building in pretty much every game. He does a very good job with it. The nice thing is, if there's something I don't like about it, like mechanically or functionally, I can basically be like, hey, Luther, this doesn't work. And he'll be like, and you'll see the Zach Galifianakis meme of all like the numbers floating around in the air, and he'll get an idea. And then he'll deliver it and you'll be like, damn, that works nicely. Thank you. He's very good with it. If he's listening, I don't mean any of it. It's all lies. I would never be positive about you. I know how much that would upset you. Between the testing stations and the loot caves, not like to run out of spicy plast dust. Yeah, I mean, I've got quite a lot of plast dust saved up. We're at the stage now where like items don't really mean that much. Like, it's basically the resources that go into making something and the time that goes into making it. It's that Atreides has an extremely competent propaganda machine. Yes. That's all it is. That is all it is. The Harkonnens don't care because their reputation as being brutal helps them, whereas the Atreides' reputation of being honorable helps them in different ways. And it's fascinating how the two houses are basically one and the same, except for how they appear on paper. That's one of the things I do like about the Dune lore, is that level of nuance, to be clear. How are we doing on Solari? 2.5 mil, okay. What do we still need to do? How long have we got? We've got 23 minutes. I need to go and grab my weekly supply of crafting mats for augments. Good day to you, Macass. You haven't played Dune since July, August. Spent 300 hours in 3 weeks back then. Thinking about coming back. How's the game? Any suggestions, changes, and the opinion on the state of the game? Very big question. Let me get to that. The most recent update, Chapter 3, was a release of story, continuing the Chapter 2 and Chapter 1 stories. So you'll have Chapter 2 to catch up on as well, which was basically a bunch of delivered improvements and story stuff. Chapter 3 has been the really big one. Chapter 3 has not only completely rebuilt the Landsrad system, so you now do missions, you have specializations that come off of those, so you can specialize your character down a particular path that you want. I will show that on screen in a second, but that means that you can go down the route of all of your skills, but you could specialize in, say, crafting if you're, wanting to be your group crafter. And you have this huge set of trees of different perks that give you benefits at every level. So, for example, exploration here gets you 1% backpack volume every level, and at regular intervals, like level 25, you get 5 more inventory slots. Really, really good. Combat, every level gets you 1% more damage and 0.5% of damage mitigation, so you'll take less damage. So they've done a huge amount of changes, not only in the Landsrad, which was a bit problematic and benefited hoarding, and this specialization, so that you're also using your skills. So you do still have your skills, but you also have that build of points as well under specializations. You also have a new system for endgame, which you have endgame dungeons that are scalable depending on the difficulty level, and they will give you higher grade of weapons. Do you see this replica pole sword has a circle there on the right that has 4 of its 5 circles colored in? Because somebody from the community sold me the this sword, which is a grade 4 sword. It's tier 6, still the same as a replica pulse sword was. So here you go. Here's the grade 0 replica pulse sword. This is the grade 4. They're both tier 6. The damage difference is huge. 152 on the grade 0, 286 on the grade 4. So nearly double the damage. And you can also have these little slots on them, this little circle that you can see where you can add damage buffs. So you could add, say, a damage buff that does, I haven't got any on me, that does, like, for example, range damage, and I could just increase the damage on this ancient way. So there's a huge amount of end game resources, end game dungeons to run, and new content in that regard. So they've added a huge amount to the game, and they're continuing to work on things like PvP, continuing to work on new missions and new maps. The devs are really engaged and doing really well. But I think that a lot of the experience still comes down to what happens to your server. So the one thing that Funcom have been working on quite a lot, and we're working with them on the back end and with Nitrado, is server transfers and server closures. So server transfers means, and these are in now, you can transfer your character to any other server. You can take all of your stuff with you if you store it in the right way, and you can move over. To support that, they've created something called the base reconstruction tool. You basically scan your base down into the tool, and then when you move to a new server, as long as that space is available on that siege, you can snap it back into place with all of its contents and storage. Vehicles you'll need to make sure that you dismantle, but you know, you can take all of that stuff across. So yeah, server transfers are in, like Macass. If you are looking for a community to join, we run a private server. So this is it's a network of 15 private servers on a private world. And that private world is basically for a bunch of content creators, a safe community. We moderate it hands-on. It's kind of open to any member of our community. We have a separate Discord for that. Thank you, Nellis, for running the command. So if you are interested in finding a new server, ours is open to you. There should be a welcome back reward for you. So Funcom did make it so that anybody who was logging in Chapter 3, they hadn't been logged in for a couple of months, you should have your stuff. Like, you should have that's like an award, like a reward, or like a redeemable when you log in that you can basically grab, and you can rebuild with that. Yeah. You can move your base anywhere with the base backup tool. You're not limited to snapping it back, but it will also snap back to locations. If you've made one, like, for example, Greg has, which is just, you know, a violation of the way that physics works with rocks, then maybe you might want to snap it back into those kind of places, because you won't be able to build back there in future. So after the downtime, which starts in 18 minutes, and then the reset, you will get double house script this weekend. We will get double rewards. You get double XP. You'll get double progression in all of the specializations. So we'll be using ours. I want to level up some sabotage, because doing damage to staggered enemies means that the enemies that I hit with the heavy melee, or I hit off kilter with melee, take more damage. So this will be helpful. What are the change to Mark 6 Thopters? Any more levels come in or upgrades? So the change inside of exploration, at level 22, there's an ability, level 20, sorry, you get a 15% vehicle speed increase. This means that my Thopter at grade 6 is going 240 kilometers an hour under boost. It'll drift upwards at the moment. And all kinds of benefits in here for, like, kind of boost heat generation. You can just spend all your time in the sky. It's great. Double resources from gathering. Yeah, it's going to be great. I'm going to be doing spice harvesting. We'll probably harvest plastinium. We've got quite a lot of harvests. It's going to be great fun. You wonder about server closure merges when you have two bases trying to occupy the same space. The way that I understand or want server closures to work, and remember they're still being tested and worked out, is that those people would have that base automatically stored for them, and if that spot is occupied, then it will tell them, a bit like Fallout, and give them the opportunity to say, hey, you can still play on this world, but you can't deploy your base. Are there issues like the big dupe glitch back then? No, pretty much every single one of the dupes that I'm aware of at launch has been fixed. I don't think there's any dupes left in. I think there's one repair glitch that I know is being fixed. There's no cheaters that are left that haven't been actioned. There was an issue recently where a couple of players, I say a couple, I think it was 150 players took advantage of an exploit, and they were all banned, and 300 more were given 2-week suspensions and significant warnings. The sabotage trio includes rewards that make Lancer rewards cheaper. For me, it's also the enemy detection range. I think it'll be kind of fun. Enemy recognition speed, slower. Lancer bribe cost isn't so useful, but the contribution is good. More script is nice. House script bonus. You know, it's just we'll do a little bit in sabotage just because I'm going to be honest with you. I'm really, really bored of running the exploration and combat missions. I'm just really bored. Just bored of doing those. So I want to do some different missions for a little bit. Even if we only get to like level 15, where I get the enemy recognition speed being reduced, I'll be fine with it. But I'm not hugely fussed. I would love to get to what's theirs is mine. Enemy corpses grant additional loot at some point. That could be fun. I love more loot. Everyone knows that I love more loot. Like, for example, when we got to level, was it 50? No, 40. Increases amount of loot in loot containers. More loot when you loot. 155 seemed low. These are the ones that were destroying bases, Sutton. So that's the most recent exploit, was the base destroying bug. Remember that Funcom took the official servers down within 4 hours to prevent it from proliferating. So the 450 people who were actioned is actually still quite high for 4 hours of it. But yeah, you appreciate the response. You've had a lot of unclearness about Dune. My pleasure, absolutely my pleasure. If you have any questions, you can just come and ask me. I have absolutely no problem with it. By the time you get to each 3 to 40, you'll be bored out of your mind because of repetition. I think that's why the double weekends are quite nice. I think they are working on it. They're very aware of that. You have that level in sabotage and you can't even notice any changes. That is a shame. That's a shame. What else have we got along this tree? What else is here? By the time you get to the end of this tree, the enemy detection range is going to be so low that you can be standing behind an enemy. They'll be like, who's there? Reduces range at which you can be scanned. Scanned range requirement plus 15%. A weird way of putting it, but fine. We're going to mostly focus the combat tree still, but I think that putting some points into here will help against our melee targets. I'm looking forward to that. Hopefully more points. So what you're going to get, Jake, is when you log in after downtime, all of your points will be restored. So you'll have 35 of them available today. So this will be refilled. That's what is happening during this downtime. Hello, Winky. We are having a lovely day. Thank you, bud. How are you doing today? 40 sabotage adds a lot of loot to dead bodies. It is noticeable. There's gold on every body. Oh. Is there a limit to the skill system? Yeah, so the nice thing is that while the skill system still caps at the same 200 notionally, when you go through the combat tree, one of the things that you get behind my head here, you see skill points. I've actually gained 24 skill points, and I've still got, I can claim another 4. So you can get more skill points. That is definitely a thing. You level up faster specialization? Yeah, so this weekend you'll be getting double XP. So each mission normally is giving you, if you look at, say, Sabotage Race Against Time, you'll normally get 125 Exploration XP. This is being doubled. All of this is doubled over this weekend. So you'll get double the amount of house script, double the amount of Exploration XP, double your house standing, if I recall correctly. All doubled. More money, more collection rewards, everything. When you're mining, there'll be double mining loot. It's gonna be great. Beth of Joy, hello. How are you doing? Lovely to see you. Glad you're doing your back stretches, Winky. Good of you. Yeah, I know that it's very, in right now to have a bad back, but it's actually not that fun. It's not worth it. It's not worth the bragging rights. And the other thing, I will also, while we're doing this, I will show you one of the overworld dungeons, because I've got 12 minutes, and that's enough time to run an overworld dungeon. I'll just run it on the lowest possible difficulty. So the other thing that was added in Chapter 3 are these overworld dungeons. If I go do this one, for example, 136, I can do this one in about 4 minutes. You caught something about skill point reset? Nope, there's no skill point reset coming. 25% in 3 hours. Good job, Sabu. Proud of you. You're doing it. You are questing. These are the new scalable dungeons, those of you who are new back. If you're interested in Dune, or if you want to get into Dune, I think it's on 40% sale at the moment, if I recall correctly. This is the new endgame dungeon system. Let's reload that while I'm doing this. So this is you have a scalable dungeon system. So you can see that you've got different modifiers. This goes up to level 30. So I can currently do up to level 4 because you have to clear the rank before it. I'm going to run it on the lowest tier because this is what you could do from Juralamin, see? So from tier 5, not even fully endgame. And while it's going to be a bit unfair because I'm definitely not Juralamin tiered in the game, you know, it's you'll have a bit of an idea for what's going on. You see the world map and water pools? They've got rid of those. Those are no longer a thing. They're not a concept. Like, they're not used in the game in any way. So these, you basically get a limited time. I say you can run them in unlimited time, but we have leaderboards for running these dungeons, and 10 minutes before the game goes down, should be fine. You focus 37 quests and sabotage this weekend. You'll get to level 40, which will give you the increased loot. Come on. There we go. Is the big downtime every patch drop still a thing? It shouldn't be a big downtime. I think they said this one was half an hour, if I recall correctly, so it's not going to be a long one. During the downtime, I will be taking part in... I'll probably put the music game that I was playing the other day on Discord on, and I'll just do some little bit of Warhammer painting in the meantime, and then we'll come back to Dune. You found a shrine to me in a demo. What do you mean a shrine to me? I'm a bit concerned. You can kind of tell that I've done this dungeon a few times because I know where the spawns are. This is the Regis triple shot. No, this is the electric lightning gun. So this uses battery. It doesn't use my any ammunition. I'll show you guys the stats after I've done the run. And this is the boss room. So you then have a boss that has staged health and has various mechanics. The fire boss. Again, it's level 1 difficulty, and I've got a lot of points in energy weapon usage and in combat, so it's kind of unfair on this enemy, but hey, we are where we are. What was that run? 3 minutes 27? That is my best run yet. So that's the whole dungeon cleared in 3 minutes and 27 seconds. At level 1. So not hugely difficult to do. It's just about getting pretty much every single hit right possible. Like, if you miss a single hit, that can throw you off by a couple of seconds. That is called the experimental lightning gun. Thank you. I'll show you guys the stats of it now. This is just, it's just a grade 0. Just basic grade. It's one of the things that drops. I think it drops from the electric station. I'm just trying it out because I've not really used ranged weapons in this game consistently, and so I was just going to try them out. And actually, it's surprisingly effective. I can see why Sabu does it, because it does absolutely shred enemies. But yeah, that's one of the scalable endgame dungeons that you can just run and you get the endgame loot for it. So, you know, you'll get blueprints, you'll get spice, plutonium dust, how'd you upgrade the grade of the weapon? So as you run those dungeons at higher difficulty, what you will find is that you will get higher grade drops. You'll get a schematic that is a different grade. When I get into the Haga Basin, I will show you how they appear in your schematics, like your research part of the inventory, and they kind of show up as separate copies of the same blueprint at higher tiers, and you can choose the grade of one that you make in the crafting station. But I have to be on the main map for that. So bear with me a second. And load. Yeah. The void was next to us, though. It was kind of horrifying. What was I going to show? The grade, the weapon, that was what I was going to show you. Do this. So if I go into research, if I go into here, I'm going down to my tier 6s, you will see that some of these have a bracket after them. So I've got different grades of these. I can change the grade, and you can see the stat difference. So the lower grade is 538, and the upper grade is 577. You know, if I do that on the Idaho's Charge, you can see that one of them has, you know, armor of 291, and then the other tier is 324. So it's a slight upgrade. They're grades of blueprints. And you'll get them from running the higher difficulty missions, the high difficulty dungeons. And it just costs, you know, a certain amount of spice. And you use some of this resource, the off-world Regis compound. Call me back, Anna. How far off of those being done am I? I haven't got all of them yet. I'm still missing a few of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm still missing 9 blueprints from Plastinium. God damn it. I'm not even sure which ones I'm missing. I think that's the jump pack. I don't know what the dirk is. That's going to be the Executor's gloves I don't have. Don't know what that knife is. Don't know what that gun is. That's a carrier booster. That's the forged chest plate. That's the forged legs. I don't know what those gloves are. Yeah. Are the tanks in the game? The tanks are technically available in the game, but the tanks have no place in the game. So the point I would make here is, like, if you put the tanks in the hands of the players when there's no reason for them, they're just going to use them to grief each other. So, like, we don't really want that to be... I don't want that to be what the game's about. So I currently don't support the tanks being in the game because I think they need to have a place first. There needs to be a reason that they exist. And right now, there isn't one. Like, what are you going to use a tank for? Other than tank cool, why should the devs spend time on the tanks? When we could have things like, for example, we could have, you know, cargo containers being able to carry water, or we could have vehicle inventory to vehicle inventory transfer, so the carrier container can actually transfer to and from other vehicles. What about being able to harvest flower sand through a sand crawler? We'd love that. That would be a really nice thing to have. We have to choose between what the devs spend the time on, and the tank just doesn't have a place in the game. Tank cool is enough for a reason for it to exist, but tank cool to deal with all of the, you know, all of the griefing that would come from it. They'd have to do other dev time to make the tank have a space. And right now, we need other stuff to be fixed in the game. So we are going to switch games temporarily while that game is down, while Dune is down. And when Dune comes back up, we can always switch back over. But for now, we're going to do some Warhammer painting and a game just that's going to chill in the background. So let me... just do this. Load that up. Let's change these titles, etc. Right. OBS, where are you? Here we go. Switch the game to this. Oh, thank you very much, Nellis. I appreciate you. Switch the game to this. I've now got unfortunately I put a camera right in the worst possible spot of my screen that covers specifically which window I'm using inside of the game capture, which was really great because that's like not something I change very often. The last Keting's been really cool. I've played it, Drew Monkey, and I'm waiting for 1.0 when it comes out. We've played through pretty full. What happened to the wheel? You remember trailer for it? You quit before it arrived. The tread wheel, that's in. The tread wheel's in there. I took The Last Caretaker apart. It was great fun. Right. Okay. So this is Mixed Universe. So I'm going to pause this, and you can. This game is basically a music visualizer.
Alpha BHH tipped £17.50.
Hey,
Rainbow
Alpha.
Dash colours as previously discussed, please and thank you.
I will paint it as rainbow colors. Thank you very much for the donation, the TTS. You are a legend, bud. Thank you very much. I really appreciate you. Is that correctly showing up on the stream? It is. Thank you, Alpha. Rainbow colors. I will note that down. Let me put that down. So this is Mixed Universe. So this is a really, really fun little game. It's made by a solo dev who just does it in their home time and in their own time, and basically allows you to create kind of sequences of music, and then there's multiple layers of it. So this is one of the mixes that dev has given out as an example. And if I just press play, this is what's possible in it, and it's all visualized. You can set this up yourself. Is the sound coming through? Yes. And so another layer opens up and it adds in the drums. But the game is like there's a free demo of this, and you can just go in and make your own. So what I'll do is I'll go in and show you guys what I was playing around with yesterday when I was waiting for a meeting, because somebody was a little bit late. Right, where was it? It was in Introduce Yourself. Yeah, so you can basically create a huge amount of it, and I know nothing about music. So this is called Mixed Universe. I know nothing about making music. So I was like, you know what, I'll just give this a go. It seems like kind of fun. I can kind of play around with it. I can kind of mess around with various bits. But this has been completely built inside of the game, and you can change every single one of these nodes if you so wish. Like, you know, I can go in and I can edit. For example, I want this to be, rather than it being a synth slot of 3, I want it to be piano. I want it to be, a couple of octaves higher or lower. I want to change all the notes. So yesterday I was learning about transposing the notes from piano for the song Kids by MGMT to just kind of see if I could play around with it. So I've actually got a separate world in this that's my own creation. I was just kind of playing around with that sound. You have 2,000 questions for me, Winky. I thought you might. Can you export the music? I believe that's one of the things that you can, or that either that they're working on, or that you can do, yes. I've only played this for like an hour or so. It's surprisingly easy to get stuck in that loop mentally. We can get Winky into stream, VC. You see this from a fresh start to understand what's going on. Okay, Winky. Well, this is what I was messing around with the other day. I started... Okay, this is all set up. It did save. Okay. I was just kind of messing around with instruments and timings, but like just enough to learn the basics of it. And so to start off, if you would just go into something like, you get one of these activators that will start it off on a 4/4 beat. Oh, you've got a work meeting? Oh, Winky, I can always talk to you about it later at some point. But the way this works is, so this is an activator. This will basically, and the tutorial helps a lot with this. I did kind of sequence break a bit, but it sends out on every 4 beats. This will send out an activation once I press the start button. So this, the same thing with this one. Each of these will do the same thing. I can set them to only start once. Like this one only starts this off once, because after that it can end. Whereas the loop one we saw before with the circuits, it was playing in a full loop. So if I connected these on, it would play infinitely in a loop, even with just that one activation. So you can play around with that. This was the other one I was messing around with before. If I disable these activators, by turning off the link, and I just re-enable these ones. This was the other line I was playing with. If I start this, what was this one? That tempo's up a bit. We go, hang on, let's get that sorted properly. I originally did that at 110. I don't know what I was playing on. Can you automate the connection in and out of loops? There's all kinds of stuff that you can do with switches, with like the number of times it will do that. I've only started touching the surface of what can be done in this. So there's that one. I was also, if I go back to this layer, this was the layer I was messing around with at first, which was kind of similar to the circuits one that you saw to start with. This is where I started off trying to learn what they had done and then build on it from there and try and work out how that kind of like building of layers works, because this is a layer switcher. So when it gets to the end of this, it will switch to the layers and move on to the song that I was just doing. You can actually then link through into different songs and different kind of patterns and rhythms for it, which is really nice. And I just made this by messing around. I think the last thing I was doing was playing with this. You can individually change all of the drum sequences, so I can make it beat, you know, every other beat. I can change the drumming patterns if I so wish to. Oh, the ads are here. Oh, I'll have to wait for them. Give me a second. I'm going to go grab a snack. Welcome back after those ads, everyone. Thank you for bearing with. I hope you're doing good and you weren't too put off by the repetition of the music. There's a huge amount to this, so what we'll do is I'll go and show you a couple of other things that people have made in the wider universe, because there's a few things that are uploaded. You can check out a couple of other people's mixes, etc. So, for example, if we look on, you know, Mixtopia, there's one here called Tri-Tower Vibe. So we can just go into this, and we can just go subscribe. It'll download quickly, and then if we add it to our galaxy, I can just basically click and drag it into this zone here where I was doing it. I can open it up, and then I can play around with it myself if I want to. The TTS message was a bit too loud. I can turn that down. It's not a problem. Oh yeah, it's up a little bit. That's why. There we go. OBS just didn't correctly save the sound setting. That's why. Thank you for letting me know. And then this is just this is obviously it looks like there's only one set of layers in this. So on this one, I can just see what it's like. I was talking to Mr. Greggles about this yesterday, because as many of you know, Greg is a very, very musically driven person. He's really, really good at the drums. It's something he's very, very passionate about. And then, you know, you've just got, and I was just talking about this, it's actually kind of a real neat way of just getting to learn a little bit about music and how like kind of progression works, how timings work inside of it. If I go into a new world and show you what it would look like from a start and how some of it goes, you can just basically create a new mix here in this vibe zone. I haven't learned how to rename them yet. Random world, create. This is completely brand new like world. It generates up something for you kind of small by default, and you can kind of build on it from there. So this starts off as, let's have a look. Okay. So if we want to build on that, I can basically take some of these sounds. I can take a vibe node, which will read the nodes of the stuff around it and try and come up with something just automatically based on kind of some musical theory. And we can tweak that from there. So we decide that we like that so far. It's, you know, it works. We could basically add in somewhere down the line. We could have, you know what, I want a drum beat to start off, you know, somewhat further down the line. So, you know, down here, I'd like a drum beat to start. So I can add in the hi-hat. I can add in the snare. I can add in, you know, the kick separately. I can do, that's going to be a spacing and 4. So you can set the timings. So the distance between notes, I can set them to be, you know, quarter space, etc. Can I control the actual notes being played? Oh yeah, I can, Winky. Here you go. So if I go into this and I go and change what the notes, I can change every single node. I can change the note scale. So if I decide that, you know, I want something that's a bit more, you know, I want a more depressive vibe, you can take kind of C sharp major. But if I want something that's more calm and satisfied, G major, and then impressive vibe slot, it'll just kind of reshift it for me. I can trigger the individual node with T. They'll play for 1, 2. So you can control each individual node if you so want to, and control each note as it goes without any kind of problem. Yeah, it's kind of neat. But I don't know any of this stuff. So it's kind of, for me, it's been weird getting to kind of work out a little bit of how that is and kind of look at how certain sounds work together. You can change the instrument. There's quite a wide array of that. So if I take this way and just create some notes, we could at one point in here, if I just go and select, if I click one note and double click it, it selects all of the downstream notes. So if I want to change it to, for example, piano, I could do. If I want to change it into a generated sound, there's a bunch of those. One of the ones I've heard that works quite well is digital. No, the allophone was one that tends to work quite well. If we change the vibe of it to, let's go with haunting and lingering. That sounds like fun. And I just start playing the sequence from that note. I wonder if we could make Sea Shanty 2 using the... Yeah, someone tell me what note Sea Shanty 2 has. Come on. Now I've found out what I'm doing with my break. It's actually making Sea Shanty 2. Oh, except transposing sheet music is horrible. What? There must be some type of music where they just write down A, B, G, F, etc. rather than the actual notes, rather than making me read them on a line. Come on. Let's see if we can find them. And I also need to know what it's played in. Right. So if the drums come in there, where do they stop? Well, it depends. If I've got them on an activator, they'll come in every 4/4. So there's basically every 4 beats, this is sending the note down. So every time it goes over this, it will be activated for one of those. So if I just activate this, you'll see that it will keep playing on repeat. Because it keeps being activated. If it was only activated once, then it would only play once. And you can set different activators. So if I wanted the drums to come on at a different time, I could set a delay in there. If I wanted to say, actually, you know what, I want the drums to come on from kind of separately. I don't want them to be tied to the downstream of there. I can basically go in, I could create a separate drum kick. And I could set a separate activator. That's not what I want. Luckily, they put Control Z in, which is one of my favorite commands. I could just control the links here. I could put all of them. I could basically put in quite a big break before the drum comes on, and but at that point, it will, you know, it'll catch up. So here we go. But actually, it won't start until now. And each of the signals it sends out will be that delayed. So if I wanted to make it intermittent, it very much could. I could control each of these individually. Did you actually look it up, Winky? It's AED. Okay, I don't... You might have to teach me something about music here, Winky, because I don't know what changing the scales, like changing the scale will do to this. But finding, for example, A will be a challenge because there's only AB in this one. So I need to know what scale it's in as well. I feel like that's information that I might need, but I also don't know how music. I've never... I roughly know how sheet music works, and that I know that the treble clef sits, that's a G above middle C? No. Yes. G above middle, no, there we go, it's gone. It is completely gone. All music is in a key. Yeah, that's kind of the scale, I'm guessing. Balthazar, please speak in English in chat. Hilarious. You change the key to A major for C shanty 2. Okay, we can do that. D major, D major. Is A major on the bottom? Yes, it is. A major, joyful, a declaration of love. And then you said it was... E. So inside of A major, when you say E, do you mean... Oh wait, I didn't change all of this to... Hang on. That's why. Never mind. Let me change it all to A major. A, E. I might have to actually learn a small amount of music theory, unironically. I also don't know if there's any octave shift going on in any of this. DB, what will DB be in this? That's going to be C sharp, so that'll be here. If I play them all in the same octave, that's what we're going to end up with. I also don't necessarily know what the spacing is time-wise, so the timings will be off, but... E, F sharp. A, B. G sharp. And starting again in E. Just change all of the downstream and Completely clear that separator. Okay, this should be the right note. Nope, that definitely wasn't the right note. I started with A in A major on the allophone. It is the right vibe. It's certainly there. But that was the wrong thing to start. Let's Hey, still a major. You thought it would have been promoted by now? Deeply funny. Oh, that's... You think the air start needs to go 1 octave up? Nope, that was all of them. Nice. Change one of them to the higher octave. So just changing that one to the higher octave. Oh, yeah, okay. That's nice. Okay, we like that. That seems to work. We are setting up Sea Shanty 2. Second one. I feel like it's a spacing of 2, a spacing of 1. Is there any space between the next one? We've got the first boom boom. Okay, so then it's to be this note. Didn't I need to go down an octave? No. No, also no. Are you doing? We're doing the, yeah, we are doing the song from the old school RuneScape song. It might be that 2 notes play alongside each other. Is that a thing? That sounds like it would be a thing in music. I feel like... Winky, do you want to talk on a call? Would that be easier for you to explain this stuff to me? It is music education hiding as a game. It's like some of the ones I really enjoyed from in December. Some of you might recall things like there was a game where you could learn Japanese and stuff. You do have time for a call? Let me call you, Winky. Because this would be great. I can actually learn to music. I could music in real time. I could actually become musical Kronos. Where is Winkle Stiltskin? Here he is. Winkle Stiltskin. Start voice call. Hello? Hello? Ooh, you're on headphone. Okay, let me just make sure. Sound balance-wise, you seem fine. Say something? Okay. Okay, there we go. Again? That's better.
Coming in live.
There we go. Now chat can hear you. It's Winky. Chat, if you don't know who Winky is another awesome streamer here on Twitch. I'm going to give them a shout out so you can go and give them a follow. They are surprisingly accident prone and likes to fall over when they're drunk. You know that's true.
Yeah, I haven't gotten drunk in a while. Sadly,
It's true.
when you get injured, they put you on medication and then you can't drink.
Very rude of them, right? Very rude of them.
I know.
Can I put Winky
listen.
on screen with his chair? You know what? Just this once, especially for you
God.
all. Yeah, we can. We can do that. We can do that indeed. Oh, that's. There we go. There you go. There we go. He's a bit quiet. Okay, we'll turn Winky up a little bit. Okay, music me.
We have luck here, okay, because Sea Shanty is Sea
Easy?
Shanty 2 is in 4/4 timing, which
Okay.
means
Sweet.
it's going to be relatively simple.
Yep, great.
Okay.
Love that. Love relatively simple.
So the way I'm trying to describe it, I wrote in the chat earlier, but it's going to be really hard to do because the spacing is, I don't know how this program works that you're using.
Okay.
For those people that are wondering why I don't play games like this, it's because I would rather just boot up a DAW and write a song.
Yeah, I know you would. I know you would. That's one of the things potentially for the subathon where you can actually do it. And this might help. So,
I would love to do that. I would love to teach you. I can get you making. I'll give you a list of programs to download, and we can write an entire soundtrack to a video game in like an hour.
I haven't showed chat the one that you did. In fact, if you give me a second, I reckon I can. Do you remember I'm in Danger?
I do remember I'm in
Danger. I've got I'm in Danger as a downloaded file. I just need to 30 seconds and I can get that sorted.
That's okay. We can focus on this for now.
We can do that at the same time.
Okay. I'm wondering how you do the spacing though, because the spacing for these notes is.
So they start by they default to just two, just a count of two. I'm imagining that if you're doing 4/4.
Well, okay. So here's the thing: within 4/4, there's many more timing than just 4 notes.
You've got like, is it breathes and semi-breathes? No, everything has little timings like waivers and stuff. I remember that everything's like 30 tones and stuff.
You can nod your head and like clap along, right? And you can go 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So there you have, that is your four like beat interval, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Now you can add half notes in there. So you've got 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, right? Greggles would die at this explanation. I'm gonna butcher this, by the way. I'm not a teacher. Okay. So, Greggles is gonna shoot me for this, but
I'll make the two of you fight it out in like a musical battle. I'm fine with that. Don't the two of you play drums?
Yes,
I feel like unironically the two of you having a drum off would be incredibly cool.
He is so much better than me at drums. It is terrifying.
Okay, we'll have to try to figure out some kind of like debuff for him. Like he has to do it like while sellotape to the ceiling or something.
There you go. So okay, let's break it down. I think this is the breakdown of 16ths.
Okay.
Which is what you would want this to be in for maximum timing in writing a song. Okay, so instead of the 1, 2, 3, 4, you go from that to 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, and then you end up, if you keep going down that path all the way to 16th notes, you end up with 1E and a 2E and a 3E and a 4E, right?
Okay.
So you're 1, 2, 3, 4 while you're clapping. You still clap on every time you say the word 1, 2, 3, and 4, because those are your main.
Your main notes. Yeah.
But you're going 1E and a 2E and a 3E and a 4E and a 1E.
If I look at one of the drum nodes, for example, you can kind of see that broken down because that's all of the individual segments that you are basically talking about, because you've got all of these separate sections in here. So actually each of those notes is broken down into the 1E and 2E, and you know what I mean? Yeah.
So if you break sea shanty, the notes that you have just written down, right? Which is ba da da da, ba da 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 da, right?
Yep. Perfect. Well done.
If you break that down into the verbal version of the notes, it's like 1E and a 2, nothing, 3E and a 4, right?
Okay, so it's basically
it literally breaks down to 1 and a 2, 3E and a 4, and like that's how the song is timed out.
So in terms of numbers, that would end up being
So
each
the
of those is one.
is
Yeah.
all within 1 and 2. So you'd have 1 on the note, so that's your A, your
It's
A, your
what?
high
So
octave A.
1/16 between them.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So your high octave A is on the 1, and then
Yes.
every 16th after that, it's but da da da. So it's da 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 is the next 3,
And those are
and
all
then 2.
also with a space of 1.
Yes, it would end on 2. So it would be like 1 and a 2. It would end up right there on the 2
And
with
then
the
there's a space of
boo.
2.
Then you skip everything between 2 and 3, and you come back in on the 3. So it's 1 and a 2, 3E and a 4. This is hard because I don't know how the program works, but I hope the chat understands what I'm trying to say here.
So
It's hard. It's also hard, Kronos, because I am not kidding you. I learned this because my mom was a vocal coach and a music teacher growing up, and she
okay,
taught me this with spoons,
with spoons.
like as a literal child. Yes, like learning to play the spoons on your lap. Like,
Okay, well, I've currently got
you know?
I've currently got a 1/16 between the first and second note, and then a 1/8 between the second and third note, which is obviously double the amount of time.
I can't. I wish I could hear it.
I couldn't
Play it
play
real
it.
quick. I'm gonna be real quiet. Let me unmute the stream. Oh, dude, you're so close.
I think it's 1 2 1 2. Is it another 1? And then a 2, then a 1, and then a 2? Is it just that? Is it that simple?
It's so weird because I don't understand how you're assigning the 1 and the 2 to this.
Well, the 1 square is 1/16, the 2 is 1/8, the 4 is 1/4, 8 is a half according to this.
Play just the first 4 circles, the first 4 spheres of your thing here. I think you need a 1 more gap between after the first one plays and the second one. Oh, weird. Try putting the gap 1 closer because it seems like you put the gap on that one and it like. Yes, there you go.
Do 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 do. So it's.
So yeah, the A is on the 1, and then the second note should be on the and before the 2. So that's a half step, right? So it's 1 and, so the and is the half step. Then you need a quarter step because it goes 1 and a 2. So it's ba ba da ba, 1 and a 2.
That might need to be.
I think that sounded pretty good.
Like this. Mm.
Yeah, I think that sounds good. You can always go back and change the octave and like line up everything that sounds, better. The pacing is going to be the hard part with this type of program. I think you got it. Yeah, do 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 do. And then so now you do a full note skip. So you need to skip as big as possible because you're going from 2 to 3 with nothing in between. There's no half steps, there's no quarter steps, there's nothing.
That's 4. Activate that, and then. Okay. Do all of this up an octave.
He's learning. He's growing and learning.
If I bring that up 1 more octave. Oh. That needs to be one note. Bring that down one octave. Needs to be a shorter gap. Are you sure that ends in an A? That note doesn't sound right.
It ends on an E. It goes F sharp, A flat, E. So that's the ba ba da ba 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 ba. The ba is the E.
Apparently, I'm not naming any names here. Somebody might have forgotten a note on the end.
Well, okay, so Kronos, you got to remember here. You're asking what the notes are for Sea Shanty 2. So I just grabbed the first, 5 or 6 that I could come up with
fair.
and gave them to you because
that's fair. Okay, so it might not have actually been me forgetting it. Okay, I'm no, fine with working with it. Might not have been me. I'm fine with it maybe not being me.
Yeah, there's hundreds of notes that are involved in this song.
Yeah. No, that's not right. That's too high. And then I need to work out the timings as well. But
the cool from this part out, once you hit 3 and go, all the way back to the reset, it's all 16th notes. So da 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 da, like that's all 1/16 notes.
That doesn't seem right. That A. I listen to it. That it's the last 2 notes seem wrong.
A. It should it should be the same E that you used earlier. So, you know how you go like ba ba da ba, and then like that's an E that you're using. You land on that same E on the turnaround. So after the whole second half.
Oh, so it ends. Wait, it opens. Wait, so the second.
Yeah, so there's 2 E's in this like 6-note sequence that you have here, and they're the same E note. So whichever E note you're using in the first half, you just land on that at the end.
Octave 6. I am. That's the weird part. Let's see. Yeah, it's.
Wait, that sounds okay.
No, it's those last 2 notes aren't right. Just chat know what chat, do you know what I mean? I'm not quite on crack here. Those last 2 notes don't sound right. I'm
looking on my phone to see
Let's see.
The last one of the rise needs to go down, not up.
Yeah.
I thought it did. Play it again.
Hang on. If I do. Play it again. Yep. No, it's not quite right. What is going on? What is going on? That is the F sharp. I've lost your note order, unfortunately. So
let me walk back to the. You know what's crazy? I've remixed this song. I've written this on piano. I can just open my file and send you the notes.
Could you? That would probably be easiest. The second to last one is wrong. Yeah, that would. I could also probably read it off of the sheet music, but I just end up counting lines from what the up and down from the previous ones.
Dude, reading sheet music is terrible. I never learned actual sheet music. I know how to read it, but I can't sight read. And if you can't sight read, it's useless. Let me see if I can find that.
And that goes down.
Balthazar put it in there. Hold on, I'm going to rejoin on my computer.
Okie dokie. Balthazar put it in there? Okay, I can't see that message for some reason. What's going on, Twitch? Why is the bottom of My window just been cut off. A, E, D. We've got A, E, D, sure. Then we've got D, D, B, which is C sharp. We don't have another D sharp and then D, E, F. Balthazar's branches off differently than mine. Okay, let's put in a second D sharp then.
Yeah, because you need the second D. It's D flat, right?
Sorry, yeah, C sharp, D flat.
Yeah, so it's ba ba da ba, and then it's that same note again. Ba 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 ba. It starts with the same note, so it should be A E D D flat, which is C sharp, same thing.
And then D E. This is probably where we were missing. I think I was missing one of these C's, and we've got F sharp, A minor. There's no A minor in this. Oh, there is up here. And then back to E. So I was missing a note off at the end. Not on crack, chat. I'm not on crack. Okay, let's try this again. Oh, that's close.
Wait, that's it. That's not close. That's it.
I feel like the timing at the end is slightly off, isn't it?
Nope, it's not.
Is it actually? Did we do it?
Yep. And now we have to do. Yeah, now we have to do the whole next part, which
is Dune back up? Because that's what I was meant to be. I was meant to be doing Warhammer and this, but I got distracted by doing sea shanty when I discovered the allophone. So we've sea shantied, chat. That's the only important thing we've gotten done today.
You should save this and use it for all future downtime.
This is our downtime world. This is building on Sea Shanty 2. Okay, I'm down with that.
It gets really easy once you've written this part and then the next part, and then all you need is the do.
I'm guessing you can just copy
like over and over and over
the same kind of sequence of it. Yeah.
Yeah. So what I would do if I was in this program is I would have that section that you have there, and then I would just build out all the different sections of the songs, because there's only like 3 or 4 different sections, and then just copy and paste them where needed, you know. And you could literally build the entire song out as a string, I guess.
Yeah, you basically would. And then you can branch on it, basically remix it around if you really want to by changing up various bits and copying and pasting it. Because if I could, I could just take this, I can copy this, I can change the instrument to be... No, not drums, that's probably a bad move. And then... You can just mess around with it. I can do anything with this.
Yeah, it is cool. It is a cool program for sure. I wonder if there's, I don't know, things like this. It's like, I love that they're video gamifying like
learning
digital artist workstations, but like honestly, I think it's probably easier to learn like an actual actual music creation software.
It probably is, but I saw a video of this and I was like, you know what, this is neat enough. I want to give it a try, and I think it's neat. I've just been messing around with it. Like I was in Discord yesterday with the community, just having a chat while I was getting some stuff done. I just had this kind of playing on the background. I was just every now and then I was just kind of adding in some more notes or messing around with it, and I was actually having a lot of fun with it.
I mean, it's awesome. I think it's a great tool. It's exciting to let people get in and like play a game that teaches them something at the same time. It's cool because it's one of those things where the biggest problem with learning, like making music to begin with, if you're doing it from a desktop, you know, if you're not like learning the guitar, the hardest part is the burden of choice, because you open these programs and there's a bazillion buttons. It'd be like sitting in the cockpit of a plane.
Yeah, pretty much.
You don't know how to fly it. So this removes a lot of that like insane amount of decision making, and you just are limited to options, and it's kind of like GarageBand and like Beatmaker Studio were so good. That's really cool.
I can definitely see that, but I mean, there's a huge amount of like sharing stuff. there's a huge amount they want to do with it. I think there's on the roadmap on the Steam page, there's plans for, I think it's MIDI import and export and a bunch of other stuff. So let me just have a quick look. Yeah,
they want you to be able to import and export MIDI. That'd be sick.
Yeah, so if I show you the Steam page, this is the roadmap. So the last thing was this Galaxy map and universe for share and stuff, and they're currently working on improved modulation, MIDI import export, node types, like more stuff, and then further on there's explore notes. So there is actually a way that you can
landing and moving on foot.
Yeah, that's a thing. I just need to remember how the keybinds work for it, because I definitely paid attention during the tutorial enough that I remember that it's actually the P key. No, that was the wrong one.
Hit C is what they're saying.
C? What? Okay, that was fine. So yeah, you can there's also ones, there's ones that you can like fly through, and activators that are based on you flying through the map.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
I mean,
there you go. That one, I flew through that gate and it activated.
I'm staring at your Steam.
Oh, you're showing my Steam page. My bad. Let me sorry, that button on my Steam Deck didn't turn it off. Oh, maybe it's on my Steam Deck. It's toggle to show rather than toggle off. Yeah, you can just kind of fly around, and you can set the activators off by flying through them. Well, I turn them off, but then
that's cool.
Where was that gate that I went through? There we go.
It'd be cool to like be in a band and like make a song, and then you put your song in here and use it as the music video. Like you're flying by the notes while they play. Yeah, let me know if you need help with anything. I'm always around.
I just think it's neat. I just really enjoy it, to be honest. It was a nice kind of chill game. I just came across it one day. I was like, I'll try this out, and it was full demo, free on Steam. I was like, cool, I'll look into it. I joined the devs Discord. Dev's really friendly. It was like, if there's any questions, you can just kind of reach out to the dude. It's just kind of neat, and it's just a good way of, like I was saying, there were some games for in December that were really good because they're gamifying learning. Things like learning Japanese was one of the games that was really, really good for that. I like the idea of gamifying learning in a way that means it's actually like engaging, rather than the corporate gamified learning that you see when you have to do various bits of corporate work. That's not real gamified. This is actually learning that you want to learn. Like,
let me take this good vibes, happiness, great game that you learn while playing, and let me just bring you back to reality of how doomed we all are as a human race.
I would rather not.
Of Suno AI has gone on stage at countless speeches basically about Suno, marketing presentations and such, saying that the goal of Suno AI is to make music like video gamify the music creation process. He specifically keeps using the words video game,
but it's not. But it is
literally AI that is just ruining the world.
Awful. Yeah. We've been talking about AI a lot recently.
There's no video gaming in Suno AI. That company is the devil.
Whereas this is a very recognizable sound. I think this is the song I think it is. Like, this is... Well, it tells you there, but you'll recognize it when it starts playing. You going to play? Could be.
It looks like it might be playing. It's doing something. Oh, you have to walk in the center.
Oh. Maybe I do. Maybe this... Oh, this is one of the ones that is activated by flying through it, yeah. So yeah, that was okay. So let me see if I can activate. Let me see if I can activate it and then go back to the overall world view, because that's what I want to do.
That's cool. It's Carol of the Bells.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So if I go back to this layer, I'm just gonna start the whole world again. Probably easiest. I don't know how they've set that one up. Where did I put that? I might have broken it. Winky, I think I broke it. Winky, I can't believe you broke it.
There should be a restart button built into it. You should tell the dev.
I think there is, but I think I'm the problem.
City. You're in a Christmas town.
Yeah, I mean it's Very fancy. I think I'm the problem, I'm going to be honest with you. That's most likely what it was. I don't know what I pressed.
Chris Zuko said there's 3 buttons to reset it.
Ah, Chris Zuko, the dev himself. This is, so for those of you who don't know, Chris Zuko is the developer. You have to walk in the center of it, so I definitely broke something. That's what we're saying. Oh, nice. See.
That's really cool. Hey, you made a cool game here, Chris.
Yeah, I like this. This is, like I was saying, this is neat. Like, this is really cool. I've been talking to a couple of people who like do music a lot. Like, I was talking to Greg about this yesterday. Let me just exit back out to the definitely broke something. I told you, chat, I will always find a way to break something. It's in my nature. Need to remove this. Do this first. Remove the old ones and replace it with a new one. Ah. If in doubt, turn it off and on again. I will play this during the ads chat. Make sure that you are grabbing yourself a drink, look after yourself. Thank you very much, Temperius, for gifting that sub to Chris Zuko. Very, very kind of you. Yeah, I think this is a real neat game. So if I press, yeah, so that one, and I press C, I fly in, that will start it properly, and this time I won't break it, I'll just stop here.
Dude, Chris has all the tech.
I'm sure he does. He's very, very good at all of this. Like, I've seen his YouTube videos on it, and they're actually competent. And I just kind of get lost around the UI because my vision is based on movement and everything in this moves.
Yeah, this is really good. Wow.
Incredibly cool.
I have like 8 million questions I want to ask this guy now.
I mean, I can set something up if you want to do that. Like, I think that'd be neat. I'm down for that because
I would appreciate it. Yeah.
You and Greg both are obviously, you know, big into music. I'm sure Greg would have questions as well. Like, you know, if Chris goes up for it, we could arrange some kind of like dev call, set up a little thing.
Yeah, that'd be fun. That'd be fun. We could play it on stream or something and then do a dev call.
You guys can see competent people actually playing it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I don't know about competency, but chat, let's all remember, music is art, and there's no level of competency needed to create art.
I'm going to put the F into art. It's art.
Perfect.
It's great. There's so much cool stuff that can be done with this. I love it. There was another community mix as well that I really liked. It was Pillars, Power of the Bells, and... oh, what was the other one I found? Was it over in Bopopolis? I think it was in Bopopolis. I think it might have been Firefly. Go try this one out.
Where are the sounds coming from? Like from the dev side? Like, are you using VSTs that are already existing?
Greg made a comment that apparently this must have cost a fortune in VSTs, and I didn't really know what that meant, but that sounds similar.
Okay, so VSTs, Chronos.
Okay.
Are virtual synthesizers.
Okay.
That's what VST stands for, basically.
Yeah, okay, I understand broadly, yeah.
And in order to have like a piano sound, right, you have to have a piano VST. If you want to have like a drum sound, right,
you'd use a drum VST.
Drum kit is a drum VST.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it depends on how many options there are for sounds, but you know, VSTs can be very, very, very expensive, or they can be completely free. It depends on what you're using.
I mean, in terms of the number of sounds, I mean, you've got all of the notes of multiple types of instruments, multiple types of drum. It's 14 types of drum. There's quite a lot in there.
Yeah, so each instrument should be its own VST. The note within that instrument isn't. So
you still got 14 drums, for example. You know, that's not a small amount.
yeah,
You've
but
also
all
got
of those drums could be included in one VST. Is what I'm
oh,
trying to
okay.
get
So
at.
you might get, for example, you might have strings short versus long.
Well, there's
in the same
it's so
VST.
interesting because there's so yeah, and it depends on how it's. I don't know how this works from the game dev point of view, but like, let's say you have a strings short, strings long. That could be the same VST, but it could be
multiple
on the
VSTs.
back end. It could just be cranking a delay knob up and down. You know,
that's nice. I mean, it's
works,
cool how much goes into it, but these are like the very specific questions that one would get from, you know, when you're dealing with indie game stuff. Like, you'll go down rabbit holes and encounter things that you wouldn't necessarily have thought of. And this is one of the things that, you know, obviously I do the game jam. I get to try out some like really quite cool games for the game jam, and you see people try out ideas, and then they take them and they run with them, and they encounter problems they never would have thought of. You know, for example, like, you know, VSTs and stuff might be something that someone wouldn't think about at the game jam stage. When you're stepping up from your proof of concept, you know, your little game jam kind of entry that you've made in 2 weeks to running it for a year, 2 years, it's one of the issues that you will face. And it's really interesting to kind of hear about it, because I wouldn't otherwise really have known much about it, because I can understand sheet music if I really work through reading it. I know how it basically works, but I've never had a musical background or really that much kind of connection to music. It was never something that I did when I was younger. But I love music, so, you know, this is kind of fun to mess around with and lets me kind of understand the basics and trick myself into learning something.
Well, here's a fun fact for you then. And Greggles, I don't know if Greggles even knows this. He might not though. VSTs were created in 1996 because that was, you know, the forefront of the electronic music creation process by Steinberg.
Okay.
Greggles works with them, and so is Mixkey.
Okay. Well, I was on their Creator Deep Dive podcast yesterday. As a favor to Greg.
That's cool. Dude, I'm so jealous, man. I want to do that stuff.
Dude, I'll just set you and Greg up, and you can that'll be awesome. Like,
that would be
you guys could just chat music. It'd be great.
I need to talk to Greg about that too, because it's I haven't told him the story. Nos keeps telling me I should tell Greggles my Steinberg story, which I should, but I haven't yet.
You should. You definitely should. But yeah, this is. I mean, let's play this. Also, thank you very much to Sven Marcus J for that resub, man. 10 months is absolutely huge. Thank you so much for the support. We're just waiting for the Dune downtime to finish and checking out the Mixed Universe, which is a game demo I came across while browsing reels on Instagram. Because, you know, sometimes what I like to do is to find some fun new games. I've got like a little search step where I find fun new indies. So let's try this one. This is a community. I think this is the community one I enjoyed. Yeah, this is the one. Yeah, this is definitely the one I was remembering.
Yeah, this is sick.
They're just fun, like, and if you've got 10 minutes, you can just chuck down a bunch of the nodes, and because of the vibe node system, it basically can create something that sounds pretty good pretty quickly, and then you can just kind of fine-tune various notes if you like it. So I just think it's a neat way of just getting started and playing around with it, and you kind of start learning, okay, well, as a result, in the past 2 days, I've learned about, you know, the scales. I've learned about, you know, like, what the difference. I know that, like, there's an A sharp in one, like, scale will be very different to, you know, an A in another one, and you might not actually have an A sharp at all on that. But there's a huge amount. You know, you can randomize stuff. You can mess around with the drums or the timing. You can do as much or as little as you really want to, and you can just create cool little. As far as I understand it, you don't have the commercial rights to what is created yet.
Question: can you change the BPM?
Yes, but right now I'm at 111. I can put it up with a multiplier down the bottom of the screen by 1.25. But there's also an item that I found called a tempo node. So you could actually, like, you can make it so that halfway through the song, all of a sudden the tempo switches up, or, you know, switches down. And you can control it. So I was
gonna say,
yeah,
this song, this is a good example of someone who wrote something in a slower tempo, because there's only 16th notes available, right? So like the 16th notes are You can't. I don't think you can go below that, right? You can't go to.
I think we can get a 32. Yeah, there's a link. There's a half in there. Yeah, there's a 32 in there. Yeah.
Okay, so that part of this song where it goes like.
Yeah, those are all 32s, are they? Oh yeah, they are. Yeah, if you look on the loop.
That's 32s.
Yeah.
But it sounds super fast because the rest of the song starts very slow. The tempo is low, and then so that makes that part sound fast. And then when it comes in, it's playing at double speed, so it's
because these are
slow.
These are both like a full beat weighting. They're both two halves. So yeah, it's you've got a full note weight between the first notes, and then when you switch to this one, actually because it's those halves, it's so much faster. If I play it at
it's a cool technique that you can do.
I do it at 0.15 speed and see how it sounds.
So you're doing 111 BPM times 1.5.
Yeah, I would normally do 0.2 times 2 just to make the maths a bit nicer, but it kind of works.
Oh yeah.
That kind of really works.
Well, it's 111 times half, so it's plus 55 basically.
Yeah. You're looking at like 166 BPM.
So, you're from Europe. You should know this. Drum and bass.
I do know a thing or two about Europe and drum and bass. Yes.
Drum and bass is typically 170 to 175 BPM. So you just basically cranked this into a D&D song.
Yeah, I did. I mean, if you go into the drums
to just going like boom chick, that's it. That's all you got to do.
Yeah. I mean, it works. There's a reason drum and bass work.
It's so dumb.
It's just.
But you're basically doing the process right now of like, if I was to download a Rihanna song,
just breaking it apart and mixing it around. Yeah.
Yeah, if I'm like, I'm going to turn this Rihanna song into a drum and bass song, that's the first thing that I do. I take the song, I crank it to 175 BPM, and then I rip it apart and change the drums.
Done.
And that's it.
And that's Winky creating music chat.
It's cool that you're taking all this cool knowledge away. This is going to help a lot when you go to make your
I think it'd be neat. And it's something I've always wanted to learn, but this has just tricked me into doing it sooner than I expected, or like sooner than I had to.
It's
what
really
have we got in this one? This one's Sign Bop.
Go play Dune.
You said co-play?
Ooh, no, I said you go play Dune.
Oh, I could go play Dune, but this is. I feel like with like you could definitely easily make like kind of full length songs by doing this, but like at that point you're probably almost better off just doing it from, like you say, from actual software if you want to make your own stuff. But this is a fun way of visualizing and playing around with the early concepts. That's what I kind of enjoy about it. It's kind of neat.
Well, you know what would be really cool is if you could take a system like this loop here. If you could like have a node that tells it how many times it loops before everything goes to a different node. Like a cluster. So like this would be cluster 1, and then you can jump to cluster 2.
There are switches that do that. I don't know. I haven't played around with those yet. So if I go into this section, pattern node, so it controls how nodes will activate. This has a bunch of switch settings in and stuff that I haven't really played around with yet. So you can add in more more stages on the switch. I don't know if it's like based on the number of times it activates before it switches, or so
I'll
3, 2. Yeah, I haven't learned how switches work for this yet.
I'll give you some music theory lore for you. This is less music theory and more industry theory and songwriting theory. But the most overused and like pleasing to the human ear in general, like layout for songs, is what's called an ABAB structure.
Is that the 4-chord song thing?
Well, it's ABABCB. That's the structure of the song. So you have one part of the song that's an A part, then you have a B part and a C part. So all you do is you write your A, B, C parts, all 3 of them, and then you arrange them in the song in A, B, A, B, C, B, and that's your song. So like you could if we could make 3 clusters and have an A cluster, a B cluster, a C cluster, and then we could switch between A, B, A, B. We're basically going verse, chorus, bridge, chorus. Does that make sense?
I'm fairly sure you could do that using the switches, because you basically you need an A-B switch that's going to go A to B to A to B, and then you need something that's going to switch to C and then back to B again, I'm guessing, right?
Chris just said right there. He said
assembly.
In the
Oh, cool.
There's a mix called assembly that has that structure.
Oh,
cool.
Sweet. Okay, let's go find that. Assembly. I've worked out how to search for things, so there we go.
Yeah, it's really cool. You'll hear it in every song you ever listen to now, Kronos, when you're listening to music on stream. If you listen to the way the structure is, it's kind of like when you're trying to buy a car and you're looking for a white Corolla, and then you start seeing white Corollas everywhere. It's a whole thing. You're gonna be like, oh wow, yeah, this is verse, chorus,
Left
bridge,
side,
chorus.
not in the universe. Where am I looking in? Explore. Nice. Assembly. I feel like I should see it lit up, but I don't actually. Oh, here we go. Is this the one? Assembly. Here we go. Open. Aha. Like I said, it's my inability to see UI as a streamer. My vision is based on movement, and none of this stuff is moving. Clearly can't be my fault. Okay. Oh yeah, look, see, it's a series of layer switching nodes.
Oh, this is cool. And then it gets sent to the middle there? What?
Yeah, the layers change and it will visually change with it. So as it progresses through the layers and the different layers activate, you'll see different bits and things will appear and disappear as it visualizes.
Oh, this is badass.
Yeah,
dude.
this is... I thought that you'd enjoy this. I was thinking of you and Greg when I was playing it the first in the demo, and I was like, yeah, I'm going to get the main game because this is sick. It was like 13 quid on Steam. It was great. It's a spaceship. Oh, if I can zoom out more. Yeah, there we go.
Dude, this is badass. This is really cool.
This is what I mean. I've barely touched the surface of what this can do, and I'm kind of excited to see where this goes and do more. I think it will, for me, because of my lack of skill, it'll be really cool when MIDI importing is in, because I could import like basically any song to mess around with it. You know, once I've got that, which will be really, really awesome. But I appreciate that's probably a huge amount of dev work to do. I don't necessarily understand enough of music theory and enough of the program it's written in to know how much work it's going to be, but I'm super excited. Like, this is definitely a game that I'm going to follow. And for those of you in chat who are interested, I'm going to link it for you guys over on Twitch. There you go. Go and give the game a wish list. Go and give it a follow. Go and check out the demo if you want, because like this is what we do. We like to, you know, if we find a cool indie game, like, you know, I like to shout it out. It's been something that you guys should, you know, give it a go. And as you've seen,
dude,
this is awesome.
Is sick.
Yeah. Like I said, like look, Krizuka didn't have to come appear in chat today and answer a bunch of our questions, but 100% did. That's really awesome. So like, massive shout out. The game doesn't have a huge number of followers and stuff that I've seen, so like, go and join the Discord, go and hang out. Like, if you think it's going to be cool, feel free. And this has been one of the games that I'm going to recommend to Thor for his indie summer stuff. So Krizuka, if you don't know, I work with Pirate Software. He did a big indie game event in December. He's doing another one in June for indie summer. One of the things I can do is put a game forward for this. And like, this is the kind of game I think that'll be really neat, because Thor doesn't understand music or audio at all. And I think this will actually be a really cool way of him learning a little bit more about it. And then that would normally be followed by a dev interview, so you could actually kind of show him a bit more about the game as well. So I might see if he's interested in doing that. Reach out down the line for that. Yeah. Oh, like I said, we like to do things here for like indie devs. This is awesome. You're buying this 5 times? Good for you, Winky Bird. But yeah. Watching Thor attempt music will be amazingly funny, I know. It's just great.
Can we export this into MIDI?
That's one of the things on that roadmap on Steam. It's MIDI import and export is on there, so I don't think that's there yet. Okay. Yeah, it's like a lot of you out there, like, you know, in my community and in Thor's community, you know, like, we talk about making your own game. Like, it is a challenge to do, and as Chris says, that you work on it mostly full time, so every purchase makes the game better. Exactly. Like, this is, you can see how much effort and how much care you've put into it. Like, and it's great to see. There are not many devs who are as engaged as this, and it's great to see. How does this work? Freak, this is literally, you can generate But this is somebody else's map. This is way beyond my level of skill, but it's a complete music visualizer where you can build the entire thing. You can place all of your own notes in various sequences. You can control them all, etc. It's a huge thing. I'll put up a little YouTube video about it when I've had a bit more time to play. Because the stuff we did earlier when we worked out the start for Sea Shanty 2 was really awesome. Like, it was really cool to do. And this is the kind of game I think that it's like, say, gamifying learning. I think is a really good way of doing it in a way that's visually pleasing and just fun. And, you know, I don't have a huge amount of capacity for learning new stuff at the moment because I'm doing so much. This has been a great way of just kind of getting in, understanding a little bit more about the music that I'm listening to, what I enjoy, etc. Because this is just great. And like the fact that you can also do all of this like cool layout stuff, you can, like you say, you could turn this very much into like a music video just by flying through it. So you can press this button and you could literally fly through the map if you want to.
This is so cool. Like the fact that you made a cool song is one thing, but then you made the cool song and then got really creative with like how the notes look when it's built.
It's as soon as I saw, because the video I originally saw was just the pillars mix, so it was reasonably simple, just kind of a looped, you know, a looped kind of track. I watched a couple more of the shorts and just kind of like really got into it. So basically, yeah, you can completely build all of the music. So if I go back into some of the stuff that I've made, which is nowhere near as good, you know, we were making Sea Shanty 2 earlier inside of, not this one, inside of this one. So Freak, we made this earlier. This is what we were doing during the Dune downtime because I'm silly and, you know, why not? just little random things. So like I can just continue to build on that over time. The one that I really enjoyed was this one. This is the main pillars I think I haven't messed around with. This was the one that originally like kind of piqued my interest for the game. It was just literally just this loop here, and then watching it build over a couple of minutes of video into what the whole song is. So I'll play the whole thing. It just kind of starts off as this one. It's that loop it tickles the brain in a good brain chemical way. It's something about the notes and the timing. It's very satisfying. And the call and response of the starting, I think it's the allophone, and then with the strings works really nicely to kind of draw you in as it slowly builds. It completely changed the course of the game. TikTok and Insta went crazy with it. I'm not surprised. Yeah. This is what I found on Insta when I was just doing a little bit of kind of a quiet browse. But
what's the BPM of this one?
This is 111 again. Hang on, if I stop it, I go 100. Yeah, I can do it at times. In fact, if I go to, I don't know if the does the flow mechanic change the downstream? If it does, then I could just.
That's a pretty big jump if you go from 111 to 85 or whatever that.
But I can do this. If I go into flow and place one of these, I think I can set it to be any number I want. Yeah. Do you have a particular BPM in mind?
I was just gonna say go like 90. It'd be slower, but it would sound like there's this whole thing in music, and I'm
know
sure
if this will
YouTube
work.
videos.
Don't know if this will work.
Oh, Chris said you can just hit T on it.
Hit T what on this? On that?
Maybe on that. Maybe.
Oh
on
yeah,
the
it changed. Yeah. So when I've done this before, I've not been sure whether it needs to be activated by the activator. But if you can just press T on it, it changes the whole thing, which is what it's done. I can now play that at 90 and just press the play button. Awesome.
Dude, this is sick.
Oh, hang on, let me restart it all. There must be a button. Start mix over with default layers enabled. Is that the one? I think that's the one. Okay, so that's back at 111. So let me restart again. Activate that
well, if we go
first,
slower than 111, it's gonna sound really
start
weird.
90. Here we go. Oh no, that immediately starts it up at. Okay, so it starts the whole thing over. I would need to add it into the sequence somewhere, I think. You have one under the map that's being activated? That makes sense. Yeah, something's overwriting it. I wonder if it's going to be on. It will be on this layer somewhere, I'm guessing. Oh no, so you can actually activate things on layers even if they aren't being shown. Interesting. Oh yeah, because... Already hiding somewhere. Select everything. Oh yeah, I can do this and change to 90. I forgot I can do that, haha. Do this, put it properly to 90. As Lord Winklebrew commands. Why is that saying 91? Okay, that'll change.
Let's go 95.
95, okay. 95. The multiples make a difference. So if you went from like 111, you might want to go to like 99, or is that not really a thing in music?
It's more, I'll share with you some cool stuff.
Oh, hang on, let me start over. Here we go. 95.
So BPM and BPM selection is a really cool concept when it comes to psychology with music.
Okay.
Typically, like slower BPMs like this, a BPM I think it's between like 60 and 90. Not 60, that's way low, but like 70 and 100 basically between there. Psychologically is like it's a better tempo for the average walking speed of a human.
Oh god, no, this is way too slow.
So, well, if you're looking to make like, God, what's the term here? It's like,
I guess if you're making consistent progress, you want to maintain a speed for a long period of time. That's kind of efficient. It's marching pace.
It's there's a psychological reason why 90 BPM is oftentimes used, and it's usually slow tempo, but it's like this weird little.
Isn't it? It's gonna be some kind of nervous system stimulation that syncs with our heartbeat or something, isn't it? It's gonna be some kind of resonance.
Yeah, so there is that theory too. People say that there's a specific like average human heart rate, and if you write your music in that BPM, it's oftentimes resonated.
What I'm hearing is that chat's being controlled by big music, and we don't know about it. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Big music's out trying to control you with music, chat. Be careful.
But if you look into
Make your own music.
Figure out very quickly that if there are BPMs that just resonate really well with individuals.
Interesting.
Like for me, I love most music that I listen to, and I'm like, oh my god, this is sick. It's usually between like 110 and 120 BPM.
Okay, so if we got to like 120 on that loop and we start it again.
Go 124. 124 is like the standard house 4 to the floor house music tempo.
That sounds about right, yeah. Okay, so 124. And... Oh yeah, I can already feel that's yeah.
Yeah, so then you take that and then you do 4 to the floor, which is just like the typical like boom chick, boom, chick, right?
Yeah.
And then you're playing house music.
Pretty much. I can already. Yeah, you can tell. It kind of. Especially as the song builds, like you can definitely kind of feel it. Yeah, I think it's neat, and I think I like there's so much that you can do. You can just play around with other people's mixes, or you can make your own in this. If the community, if anyone out there in the demo creates one, they want to send it to me, I will play their music on stream if you make it using Mixed Universe. I'll do that as a deal. Just announced for Dune, yeah, the current reset that we were waiting for downtime on is for double XP, double progression, etc. I think we should actually be back up now, because I think, you know, it's been a while longer than the additional 20 minutes that was estimated.
Yep, go do your thing. Have fun. I'm gonna download this game and play it later.
You're gonna get. Am I gonna like log in tomorrow? You're gonna be on stream. You'll have been live for like 12 hours, and you'll just be like you'll be like from Always Sunny, just kind of clawing at the walls with some kind of disgusting map that's like 11 minutes long, and you've created the sickest sound of the century.
Potentially, I'm very addicted to.
You've got an addictive personality. We've talked about it before. Yeah.
Have you played Esoteric Ebb yet?
No, I saw that you were going to play it. It's very like dispatch, like kind of like D&D, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's one of the things I think I've got on the potential list for things next week. Yeah, it'll be interesting.
Nice. Okay, we should play it and then we could talk about it.
Okay, yeah, I'll let you know. Yeah. Other than that, I'll speak to you soon. Thank you for stopping by. Take it easy, bud. That was Winky, chat. You highly recommend doing all the tutorials in HQ. I will show people where those are quickly, because that's what I was kind of slowly working through. I didn't have the ability to listen through it. So if we go into the... Wait, where is it? The HQ is... this one, up here. I remember that. You've got the tutorial... I meant to do that, chat. Definitely meant to do that. You've got all of these. You've got like various bits of you can learn to play the game. You could do this, or you could just jump in and start messing around with it, and when things go wrong, be like, oh, I didn't do the tutorial because I didn't read the manual. I don't know anyone who would do that. I did mean to play the tutorial. I just forgot several times, slightly on purpose. But yeah, Brisugo, this is an absolutely incredible game. I'm really looking forward to this, and I'll be playing more of it, as will Winky and a few other people. I will definitely be sharing this. So thank you very much for just popping up in Discord and, you know, answering a couple of questions yesterday. It was really appreciated. Thank you. It's a great game, and I can see the amount of love that you put into the project, you know, so good for you. And I'm really pleased that, you know, the game has gone well enough for you that, you know, you can now kind of focus on it much more full time. Dude, I will definitely have submissions. I'll speak to my friend Greg and see if we can set up something for you at some point. I know that you're working on a big update. I remember seeing it in the Discord, so we can. I'll drop you a line and we can kind of arrange something. Because I think it'll be cool to, you know, potentially have you on stream to answer any questions live or to walk us through something as a small community and go from there at some point. So yeah, great game. And those of you in chat who didn't grab it, this is the link. I would definitely recommend checking it out. Maybe give it a wish list. You know, it always helps. And I'm going to go and do a quick review for this. In fact, while I'm writing the review, we'll put another song back on. Go and find. What do we want? Let's go. Ooh. This looks like fun. We'll put this on while I write the. That was cool. I'm guessing that was done using a series of radars. Okay, that was quite short, but very fun. Synapse evolved. This one. Who needs the tutorial? Except for me needing tutorial and having to ask questions. Let me share my Steam page while I write this with all of you. So assembly in Explore. Visibility public, language English, allow comments, didn't receive it for free. Do I recommend this game? Hell yeah, I do. Post review, we send the review. Done. Reviewed. Absolutely recommend it. Those of you who didn't, the link is in chat. One more time, I'll link it over on YouTube, and then we will switch back across to Dune. Because Dune has gone through an update, and we have a double XP weekend, double progression weekend, which is great fun. This is rad. I completely agree. I've been having great fun with this. Like, just go back and verify the integrity of my Dune and then update stuff. I'm kind of enjoying the music too. It's kind of great. Okay, I will click done. I will unfortunately have to close this game. No, thank you very much, but thank you very much for stopping by the stream and spending time today hanging out and talking and yapping with us, because you didn't have to, and it's massively appreciated. Not every, like I said, not every dev freely engages with the community and the people playing their games like that. And so, it's actually really nice to see that, you're around and you care enough. That's what you want to do. So I'm really pleased that, the game is successful for you, that it's gone well for you, that people were interested on TikTok. And like I say, my principle here is I will always do what I can to make sure that I can kind of give spotlight to kind of cool games, projects, etc., which stand out and which are, that's not the right thing. Do that. Switch back to that one, and we'll load up Dune Awakening. Do this. Absolutely rad. Really enjoyed that game. I really enjoyed Mixed Universe. Played the demo, enjoyed that. Picked up the main game, enjoyed that. Absolutely recommend it if you just want to have a bit of play around and learn some music. If you've ever wanted to learn music and, thought, I don't know how to get started, it seems a bit overwhelming, because I've been there. It was just a great fun little thing. And it's like what, 13 quid, 15 or so dollars. Very manageable. Very manageable. Very good. Very fun. If you need to create, I think the main thing will be, if you can get the ability to export the files and you can get the ability to have a commercial license to it, I think you'll find that people might even use that to create their own kind of, like Winky was saying, music videos or ad screens or, startup stuff on stream could be really cool. You could actually turn into a really cool, visualized video of your character flying through it. The stream starts and the camera pops up as your character, inside of that game kind of closes out what they're doing. So we are back in Dune. Servers are back up. We've got our new mnemonic recollections, 35 of them. Time to run missions. Oh boy. Let's start with a new one that we haven't done. Oh god, 250 sabotage experience? Damn. Steal a specialized cargo from the Taiki or sabotage operations at the fortress. We'll do a lesson in botany. How about this? Great feedback. I'm happy to give it, bud. If I have anything that I think of while I'm playing the game that I think would be awesome, then I will of course reach out in the Discord and let you know. I just think it's neat. I think it's great fun. Maybe ability to control the camera slightly more when you are in the flight mode so that you can zoom out a little bit better. And that's the only thing I would say is the character takes up a large part of the screen, but that's such a small quality of life thing that it's kind of a meme. The only one that was standing out to me as I was struggling to zoom out to see a bit more of where I was. That's about it. You could potentially do it with a field of view slider as well. Yeah, that's the other option, thinking about it. So we'll grab that one, and we will grab this one. And this one. Is there an option to mix yourself, or are the levels preset? What do you mean mix? Sorry, Winky, I don't know if I understand the question. How are we all doing out there? We pleased to be back in the land of Dune? With more missions to do, more spice to receive, more friends to do flybys as we scream across the voice comms. Can you EQ certain frequencies out yourself of each sound? I have no idea, Winky. That sounds highly specific. Like a free roam kind of mode? You EQ certain frequencies. So basically you basically need like an in-game equalizer. I'm sure that would be doable. I don't think I've seen one, but I don't know enough necessarily about equalizers and how they're implemented. But I feel like, given the stuff that's already been done inside the game, I'd be surprised if the dev hadn't at least thought about it. I feel like that's the kind of thing that we could definitely raise. We can drop that in the Discord. Because equalizers are very, very common across music creation, sound creation in general. There's an equalizer on this microphone, so you don't hear the highest, the highest and lowest sounds. Like if a helicopter comes over, for example, or a plane is passing, you don't hear the house shaking because I've got that equalized down. Oh, whoops. Right, there we go. 5. Multi-band or parametric EQ would be nice. I don't even know what those words mean. I couldn't... Like, if I was knifed in an alleyway by an equalizer, I wouldn't be able to tell you if that equalizer was multi-band or parametric. I'm just telling you that for free now. Be grateful you don't have the B1s flying overhead like you've had recently. I know there's been a lot of B1 Lancer flights in and out. I think it's B1 Lancers flying in and out of over the UK recently. It's kind of wild. Yep. That's mine. I'm going to leave. You need to sit me down and teach me? I'm sure you do, Winky. I'd be down to learn. It's just about capacity. It's about how much I'm doing at any given time, and the work never seems to end. For my sins. I'm going to go with for my sins. It's probably because I pissed off a witch at some point. You know how it is. You're just minding your own business, and all of a sudden, somebody asks if you want any like lucky heather, or a toad's eye, or the leg of a frog with 7 brothers. You say no, thank you, love, and she puts a curse on you. We've all been there, I'm sure. We've all been there. An everyday occurrence, right, chat? Right? Sounds like a normal Thursday. Yeah, exactly, yeah. A normal Thursday where you get turned into a frog by a witch and then cursed. You guys have some wild-ass Thursdays. Pretty sure you pissed someone off to be getting so many debuffs? Quite possibly, Cinders. Whoops, I wasn't paying attention to the screen. I was just looking at chat. Is that not normal for you guys? No, that's not the most normal. I'm going to be honest with you. Like, you run over one Baba Yaga and now everything tastes like static. You shouldn't run over Baba Yaga. Yes, she's horrifying. Did you not see the house with chicken feet? Come on. Timberborn 1.0 is out. Be a beaver. I might check Timberborn out next week. Yeah. I did enjoy it when we did that sponsor segment a while ago. Quite fun. That was quite a long time ago now, actually. I wonder. Whoa. We could probably do some Timberborn at some point. True. Let me have a quick look. Oh, no. Oh, we should I should just do something quickly. Let's just do this. Grab that and do a sneaky little repair on the I forgot that after the wing gamba we didn't actually repair our wings. Whoops. The ads chat will be here in 1 minute. I'm just going to get up and stretch my legs. I missed a couple of our other breaks, so I need to make sure I do my exercises because I'm starting to feel a little bit strungled. And if we've got stuff to do today, then you know, we might want to have a functioning spine. So the ads will be here in just a moment. Please make sure that you get up, stretch your legs, grab yourself a drink of water, grab yourself a snack. You know, all those basic self-care things, you know, that you're meant to do. It's very important. And I will be right back. You've got food, you shouty baby cat. Hello, chat. There is a small shouty Bailey here. Oh no, he's sat by the door to the kitchen room. What do you mean shrimp mode activated? No, You were meant to deactivate the shrimp mode, chat. I know a lot of you guys are obviously fans of Timberborn, so if there's a lot of appetite for it, it's something that we can probably do down the line. Let me just clear up a few things. Wow, why did I get like 10 emails all about Timberborn? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15? Doesn't seem right. Maybe you want to meet up in A2 to get a free weapon? You don't like the okay, I will come grab the experimental lightning gun, grade 2. Fine. I'm just gonna play with it right now. Fine. Absolutely. Have I dabbled with Age of Wonders 4? Winky, there are single beavers in the area they're looking. Wait, no, there's a joke in there about looking for wood. Actually, maybe I should be more careful. AOW4. I'm drawing a blank on what AOW4 is short for. So, you want to see me? You want to see me play Whiskerwood because the joke about wood wasn't enough. You want to joke about cats, where I can also make a joke about pussycats, which is obviously just not going to be a good idea for anyone. Like that's the whole thing. What was that about? No, I didn't say anything about. I didn't say anything about how moist they were. Well, thank you. What's the damage difference? 199 versus... Wow, this is literally just like a flat, like 20% damage increase. Just call 33%. Thank you very much, Spook. Okay. Cool. Age of Wonders 4? I don't even think I've played Age of Wonders 4. Have I? They all blur together. They all blur together in some great mystery. If there's anyone else in Dune who wants to team up and do some of the combat missions quickly, we can help with we can do Blushing Cavern at the same time people want to do it. Because we can actually, as long as we're in the same group and in the same instance, we can actually complete each other's missions. Excuse me. I'm fairly sure it was the poison one I need to do. Why is one of my hands cold and the other one is fine? Go home, body, you're drunk. The body is drunk. I don't know this dungeon anywhere nearly as well as I know the one for, Oh, hello! Hi! I'm in the middle of doing a time testing station. You want bus? Well, that's a surprise, isn't it? Should I turn on your bed? Is that what you would like? I had a snack and now you want the bed? You warmed up? Is that what you would like? Hello! Hi!
To tropical ecas that can survive in the extreme aridity of Arrakis. A true challenge. The accomplished botanist Dr.
Would chat like the Bailey cam? I think they probably would. Probably a dumb question. Let's do this. Hat. Hello, talkative. Hi. Do you like how there's a very, like, clear designated spot that's all his? He does indeed demand the comfy spot with the pets. The space he lets me use. I think that we have an interesting accord, Bailey and I. So the outside belongs to him, absolutely. If I'm outside, it's his domain. I'm clearly invading on his territory. But if it's inside, he kind of accepts that it's kind of my territory too. Because it's inside the house, inside his territory, so it's kind of like a bit of a fair trade. There is indeed a Bubba. Well, that's unreasonable. I forgot that I also need this. And the final one. Hello. Unlucky. Oh, what have we got here? Hello, Deluxe. How are you doing? Welcome on in.
Where's my reinforcement?
Dead. Nice. That's not how it works. That's. I'm fairly sure that's how it works. I forgot one. I forgot the Zombieland rule of double tap. Clearly my problem. Re-download Dune, you want to ask, is the community server based in NA? Yes, but I'm based in Europe as well. So we have, like, for example, Sabu, one of my moderators, is based in the Netherlands. I'm based in the UK. The ping is basically varying between about 75 and 95 for me. So it is very, very manageable to play in Europe on these servers. However, if you do have problems, then at some point I may have news for you about European Dune servers.
Choke on this! Bombs away!
You're playing New Zealand to NA servers, pings around 200? Yeah, so the servers that Nitrado kindly provides are really well located, that no one seems to have a significant problem with ping, despite being playing from Europe, which has been absolutely fundamental as part of our gameplay experience. I always want people to be having a good gameplay experience, and I'm glad that we have been able to do that. Boy, aren't you? You like the Warhammer box? The big baby. Yeah. Oh, you're wanting the butt rubs. Okay. You're such a big baby boy, aren't you? Oh, I know. The look of betrayal I get when I stop petting him is very difficult. It's very hard to deal with. Why is there a night corpse in his cat cube? Don't ask questions you don't need the answer to. He doesn't go inside the cat cube. He never has done in 3 years. So right now there's a knight inside there. Don't worry about it. It's fine. I've just remembered, like, there was definitely a mission I was meant to do in here. I definitely didn't do it. So let's go back and do the mission again. I got distracted by doing the objective, because that's what you do in the fire dungeon. The knight is sleeping. It's the knight's cube. The cat doesn't want it. The machine spirit is slumbering, Valera. Well played. I mean, this kind of counts as Dune content, but he is kind of in the way. So if you guys do want to be able to actually see the screen, I can sort that, maybe, because I'm so kind and generous. You've now learned how to make a burned peanut-esque Bailey avatar, just in case. I feel like that would be a great idea, Nella. You know what, Nellas? Let's make that a thing. That's a subathon goal right there. Done. I'm gonna have to watch a lot of burned peanut content to make sure I understand the memes and can do them properly, but we can make it work. Give me a Mark 6. No, fine. Hello. What are you just lying like a little sleepy slug? Oh. I've been super easy to be super close to breaking TOS as humanly possible with your jokes and scream let's ride while drinking beer. Okay, this sounds awful. How did they... The NPCs are getting smart, but not that smart. Hello. Hi. Are you crawling around beneath the desk because you want more attention? Is that what you would like? You're not demanding at all, are you, Bailey? Maybe we'll make it so that people can see the character now. Yeah. Want to cuddle? You want to cuddle up here? You've got a bed up here. Like, you've got a whole-ass bed up here, Bailey. Like, the big bed is up here. I've given up a whole half of my desk for you, B. Wait, that's the way I just came? Can't believe sometimes I tap R after using this rifle to reload, even though that it runs off of electricity from my power pack. And start shooting me. Yep. He's letting me use half of his bed holder as a computer desk? I guess. I guess that's how he sees it. Hello, come on. Oh wait, I'm done. Only 2 waves in this one. A loud voice gives in. And go back where you came.
Need another hit. Breathe deep. Yes! Need you in here. Yes! Charge me up.
Actually, I wonder how much this does. Oh, a lot. Okay.
Need another hit. Breathe deep. Yes!
Okay, good boy. Okay, we go for this camera now instead. Did it not work? One second, chat. Why is the desk cam not working? Why can you not see B? Why no B for cat? Chat. One second, chat. Hi. There's connection. Hi. Hello. Let's see if we can fix this then. There we go. There we go. Just a plug that had been not pulled out, a USB port that just been pulled. What is that you see? It's very clearly a cat, although the frame rate is apparently very unhappy about the concept. Let me turn this one off. Apparently that's fine now. This is all we have. This is the stream now, chat. Goddamn. I have a new camera. That's the B cam. This is the other B. I have actually I've been looking at getting a PTZ camera that's a bit better for alongside me, because moving the cameras around it's just going to break it eventually. I do find it deeply funny that for some reason this camera lags the stream if I have both the cameras running, so I probably need to look at where it's plugged in. It's probably an overloaded USB controller. So for those of you who don't know what those are, on your motherboard where you've got your USBs, you've got like little chips that regulate the amount of power that flows through them and the amount of processing they all do. If you overload those, it doesn't go well. Fire up. So sometimes when you're having camera problems, it might actually be because it's the USB slot that it's in. And the controller configuration on your motherboard. He isn't moving. Are you not moving? Yeah. Yeah, you're a big baby. Can I take this back? Thank you. I need my dry brush back. Oh, I know what G's excited about. G is excited about these. And probably this. This is the corner. This is the keep myself safe from. If G arrives at my house, I can throw these out of the window and run in the opposite direction. So that G, is distracted temporarily. There's also a squishy on top, so she's also even more distracted. Perfect. We. Nope. Nope. Through the wall.
Project Progress Report number 31. We have ceased work on survival hybridization. Everyone has come to realize that it is only the Fogwood Ilaka research.
I have had quite a long time to get to know G, don't worry.
It's truly intriguing how the Fogwood connection seems to work both ways.
Like 15 years, maybe a bit more, 16 years?
Plants shaping human thought. The Ilaka factor is the true wild card, though, the fury of their life.
Now I can actually leave, because I've done the mission I meant to do the first and second time I ran the dungeon.
Yesterday's experiment, Shana became enraged.
Oh god, there's so many blueprints.
Borrowed her pruning
Hammer's bladder, finally. Thank you.
She used them to cut off
Ooh.
all his fingers. Kent just
Toxin absorption pills are always good. I'm glad I've upgraded my inventory, because geez, like...
fascinating.
That one. I am indeed older than 16, yes. Correct. Given that my Twitch account is a certain age and you have to be 13 to make a Twitch account, you could probably do some math. Isn't simply the best. Nice, okay. That's, wait, what was our next mission? Was it Smuggler's Run? Yes, Smuggler's Run. Now we're gonna go and collect artifacts. It's down here. In October, your account will be old enough as well for terms of service? Wow. Indeed, artifacts. Mysterious cultural artifacts that belong to long-lost civilizations. That looks like enough UFOs to give a small town those. It's enough UFOs to give somebody a sherbet burn on their tongue. But no one I know would eat that many sherbet filled sauces in one go, would they? What kind of person would eat that many sauces in one day so as to give themselves a burn on their tongue from the sherbet? That would... No one would ever do that we know about. No, definitely not. My voice is laden with sarcasm. What? You heard me. You heard me. And the worst bit is, most of you aren't even remotely surprised. I think I can catapult myself using this wreck. Yes, I can. Are you calling her Gerby now? Is that how it is? Like G Kirby is Gerby. Is that what we've done, Pan? Is that what's going on here? Because I'm actually kind of fine with that. Gerby is quite good. If I do this, does it... Even has a Kirby colored name. You know what? They've got you there, G. They've got you there. Unfortunately, I'm not sure you're going to escape the Gerby allegations. There's worse things to be known for online, sure, than being called Gerby. Archie, Pan, I know exactly what's going on in G's head right now. It's this.
To fuck off with that shit.
No. Actually, at the end of this song, I might pause it to try something out, because there was a song that I need to... Winky lovingly made a piece of music at one point for us, and I don't know if I've shared it with chat. Let's see, the song's about to end here, so if I do this, and then I'm going to have to use certain things to dial in the volume. Hang on.
You ignored me.
Okay, so that's that one. What about...
Everything was coming at me from every direction all at once, and I was like, there were dicks everywhere, you know? I'm just fucking...
Yeah, it needs to go even quieter than that, but that's... Okay, we're not far off there. A little bit loud, but not too bad. I'm glad I didn't leave at 100%. That was at 25%. Winky made this. Which is kind of a banger.
To fuck off with that shit.
So at some point, Winky's gonna teach me how to turn my own voice lines into musical memes, and I'm kind of here for it. It's better than his cooking. Winky's cooking is okay. I'm proud of Winky for switching away from ordering quite so much DoorDash, because that's a big change for him. And it takes quite a lot, because I don't know if... When you end a day of streaming, I know entirely how easy it could be to fall into that trap, because you just don't have the mental energy left to decide on to, like, what am I going to eat for dinner? How do I go through all the steps of making it, etc. I can entirely see why Winky would fall into that trap, because Winky, like, you have to remember, chat, Winky streams, like, a lot, has girlfriend, full-time job, like, Winky's a busy dude. Like, I can see why Winky was in that kind of position, but it's easily done. So I'm actually real proud of Winky for the work on his cooking and stuff, and switching away from using DoorDash quite as much this year. Like, even just the intent to stop doing it is a lot, so good for him. His imaginary... No, his girlfriend who goes to a different school. She's Canadian. Yeah, the Canadian school that the Canadian school that goes to a different girl that you wouldn't know, chat. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Oh, I was positive about Winky and you could hear. You know, chat, I take it all back. Winky is a stinky. It's in the name, it rhymes. Like, now, Winky, I know how much work that takes. Don't worry. I know how that goes. So, like I say, I'm proud of you, dude. Like, you've done great work. Like 2024 into 2025 was you quitting smoking, and like this year has been you like focusing on like that kind of stuff. It's been great to see, dude. I'm proud of you, man. I like to celebrate the wins for my friends. You know, you're actually grocery shopping as you speak. Nice. Now, I was just saying to chat like how I know how easy it can be, because like there's some days, especially if you do like a big stream or you've done like a huge amount of work and then a stream, where you just get to the end of it and you're just like, ugh. You don't want to go through all the steps of dealing with food and thinking about it. Like, you don't have the spoons for it. Like, quitting smoking, yeah, I think as far as I remember, Winky stopped smoking at the end of 2024 and has just stayed off of it ever since. You legit work 10 hours and get off work after 30 minutes to eat and then stream to bedtime. Exactly, yeah. Like, dude, I know how it is. Like, it's hard work. Like, right, let's grab 3 more missions. We've got to get this 35 down, at least a bunch. Open fire operation. We will take sabotage aboard the Taiki. Oh shit! I'm going to abandon open fire operation, leave recon run, pick up into the shadows for the Taiki. Sabotage aboard the Taiki, and the heart of the matter aboard the wreck of the Taiki. So we've got 3 missions all in one place. Done. Nice and efficient. Playing Slay the Spy for 6 hours isn't hard work, but it's fun. It's not hard work, Winky. Streaming isn't necessarily, in playing games particularly as a streamer, isn't necessarily hard work. The work part is just a decision. It just takes decision-making energy. It just takes capacity, and that's what you can run out of. If you haven't eaten by the time you do that, like, you can just get to the end of the stream and just be like, I'm done. My response to people tell me smoking is bad for my health is telling me smoking is bad for my health, it's bad for your health. It's not for them to worry about. Like I said, if you want to smoke, good job. But it's something that Winky worked quite hard on, and you know, I know that it's not necessarily easy. So like, I want to celebrate his win, man. Like, Winky deserves the win for that, because staying off of smoking is a huge thing for him. Some people are better at staying off of stuff, some people aren't. But like, you know, I recognize that Winky put a lot of work into staying off of smoking, in the same way that he's putting a lot of work into his eating habits, and like, deserves to be seen for that. Winky, pretend you didn't hear any of this nice stuff, man. I don't want to spoil my reputation. Been a year and 4 months since you quit. Yeah, I remember you saying, man. We were talking about it at TwitchCon. And then we were talking about it when you started doing World of Warcraft with Thor way back when. Like, when you and Thor met, I remember talking about it with you. Because, like, that was December and January, I think it was. 2024, 25. Yeah, for Winky, exactly, yeah. Winky's put it in work. You are irritating. I have a really bad habit of pressing R after ranged engagements because I'm so used to using the drill shot as my ranged weapon. Even at like launch, I've never used automatic or semi-automatic weapons in this. I've just used the drill shot, which is the base of the shotgun. Is it on my end? Oh, frame rate drop will be this area. Hang on. If I do this, it'll be better. Has that fixed it, chat? That stabilized. That seems to have stabilized on my end. Oh no, even now I'm at 98%. We might have some kind of graphical memory leak. Let's do this. Shit. I'm trying to fix my graphical issues, goddammit. Right. Change this one. How is that stability-wise? Smoother? Smoother for you? I'm going to stop spinning because I'm getting dizzy. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Cranium guy. I hope that your work there goes quickly, dude. Just remember that I was in such automatic mode doing the 2 missions that I'm used to. I forgot that I was doing a 3rd one that I'm not used to. So I actually need to go back and do those missions again. I've got some kind of graphical memory leak, it seems. Hello? That's your claws in my hand. Thank you. That was very kind of you, B. I really appreciate that. Where's the melee dude? Well, we'll find out in a second when he attacks me and stabs me in the back. Shigawa logs are at the back of the ship. We might need that VTubing avatar sooner than you expected, Nellis. I'm gonna be honest. Didn't see this happening. I could turn the lights on. That would probably help, right? Do this. Grab that. Unlucky. If I do... Yeah, if I turn that on, it's just going to completely cap my GPU. There is some kind of graphical memory leak going on here. It's using 93% of my GPU right now, which I do not know why that is. Oh, someone already killed all the guys here. That's so unfortunate. Anime girl Kronos VTuber. I feel like I would make an excellent anime girl VTuber. Thank you very much. Hi, are you just reaching out because you want attention or because you want to do a big stretch? I feel like you're pretending that you don't want attention, but you do. Who's a baby, huh? If we leave this area, we can put the cat cam back on and chat will be happy again. So you know that their happiness is tied to how much they can see you on camera, B. It's why we have to post a photo of you every day on Daily Bailey. Meow, I know. I don't make those rules. You make those rules, right? You're the one who decided that. Yeah. Okay, you climbing on the desk. Is that the plan? Meow. Hi. That's not the way down. You know that. That's, Thank you, B. That was kind. He's taking over the stream. What do you mean? He is the streamer. I'm just the VTubing avatar. This is just a high-detailed VTubing avatar. Bailey is the actual streamer here. We all know this. Chat, the ads are about to start. I'm just going to go and check on what B needs and do the next set of my stretches. So I will be right back after those ads. Please get yourself a drink. Please grab yourself a de-scrungle, you know, stretch yourself out. And I will be right back. Whoop. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad that you are enjoying the ad Thors still. They are very, very funny. Nellis does a great job with those. So yeah, give a big shout out to Nellis for the ad Thors. And like I said, if you guys have your own ad Chronoses, ad Thors, ad mods that you want included, you can submit them. They can be submitted over on the Discord. So you are more than welcome to do that every time. I think it'll be great if I can start including some more community ones. They don't have to be Thors. You can have ones of me as long as they're tasteful Chronoses. Tasteful clones only. Also, Nellis, don't think I didn't see the Clonos thing yesterday in Discord. It's an imposter. I saw that, Nellis. It was very funny. Good job. Proud of you. Oh, hello. Are you back? Have you changed your mind? Did you change your mind, good sir? Hello? You went outside. You didn't want food. You've literally waited until the ad break is over to come back in and ask me for food. Is that what you would like, B? Is that what you've been doing? You see how he sits with his paws at like 45 degrees off of center? He does that when he's like, he'll do that face directly at you and just sit there with his, that's when he wants something. That's how I know. It's like he's preparing to make himself rounder, to make himself cute. I didn't think that the Puss in Boots thing in Shrek was real until I realized that Bailey makes himself rounder when he clearly wants something. He just, when he wants something, he lets you know about it. Don't you, B? Don't you? Was no? You want this? You want the wet palette sheets, do you? You want the attention? Okay. You want to rub your face on the stuff? Okay, chat, I'm going to be right back. I just want to go and check his food bowl again to make sure he's okay. Because you know what he's like. He's a little complainer. I'll be right back. He absolutely is indeed, Kinamori. How are you doing? He's a very needy boy, but he's my son, so I wouldn't have it any other way, really. He is, like I say, he's my grumpy son. Round is friend-shaped? Exactly. You see Warhammer? No, you definitely don't. Yes, you do indeed, Anthony Master, see Warhammer. So, as some of you might not know that it is part of working on the Partner Plus program on Twitch, I am for every individual tier 3 sub, I'm painting a miniature for a community member. So basically based on their request. So if I show you, for example, these are the 2 that I've done so far, getting back into painting. So we've got 2 Blood Angels done kind of similar ways. And then I've written the bottom the relevant community members who have done it. So yeah, they're pretty neat. So that's 2. The next set we've got are basically working through various requests from people. Where they've said streamer's choice, I'll likely just use it to practice my painting skills, I'll be honest with you. But yeah, I'm actually, I was quite enjoying it. I finished off the lighter of the 2 Blood Angels there before the stream today. Just what I just did the null like while I was going live. Do I play? I haven't played since 9th edition properly. I've played, I think, 1 game of 10th. So I know a real mismatch of rules, and I might just wait until 11th to play tabletop again. But it would be nice to have, you know, army/armies ready for that. And there's no reason that I couldn't go to like a you know, a local like gaming place and do a Warhammer like game with a friend and literally record it for chat, walk you through like learning the tabletop as well. 11th is around the corner. Somebody told me that in 11th they might update Vanguard veterans, and I very nearly shat a kidney with excitement. Like if they upgrade my Vanguard veteran boys, I'll be very happy. You have a fun game with a painting race, one single mini. You're limited to one brush. You're not allowed to use toothpicks. Wait, what do you use toothpicks for? Oh, actually, I do have a question for you. That reminds me. Let me finish doing this race through the rift, and then I'll ask you. When you are doing trim, if you like miss a bit and you end up with a tiny amount of gold, you probably don't anymore. But I did on doing one of mine. So there's a tiny amount of gold like actually down on the bottom of the shoulder pad. What's your best option for getting rid of that? Because obviously, if I just do it over in a base color, it's going to be very visible with all the wash, etc. So how would one get rid of that? How does one deal with it? I'll show you an image on camera in a second. Give me 1 second to land. We're going to end up painting again on stream. It's going to end up happening. So if you look on this one, oh, that's gone real low frame rate, as you can see. You can see ever so slightly on the top. Well, you probably can't. Dune, I'm going to restart you. There's something not quite right about you. So you can see there, I mean, it's difficult to, because of the focus. You can kind of see there's a little bit there where I slipped off. And I didn't notice until it was dry. How would you suggest dealing? Let's just give Dune a bit of a check out. I've got missions I need to run, Balthazar. I can't stop. I've got missions to run. When I'm doing strange work on parts, you personally mask off if you're ever worried about it, but you say if it's where you can get off, or if you're not, you're going to be doing paint matching and taking time on doing repair. Okay, so repair. I thought it would be potentially like matching repair, so I wasn't sure, but that makes sense. Let's do this. Oh. Okay, that's the game cache check. Steam common redistributables. Base coat and wash over it. Yeah, I could do that. Or I could make some, I could basically do the pad differently. I just wanted to make sure that I like to make sure that my instinct is right when I'm doing this. Like, so my instinct was that I would need to basically be careful about color matching it. I just wanted to make sure that instinct was correct before I did it, more than anything. Posted Puppy, thank you very much for that resub with Prime, buddy. 8 months, absolutely amazing of you. I really, really appreciate that support, dude. How are you doing? But no, the lighter marine, I'm quite happy with this one. This one's come out quite nicely now that it's been null down. That's, to me, that's more Blood Angels than this one is. This one's almost too dark, I think, to be Blood Angels to me. It seems almost brownish. Whereas the lighter red definitely worked, even though I used Blood Angels red. It was on dark. I'm doing very, very well, thank you, bud. Thank you very much for that support, bud. Your Prime is very much appreciated, dude. With my airbrush paint, sometimes you can get lucky with using a detailed Q-tip and some 95% alcohol. Fair enough. Wig Diddley wants the brown marine. Seems, I mean, that was very much red rather than brown, but my main through though would be do like a grey shoulder background, then put the transfer on it. Yeah, that would probably be a good way of doing it. Or I could do it into like black, for example. There's all kinds of stuff that could be done. They're infiltrators, so you've got a lot of like options. They're not really meant to be that showy and flashy anyway, so it's mostly for testing, just to practice doing trim. I used to do an awful lot of trim because I have Black Legion and Chaos Space Marines, and they're basically like 90% trim. If you... I might... Do I have a Chaos Space Marine to hand? No, I don't think I do. Trust me, Chaos Space Marines are 90% trim if you're Black Legion especially. You requested brown? You did. I did get a brown. I've got this. There's a nice brown contrast there called Skeleton Horde. I've got a nice brown dry brush called Sylvaneth Bark, so I can bring up the dark base coated model. So yes, it should be very doable. We did. I got 2 paints specially. The people who requested purple, I've got Magos purple here. Very nice. That'll be nice. Bring that up with some Celeste and some whites and stuff beneath it. I think that won't be greys and whites. I've got the greens, obviously, for the salamanders that were requested. So I did good. Chronos did good. I remembered pretty much everything that I needed to, which I was surprised about as well. I know. I didn't even remember to take my list with me, and I still managed to remember. I was very pleasantly surprised. Dune Watcher, Ancient Way, Shaddam's Bladder, Pardot's Hood, Steel Suit Boots. I'm just learning these tier 1s now, because we've got so many of them that it's getting kind of insane. How about Alpha Legion colors? I have a non-Games Workshop paint for that, Luther. It's it. It is Siren Scale Green. I'm not sure if you can see it, but it's like a very bluey, like a bluey green metallic. 15 paints, 1 brush versus grows all paints he wants and able to distract me with questions. You'll still win because I get distracted. I'm not sure if you realize this, but I happen to go off on tangents, and you know, it's anyone's guess to how long it takes me to come back to them. How far we go. Same here, but you end up going and looking for more stuff to paint. Yeah, that's I'm definitely not as dedicated to it as you are. I will always freely say that you are definitely the pro painter, the better painter, and obviously the faster painter. Painting has always been the part of Warhammer 40k I found difficult. I'll be honest with you. Like it's the bit that least engages me about it. So it's interesting when it takes my fancy. If that makes sense. If I take out Grave of the Fireflies and I in Open Fire and False Flag, I should have that behind Grave of the Fireflies. You bought a 3D printer? That's your current tangent? Oh boy, that will do it. Yeah, that would do it. Oh, Freya, if you haven't got Shaddam's Bladder, do I want it? You've got 5 in the tin. I would love more. I've got 1 now. That's the first one I've managed to find. It's obviously what I was running before, and once I'm fully done on combat and I'm done with like running the missions and stuff, it's what I like to mess around, and I like that I can just use that long term. Go do Masano the Burned. This one I could do this one in less than 3.5 minutes, which is quite nice. I would 100% go off on a tangent. I would download a car. Yes, I would download a car. This is the last time. Thank you very much, Freya. I appreciate that. To be honest with you, I just like hoarding blueprints. If anyone's got any blueprints in Dune that you just don't really want, I'm happy to redeem them. I'll just sit with them in my inventory like Smaug. Nellis, if that's not in my DMs in the next 5 minutes, we're going to be having words. If it's got a, you know, if it's potential fun for me, then it'd be rude to not send it across. Also, quite funny to shoot the guy who has the melee in the back before he was able to put his shield on. Ooh, hello. It's a spicy meatball. Which gun is this? This is the experimental lightning gun. The nice thing about it is that it doesn't use ammunition, it uses energy. So theoretically, if I was just to use the las gun and the experimental lightning gun, I would never need to carry ammunition. I could just carry, what am I currently using? I'm using Mark 4s. I need one of them. Okay. Yeah. You add to me in my stream Discord? Yeah, send it straight to me. Yeah, it needs to, thing is, my vision is based on movement, and I'm going to want to enjoy that one in DMs. Come on, come on. That one. And then there'll be you. Flame up.
Shields up.
Thank you. You blame me for giving you ideas. That's absolutely fair. You can blame me all you want for those, Nellis. You know what? Fine. That's fine. You got a grade 5 ambition. Oh, Chifa, that's beautiful. That sounds like fun. That's a lovely gun, grade 5 ambition, to be fair. Although I do find that I don't use them anywhere near as much as I used to. I just don't find it's as powerful as it used to be. You tried the replica pulse sword, it's way too slow. The burning blades have much faster time to kill. The reason you use the replica pulse sword is the AoE parry rather than the burning blades damage over time. But yeah, the burning blades are very, very good. The replica pulse sword is just real nice as well. That extra range is very, very good on the AoEs, and when you're doing the higher level dungeons, I imagine it's going to be very useful.
You asked for it. Full power.
Okay, you just kind of fall over on fire. You mainly use it in PvP. If you hit someone that's suspended, they can't do anything. Does they have suspensor dash? Yeah, it's a thing. Well, that's actually not strictly true. There is something they can do with it. It doesn't do as much damage if it doesn't fully drill, I don't think. So it might be if you deactivate your shield, you'll take slightly less, but it is still a mitigant. It's not, you know, actually going to help you long term. You don't parry? Oh, okay. What do you mean you don't parry? How do you do melee without parrying? Are you just talking about maximum DPS? Because I respect that greatly. Decapitation strike. Oh, so you want me to do decapitation strike first? Okay, fine. We'll go do that first. We need to get false flag strike. That's the one I want. Tifa, are you running those solo when you're doing yours? What level am I up to in combat? Like 52, Luther? Not a huge amount. I've done a little bit into a... what's it called? Sabotage tree. That's the word I'm looking for. I didn't know this was in this playlist. Wow. This just reminds me of the Minecraft one. Anyone else up to 100 yet? I think you can with this weekend. I don't know. I can't quite remember the maths. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. That's fine. I'm just leaving. I'm just leaving. Nah, I'm just going. Don't worry. I'm just chilling out. Bye. I'm just on DoorDash. That's what I'm doing. This is just DoorDash. The allocating bug? What allocating bug? FIFA. Okay, I'm just in the wall there. That's fine. Was in the darkest dungeon, couldn't respond. You dodge, attack, the end. Oh, fair enough. You're running solo. That makes sense. When you trick the game and thinking you're solo and louds, but you're a full group. Wait, what? How are you tricking the game and thinking you have less people in the dungeon than you should? I've not heard of this one. Or if I have, I haven't been paying attention to it. Are you just attacking through the door? Oh, I already killed the guy. I didn't realize I'd killed the guy. It does sound a little bit exploity. I kind of need to know how that one works. Everyone clicks confirm at the same time. The leader waits a second and then hits enter. Wow, that's... I mean, if that is the case, that makes that makes complete sense as to how some people have progressed the way they have in large groups versus solos who haven't been able to do the same thing. That makes sense. Because if you're doing 4 players against a solo, you're going to be... Yeah, okay, fine. I think that's gross, but fine. But it's not content I particularly engage with, so I guess I don't really care that much. I'll tell the devs. That's how I see it. Yeah, exploit detected. fix is in the PTS. Don't waste my time. They already know about it. I'm not wasting my time by informing them of an exploit. With every bit of respect, Chifa, if you're told about a bug by somebody, and why did it not spawn me the other one? Okay, kind of weird. And the person who reported it to you also says that they know about it and not to worry about it. I'm still gonna report it. Like it's just kind of important to report it. I'm not reporting you. I'm reporting the bug. It's different. I've taken your name out of it entirely. Like I don't give a. It's not about the person. It's about the problem. I'm not reporting you. That would be weird. That's not how this works. You've been here long enough to know that's not how I work. I've reported the bug, not the person. That's not how that works. Oh, I was talking to Sabu? Like I said, it's reported to Funcom. If they're aware of it, they're aware of it. If they're not, now they are. Like that's all we can really do. It's on them to fix it. It's not a problem unique to our servers. I'll be honest with you, it might be a problem that actually doesn't happen on our servers because of the way that our servers are set up, essentially. About to get hit in the butt with an iron hail. Unless the person is a bug, then they get reported. I can't report Jake all the time. Jake's a bug. Like this one. Well, no, not because it's Solari duping. Yeah, Solari duping is gross. But I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. If you're at the point when there's already 2 billion worth of Solari in your account, the economy's fucked enough. Like that needs to be changed anyway. So there's separate problems involved in that. Hello, are you back? Is that what's going on? You're back and you want more attention. You've had a snack. You've won. Of course you do. You're a baby. That's how you are. As long as I don't roll the servers back again, that sucked. It depends, like, at the end of the day, a server rollback of that type has to be, like, it has to be an option if something goes wrong enough that it requires it. You know, they're not saying they want to do that as a principle all the time, but, like, if something goes wrong enough and there's enough harm to the player base that that's needed to be done, they need to have that option. Sweetheart. Yeah. Yeah. Hello, baby. Are you under the desk? Is that your new home? Is that where you live? You live under the desk. Okay. You guys want to see the cat? It's gone laggy again. God damn it. Dune is not wanting to share resources today, it seems. Interesting that as soon as I turn the cameras on, it starts getting laggy and doesn't go back. Hi. You're so cute, aren't you? If I do this instead, you get the cat. The baby. Oh, hello. Oh, okay. Yeah, who's your baby cat? This is my son. Oh, this. You've had enough times the solo can it would reset a lot. Yeah, they just need to make sure that people don't exploit to that extent. Like, that's kind of how that goes. I just can't condone exploiting. Right, do some repairs. You okay there? Having a clean? Chiefer, please be a little bit more reasonable when engaging with members of the community, guys. Let's just leave off. You all know that I don't condone. You know that I don't condone exploits here. This would be considered one of those. That's a thing. Let's just not get too heavily into it because, you know, you guys aren't going to convince each other. Why are you trying to have a conversation about it? Like, I know many of you, as do I do not agree with Cheaper's position, but like, what am I going to do? Ban Cheaper? That's not against Twitch terms of service. It's not against our rules here. They're not on our server. It's not my problem. That's a Funcom problem. It's not for me to pass judgment. If it was happening on our server, I would potentially have different thoughts about it, but it's not. So there's no point arguing about it. Like, the devs have confirmed that it's going to be fixed in the patch. The people who are ahead will be ahead, and the people who aren't won't be, and we'll go from there. Oh, did I not search the corpse of the Mentat? Oh. Oops. I thought I'd grab the Mentat body. Does Thor host a wiki? Which wiki? All Wikipedias, yes. Thor hosts all Wikipedias. I'm not saying bug off, Jeeper. I'm just saying that, like, you're not going to convince them and they're not going to convince you, so there's no point having a conversation about it, like, in that one. It's just no one wins. Like, you guys are just going to end up being annoyed at each other without having any kind of resolution, and you guys don't have to interact in the game. You know, Chiefer isn't on our servers. That kind of behavior wouldn't be tolerated on our servers, and if that was happening, I'd be having some serious conversations about the state of the game and what our position is. And the best bit is, I can go into the game files if I really need to and find that out. I just need to have a meeting with Nitrado. So if I'm really concerned about anyone on our server doing this, I'll find out. But it's being fixed. Like, and there's, you know, we're here for a chill stream. Like, that's kind of it's not my, you know, it's not my circus, that one. And it's not on any of you guys. Like, I know where you stand, you know where you stand. That's the important thing. Like, you can go as your conscience indicates. That's how that goes. Okay, that's gonna suck. And the pros we fed to Shai Halud? It is. It's an ethics problem. Yeah. When it comes to using exploits, that is an ethics problem. It's an exploit often versus if you exploit, you'll ruin the game's integrity. That's two different arguments. People argue that because the exploit is there, some other people are going to ruin the integrity of the game. And if they're going to do that, they might as well, do it because someone else is going to do it. That's down to your view and the way you individually see the world. That's a huge level of deep philosophy as to basically an eye for an eye is fair or not. And that's not my position to tell you whether you're right or wrong on that. My position is if you do it on our servers, that comes under exploiting. You're utilizing a bug in the game for an unintended benefit. That would be an exploit under the definition that we've processed them before. But people aren't doing that on our servers as far as I'm aware. And if they are, I will find you. I have a very special set of server tools. Some where they do not incorporate any out-of-bounds similar bugs that appear like skill checks. What do you mean? If it doesn't require a bug, it's not really an exploit. In the like, I don't know. Actually, that's not necessarily true. You're gonna escape from work. Catch you later, Kinamori. Have a good one. If it doesn't relate to a bug, no, there can be unintended consequences, but that's not necessarily an exploit. That's just unintended consequences in the game. When you get a bonus for two players coordinating their actions, that's just collaboration. That's force multiplication from teamwork. That's the nature of teamwork in a game. I wouldn't propose that's a problem in any regard, to be honest with you. And another one. You misunderstood the issue we're currently complaining about. The issue is more that there's basically seems to be a way to manipulate the server's understanding of how many players are in the dungeon so as to face a lesser level of challenge and get more reward for that. That does make a lot of sense to me, how people are able to do the high difficulty dungeons in large groups, because I did not understand how people were dealing with the increased mob scaling. Because when there is 4 of you in a dungeon, it's just too many. There's too many mobs in there. It's awful. What major things have changed in the game? I've seen it a long time. There's a completely revamped end game. There's scalable content at the end game. A bunch of fixes and improvements. The devs are really open and engaging with the player base. Funcom are continuing to deliver a win, and they do that. That's what Funcom do. Like, I'll be honest with you, how many of you played Conan at launch? Because Conan at launch was kind of, like, not good. It had significant problems. I think I remember it crashing my machine a couple of times and me just being like, yeah, you know what, I'm out. But Funcom fixed it, and Conan became a great game that many people have enjoyed across the years. And that's only because like they took the time to fix it. Like Funcom will, I have a lot of belief that Funcom will, no matter when there's a problem in the game, they will make it right. It's in their nature. It's what they've done before. And as a company, I can kind of believe in them for that. We didn't build the game or the bugs. They patched them multiple times and keep breaking it. If devs don't like people using it, maybe they should fix it permanently. You love the game, it's fantastic. They shouldn't punish players. I'm not saying they're punishing players, the mistake, but like players utilizing a bug to gain an advantage over other players isn't reasonable. I disagree with that on principle. I've never found an argument that can compel me otherwise, but you're more than welcome to try and argue it. Like I'm fine to discuss the ethics of using bugs and exploits in video games. I don't mind that. I have a very strong view on when you can and can't do that. We've got the ads. Descrongle yourselves, chat. I will be back with you in a moment. Knack time. I can play Dune. Okay. That was hubris.
Eyes on hostile. Shield on.
Access denied. Access granted.
Sometimes I get distracted by the music during the ads and just have a little bit of a sing-along, like here, muted. It's kind of funny. Did I hear about Calgar getting nerfed? Good. Hi, are you back? Oh, why are you so cold and damp? And yeah, you're damp. You went out in the rain, didn't you? Yes. Okay. Why is your face also damp? Look, if I do this, look at this big baby who wants to be dried off. For like 30 seconds. Is it just really raining? Hello. Hello. He's sleeping, Programmer's Port. The machine spirit needs rest. Don't mind if I do. Of all the things to find in the container, a giant blood bag. Why not? Why not? You know what I would like to see, Funcom? I would like to see a perk where just using a sword gives me, like, in the combat tree, just gives me a percentage blood steal. Give me a percentage blood steal in the combat tree, please. Thank you. That would be nice. It just means, or maybe that would actually give me a reason to spec into the crafting, the gathering trees for fun. Why not? There's not always a reason to use a blood bag, but they're just a nice delicious meme. Yeah, you can intercept those projectiles. If you didn't know, that does work. Just runs off, okay. He's been dried off, now he wants to go for a nap. You know what, I don't blame him. He's got a pretty good life. He is 16, which is quite old for a cat. So I guess he does deserve a life. He's basically retired now, so he gets to go out, wander around his garden as and when he wants, and he comes back and he has a nice little, he has another little nap. If I reincarnate, I think I might choose a cat next time. It seems to be quite a good life. I don't want to reincarnate again. It's a lot of work. Being wet is harrowing for a cat. He goes outside sometimes and stands in the rain for a second on purpose because he knows if he comes back in and shouts in like his shouting sad cat voice, he will get dried off because I'm weak and I want him to be happy. I am okay with it, but at the same time, the fact that he knows that's what my behaviors are sometimes concerns me. If I reincarnate as a slug, I'm gonna chase you. If I reincarnate as a slug, I'll be that slug that never stops. In the old meme of like, if you're immortal but have to, there's also an immortal snail that catches up with you, and if it does, then you actually you die, kind of thing. That's what I would be. Hello, are you back? You decided that you wanna be back. Want a butt scritch? That's what you want. Okay. Yeah. You're such a baby. He's so funny. Who do you think of the stranger pet owners? Cat folk or dog folk? Human folk. Parents. Parents are the weird ones. Cat folk and dog folk are both normal. It's when you become a parent that things start getting weird. I stand by that. Hi, are you coming up there now? Hello, you're such a sweet boy, aren't you? You just want attention. That's all he actually wants. Take that if you're up here. You can't have that's That's kitchen roll. It's not for cats. It's not catchin roll. That would be for Pokemon, clearly. Yeah, don't disturb the night of the cat tree. The machine spirit is sleeping in there. Very important. Hello, sweet baby boy. You can't go behind the computer screen, no. He's looking at it suspiciously. No, okay. No, but Bailey. Oh, God. Oh, okay. What are we doing? What's the plan? What is your plan here? What is your plan here, kind sir? Is this what we're doing? Are you wanting... Okay. Okay, fine. Give me a second to angle the microphone, and then I can... Thank you for knocking over all the paints, etc., B. Hi, are you happy there? Is that... Are you happy? Is that you are the center of attention? Yeah, this is how I play Dune. This is how I can see more worms than anyone else, because I've got the full view of it. So this is what B wants to do now. He just wants to sit here and be the center of attention. I don't know if he sat on the mouse cable today. No, we've got a mouse. We do have a functional mouse cable today. We just need to see if he'll lie down over the the keyboard cable. Do you want me to move the arm and then you can go over it like that? B, look. Come this side. Come on. I've just got the cameras sorted for you. That one off. Re-angle that. Angle that down for the Warhammer painting, if I get around to that. But realistically, I need to get all of my missions done so I can harvest more delicious XP. And Bailey's bodyguards are currently absolutely smashing it, apparently, which is nice to see. You're too big to be small? To be snail? I think you would make a very convincing snail, Freak. Like in Turbo, I think you could make one of those racing snails. Because most of the time, Freak can be quite kind of calm and chill. But sometimes, Freak's a little bit like giving the squirrel in Hoodwinked coffee. I may get a PTZ camera for B over the weekend. I feel like people would enjoy a camera that I could control with the remote to follow him around the room. I feel like that would be fun. We're number one? What do you mean? Oh, we are? Yeah. Oh, you mean the in-game the guild thing? That was rude. This one. Be a giant African snail. That sounds like a pretty good life, to be fair. Don't they live for, like, insanely long? African land, giant African snails. You would like to be part of Bailey's bodyguards? Have you added Emily Slider in-game, Yarrow? Look at him, he's having a big old clen. Unlucky. You have not, but you can. You have to send me a friend invite. That's the way of doing it. And then if your in-game name and your friend name are different, you have to tell me in Twitch chat that it's you and that you want me to invite you. Or you can get one of the other mods or like someone to invite you. Most of them have permissions. I'm gonna be honest with you. I delegated immediately because I don't want to be the only person who has perms to most of the guilds that we run as a group, because I don't think that's right. It's something I've had a conversation with certain other people about in relation to other games before. Why am I running around in my radiation suit? Because it's the best armor I have that I like. So like it works as my normal armor. That said, if I'm up here, I don't really need it. I could just use something else. I just don't want to. So the answer is, in short, laziness is how that is. At least I'm honest with you, Roland. That's what I can really say about myself. So at least I'm honest with you guys. It just kind of works. You hate the rad suit? I don't necessarily like the look of it, but it's convenient for running those dungeons. I could switch back into my other gear. I can't switch back into my current gear because I'm carrying too much stuff. Nice. Where are these inventory slots? Oh, there. Hello, Lilithian. Good morning to you. B says hello. Look at him, lazed out there. He's probably going to pass out asleep in a second. Yeah, you. The only thing you hate about the rats is if you go into ration, your gear is guild is ruined. I wish they come up with a way to let you keep your build stats while using one. You can do it with radiation pills. There are anti-rad pills, I think, that work. I think that might be a thing. Oops, that one. Has a decent set of armor, so for lower levels it works. This is the tactical rad suit, so it's the grade 6 like upgraded one as well, and Luther's put some additional armor on it, so it's actually just better than running my normal still suit, etc. Like mine's got 1400 armor. It's actually decidedly non-shit. Hello, DeCheesy. I'm doing good, thank you, buddy. How are you? The iodine pills don't give us equivalent. No, they don't give us equivalent, but they can help. The new ones are different. What are they? Doing good, playing some Fallen Earth. Fallen Earth, that's familiar. What is that? They slow toxin. No, so that's the toxin absorption pills. That's not anti-rad pills. Okay. The other ones give the iodine pills give like 30%, don't they? They're a survival one. They're under. Oh, 3%, not 30%. That's awful. Yeah, okay, never mind. I take it back. Yeah, so this is my rad suit here has. Hang on, let's use these so I can Barrett stream just restarted. Likely, yes. Like the power's gone back on. That's really good news. The power must be stable. They've been having rolling power outages all day because of the storms. Well, the power came back on a few times, John, but it just kept going off again. So it wasn't stable enough for them to start the stream up. If the stream is back up. MMO akin to Fallout. Oh, that's kind of fun. Okay. Yeah, so the stats on my rad suit, for those of you who are wondering, it's got 1,343 armor on it. So, like, that's better than if I put all of these together, which is my still suit with 2 light. So I've got 194 on the helmet. I've got 228 on the still suit, so that's total of, we'll round it for 400-ish. I've got 260 on my heavy armor gauntlets for power. So that's 260, well, that's 660, give or take. And then my boots are 118. That's only actually like 775, maybe 800. Versus this, which is obviously, you know, 1343. So that's actually just my best armor. And it gives me the full mobility that I want of light armor while I'm wearing it. So, like, why would I not? What grade? That's a grade 1, I think. In fact, that one might be a grade 0. Yeah, this is a grade 0. I've not gotten the higher grade one. Oh, sounds pretty good to Cheezer. Yeah, I like that kind of crafting system. I was checking out an indie dev's demo of a music game earlier on stream, which was good fun. I enjoyed that. The dev came into the Twitch chat and was talking with us. It was very helpful. Winky and I were having a good old chinwag. Very nice. Higher grade Radu doesn't exist. Why? Yarsaj. In that case, I might actually need to get higher grade armor at some point. Mixed Universe, yeah. Mixed Universe was great fun. Yeah. I've got this for Luther to learn, though, because I'll want this. This is the lasgun that does 159.8 damage per tick. The current lasgun, for reference, does 93. And that's got a 10% damage increase on it. Imagine how powerful I will be with double the amount of damage output. Yeah. Unlimited power. Right, we've got a few skills that we should be... In fact, do we want to do... No, you know what? I'm going to wait until we've done all 21 of our missions before I, like, use the points. Because why not? This is the Brood works. This is the Taiki, Blushing Cavern, Blushing Cavern. So let's do 2 on board the Taiki. And I'm going to get rid of that one. We will take the 3rd one that's on the Taiki, and we'll do this one again. So we'll do another run of 3. We need to use the rad suit for this one, because as you know, the Taiki's a huge irradiated wreck. A bit like chat's mum. No, I'm kidding. It's just a fun com that we get these slot 10 of our inventories for the character for rad suits. But that means you'd constantly be wearing a rad suit. I would have thought it would make sense as a belt slot for a Lita John. Cheesy, if you want to drop it on stream chat on my Discord server, I can check it out tomorrow on my day. I say day off. It isn't, but you know what I mean. No, he can't help you here, G. He can't help you here. Shiro-kun, thank you very much for the 7-month resub of Tier 1. Absolutely amazing to see you, buddy. And yes, indeed, B-Cam. He's incredibly beautiful. Hello. He's just so sweet. Hello, Fox in your biscuit tin. How are you doing? Hope you have a lovely day too. Thank you very much for stopping by. It's always lovely to see you. If you guys do get a frame rate drop in here again, just let me know, and I'll have to come off of camera. In fact, I might do it. I'm going to preemptively do that so you guys can have more time with B. How about that? I know what the community wants deep down. Oh, no, it's still getting choppy. That's, well...
I require assistance. Someone's here.
There are certain segments where that is better and certain segments where that is much, much worse. It's really interesting to see the variation in it, because this area of the ship seems to be okay, but the far right cell of the ship seems to be far worse. And like when I go back into the middle here, it gets bad again, which is kind of interesting. Unlucky. There's still someone in here. Here you are. Let me go this way. Oh, that wasn't very nice. Unlucky. Hope no one finds their bodies. Make it look like an accident, chat. That was clearly an accident. The doors fell on them. Clearly. It couldn't have been me, chat. It couldn't have been me. Hey, don't make fun of your elders, Ruchi. That's not very kind. You should respect the elderly. That's ma'am, Grandma Freak to you. Yeah, it's there seems to be some kind of like graphical glitch or memory leak in that area for some reason. I'm not sure what's causing it, but yeah, I'm aware. That's why I'm off camera. I'm trying to get this area done as quickly as possible. No, you're definitely not the only one. We know this is going to be an issue. We knew this was going to be an issue going in. Why my face cam went off. It was to save some of it. This area is just super laggy, chat. That's fine. I can save a little bit of the resource. Known issue, don't worry. We knew that was going to be an issue. I will have to avoid doing this area for those missions in the future and just go from there. But that's another 3 missions done, so hey, we call that a win. What do we got next? I think we've got Open Fire next. Bringing a trap. Yep. We're slowly leveling. How many have we got left to do these missions? We've done 18 of 35. And we are... I'm not going to look yet. You know what? We're not going to find out. We're going to keep it secret from ourselves, chat, and then we can just kind of go from there. There's also an issue in this area we're going to as well, although the issue is nowhere near as widespread. One of the camps also has this same problem. So there will be another spike of delay. How are you doing, Freak? It is good to see you as always. It's been a while since I've actually spoken to Freak. I think I've spoken Discord the other day. I think it was quite nice. Although I haven't seen any cute cat pictures, because those of you who don't know, Freak's cat is basically a Disney princess cat. Like, if you can imagine, like, the white cat from Aristocats. Kind of level of, like, blue eyes, complete, like, white fur, kind of, she can be very adorable. Or, she can look like the scrungliest goblin in the entire world. It's what she's one or the other. That's I'm sure if I go into my DMs of Freak, I have a photo that she wouldn't mind me sharing. Hang on, let me go into my DMs with Freaks. Occasionally I just get a nice out of context cat. It's always nice. I love that. Being sent cat pictures is always good. Like this one. I love this one. Where's Ms. Paint? Now I can find one of her looking adorable. This is the same cat, just so you know. That's the same cat. Yeah, Ms. Payne, I don't know if she's married. Avalanche. Cat. Cat. The stream is back up, so the pin can come down. Let me go remove the pin. Mod Twitch, let's go there, and let's go... Done. Thank you. Yeah. Baby. So, Freak, please give the Bubba some love from us. She is very adorable. Oh, is this a new photo? Is this... Oh, the baby. Okay. And this is the other version of the baby. The scrungliest. Pretty princess and then the scrungliest princess. Look, she's so cute. You've got angry, want something, and then sleeping. The 3 moods. No, that's Freak's cat. It's Ms. Fapalot in chat's cat. Oh, that wasn't what I wanted. God damn it. All yours. It's like Putska, I think. I can't remember. I'm very bad with name. I just remember as cute baby. That's how I remember every cat. Except for my goddaughter Suki, whose name I can remember. That is right. I did remember. I remember because it sounds a bit like Pussycat. Putska. Yeah. Well, that was close, wasn't it? It was not very pleasant. Hello. Don't mind me. I've just come to reap your soul. Eh. I might have done this mission one too many times and know the layout of that area too well to be able to do maneuvers like that. Now, where is the target? There he is. Goodbye. I'll have that, thank you. Then we go this way. I need to drink some water in-game or I'll die. That would not be helpful. Water management is important on Arrakis. Speaking of which, chat, I hope that you guys have been suitably hydrating today. How does it... That would feel a bit awkward. The person you just tried to take out who was attacking your boss just teleports behind your boss and just executes him in front of you. That's kind of sad for that guy. It's going to be quite emasculating if he wasn't real dead. Someday you shall get a cat again, and someday you shall. When the time is right, it'll be time for the incattening for you, John. And I believe in you and I'm proud of you. You take the Mentat paperwork, because Mentats love paperwork. Don't let them tell you otherwise. Then we go over here and find the Mentat that died from lack of paperwork. Oh, I can go back on camera now. I think we're past the buggy area. Hello, everyone. When she sleeps sometimes in one of those poses where you can't tell where the head starts and where the tail is, she looks like a fluffy pillow. What a baby. Yeah. Hello, Zidane. How are you? Hello. It's me, King Philip. I've come back from the dead to claim the throne. A link in Discord chat. Oh, thank you very much, Cheesy. I'll take that one out after stream or tomorrow on my day off. I appreciate that. Sounds quite interesting. I like the idea of a fully player-driven economy. It's that's the economic gameplay I could get behind Ashes of Creation, who didn't have an economy. In your old flat, it wasn't allowed. That makes sense. It's one of the things I think that stops a lot of people from having pets is that their home complexes or their apartments or that, you know, don't let them have them. It's I think there's something changing in the UK law about that in the Tenants Act that was meant to be being pushed through. I haven't actually seen an update on that in a while. I should probably check it out. Because tenants' rights are quite important. What's meant by both guild, faction alignment, and Broken the Faction Journey are required to participate? So, if you are in... It means that you need to be aligned in your guild to a Harkonnen side, and you need to have progressed suitably far in the Harkonnen story to have, like, a level here in order to access certain things. You're queued behind me. That shouldn't be the case, Glorious. It should spin up another entity. Unless the server is really overloaded and can't deal with another server, in which case, as soon as anyone finishes a map, you'll be able to play again. Where's the heavy gunner gone? Yeah. There's the other heavy gunner. I knew that he would show up at the worst possible time. Oops, wrong side. Shit. Fine, no survivors. Whee! Use move base to new 100 server. Oh, very nice. Hang on, there we go. The tail half tucked in. Yeah, that's the classic cat trick. Oh, that's a little bit of lag there. Might be some server performance issues going on, and we could be capped. If you're not in a guild, you can't participate. Theoretically, yes, Thrallin, but you can't do the Landsrad endgame without being in a guild anyway. So, like, what are you expecting to do in the game without a guild? It's kind of integral to the gameplay and endgame of Dune. Even if you're in a guild by yourself and make your own guild and align your own guild. You left the guild. If you want a Harkonnen guild, I can invite you into one. Or you could make your own guild if you really want it. Like, we've got a Harko guild set up on the server if you're an R1. If you need a guild, just let me or the mods know. Like, we have BB. How do you join a guild? You get somebody to invite you. We've got a bunch of officers. Even Freak's an officer. If you add Emily Slider in the game as a friend, I can That was the wrong one. I didn't mean to do that one. Not do that. Oh, the ads are here. Oh, that doesn't work, does it? Whoop. Give me a second, chat. I'm going to go answer a DM from Funcom. Make sure you grab yourself a drink or something while I'm doing the ad break, though. You don't want to miss anything. Just adjusting my mic back after B's visit earlier. Let me move the cat back. So that he's right in... No, not in the center. Go... No. Yeah. If you want to see more of him right now, that's probably the best way of doing it. I am tempted to get a PTZ camera because I think it would be better for him. I can just mount it there and it'll track him around the room. You want the cat stream? I feel like on the subathon I should just make it when B's here. Like if you donate a certain amount, we make the cat cam 1% larger. I feel like that's just something that's going to end up happening.
What will it be?
Wow, we've made a lot of this. Yeah, okay, we can afford all of these. I think that we buy the rest of them from the weapon vendor, I think it is. Allow it to be larger than full screen. Yeah, we can do that. That donation, I'd make it like something ridiculous, like 420 or something. Like, you know, a 420 donation specifically makes the cat cam 1% larger. That's going to get really out of hand really quickly. Turbo users don't get ads. You get perhaps a note rather than a complete block could be considerate. Those of us who are willing to pay for no ads. At the end of the day, Zydeco, the reason that I pause for ads, like I get up and I go because I need to go and do my stretches. Like I need to go do that every about 45 minutes. Otherwise I can't stream for a long amount of time without ending up in significant pain. So I use that opportunity for that. And I find that works quite well because I put that on the screen because you're not missing anything, you know, because I'm not doing anything. The people who would have ads don't miss anything. And I try and find like fun things to put up there for you during those ad breaks so that you have like something that you can like kind of like joke about or laugh about with people. That's kind of my goal. So that's how I do it. I wouldn't want somebody missing out on content because they can't afford to sub or can't afford Turbo. It's never really sat that well with me, particularly when we do like narrative heavy games, because like if you miss a crucial bit of story, you can lose the whole like the whole grip on a stream. But I do appreciate, you know, that there's a reason. That's the reason why I don't just leave it as like a blank screen. If I just put like a blank message there, or just like kind of like a you know, I'll be just like it wouldn't be the same. Like I try and like, you know, Nellis does a really cool like fun ad thoughts. We try and put like kind of fun content up there, you know, like the Cronmus tree. You know, I try and put the cat come up when he's here. I try and put a few things up just to make it fun because, yeah, there are people, you know, who pay for Turbo who wouldn't get ads and, you know, they would normally get a full stream. Well, this is how I can look after myself with self-care and still give you guys something fun to joke about.
Can't get enough of me.
We've got quite a lot of these, this house script. I've got the Solaris, why not buy it? They are 50k, so I don't really know if I want... for 25k, so I could get 2 of them. I don't want to go too far below that. I'll make a lot more back, though, so why not? Why not just go for the Atreides ones? I want them at some point. That's 7 missions worth. How would I go about getting a guild invite? Add Emily Slider in game and let me know in Twitch chat that you want a guild invite. Yeah, Eliminator, I've got a recommended watch order there. Not watch order, so read order. I recommend personally starting with the first 4 books of the Horus Heresy and then Fulgrim, because that takes you up to a site known as the Istvan and the Drop Site Massacres. So in the Istvan system, which are kind of the triggering point and the real hammer blow of quite how bad the Horus Heresy really is, that basically sets the stage and the tone and tension for the rest of 40k for the following few years. That level of tension is never goes. You are Kirk. So first 4 books and then Fulgrim, which is one of the branches you can take off. Once you've got those 5 done, you can kind of go where you have the interest in 40k.